Seize the Time, The Story of the Black Panther Party. Bobby Seale. Foreword. Growing up, before the party. Who I am. I meet Huey. Huey breaks with the cultural nationalists. The Seoul Students Advisory Council. We hit the streets. Using the poverty program. Police community relations. Huey, getting the party going. The Panther program. Why we are not racists. Our first weapons. Red books for guns. Huey backs the pigs down. Badge 206. Huey and the traffic light. A gun at Huey's head. The party grows, Eldridge joins. The Paper Panthers. Confrontation at Ramparts. Eldridge joins the Panthers. The death of Denzel Dowell. Picking up the gun. Niggers with guns in the state capitol. Sacramento jail. Bailing out the brothers. The Black Panther newspaper. Huey digs Bob Dylan. Serving time at Big Greystone. The shit comes down, free Huey. Free Huey. A white lawyer for a black revolutionary. Coalitions. Stokely comes to Oakland. Breaking down our doors. Shootout, the pigs kill Bobby Hutton. Getting on the ballot. Huey is tried for murder. Pigs, Puritanism, and racism. Eldridge is free. Our Minister of Information. Bunchy Carter and Bobby Hutton. Charles R. Gary, the Lenin of the courtroom. Chicago, kidnapped, chained, tried, and gagged. Kidnapped to Chicago in chains. Cook County Jail. My constitutional rights are denied. Gagged, shackled, and bound. Yippies, convicts, and cops. Pigs, problems, politics, and panthers. Do nothing. Terrorists and other problems. Why they raid our offices. Jackanapes, renegades, and agents. Provocateurs. Women and the Black Panther Party. Off the pig, motherfucker, and other terms. Party programs, serving the people. Seize the time. Fuck copyright. Feel free to mirror this book, print it out, quote parts of it, or better yet act upon it. Publisher's note. This book derives from tape recordings made by Bobby Seale in the early autumn of 1968 and the autumn and winter of 1969-70. The first series was made with the cooperation of the editors of Ramparts magazine. The second series was made in the San Francisco County Jail. Art Goldberg, formerly an editor of Ramparts, was responsible for the editing of the transcribed tapes. However, Mr. Seale supervised the preparation of the final manuscript and every word is his. ******. Huey P. Newton, Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, the baddest motherfucker ever to set foot in history. Huey P. Newton, the brother, black man, a nigger, the descendant of slaves, who stood up in the heart of the ghetto, at night, in alleys, confronted by racist pigs with guns and said, "My name is Huey P. Newton. I'm the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party. I'm standing on my constitutional rights. I'm not going to allow you to brutalize me. I'm going to stop you from brutalizing my people. You got your gun, pig, I got mine. If you shoot at me, I'm shooting back." Forward. There are a lot of misconceptions about the Black Panther Party. I wanted to write this book so people could have better insight into the inner workings of the party, so that people would have a more true understanding of the Black Panther Party, what it really does, the kind of people who are in it, their everyday lives, the things that have happened to the party. Many things about us that appear in the mass media are distortions. In addition, the demagogic politicians have lied about the party and have lied about who the real enemy is. But here are the facts, a picture of what the Black Panther Party really is and how it operates. This book shows the chronological development of our party and how it grew out of the social evils of an unjust, oppressive system. It also shows that repression is a natural product of this wealthy, technological society, owned and controlled by a small minority of the people. Many things about us that appear in the mass media graves if they could see lumpen proletarian Afro-Americans putting together the ideology of the Black Panther Party. Both Marx and Lenin used to say that the lumpen proletariat wouldn't do anything for the revolution. But today, in a modern, highly technological society, with its CIA, FBI, electronic surveillance, and cops armed and equipped for overkill, here are Black Americans demanding our constitutional rights, and demanding that our basic desires and needs be fulfilled, thus becoming the vanguard of a revolution, despite all attempts to totally wipe us out. We're not the vanguard because we wanted to be, but because it was given to us through the blood and death of our members, and because nearly 100 of us are political prisoners at present. So I see this book as the work of our leader and Minister of Defense, Huey P. Newton, and of Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, Bobby Hutton, John Huggins, Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, and all of our brothers who have been murdered, and of political prisoners like Erica Huggins, Langdon Williams, Rory Hith, the Panther 21 in New York, and the Panther 14 in Connecticut, of political exiles like Eldridge and Kathleen Cleaver, and all the dedicated Black Panther Party members functioning throughout the country. The life and existence of the Black Panther Party, the ideology of the party in motion, is a biography of oppressed America, black and white, that no news report, TV documentary, book, or magazine has yet expressed. To do so, the media would let the people know what's really going on, how things have happened, and how we're struggling for our freedom. So before the power structure, through its pigs, attempts to murder any more of us, or take more political prisoners in its age-old attempt to keep us niggers, as they like to say, in our place, I have put together the true story of the Black Panther Party. I dedicate this book to my wife, Artie, to Erica, the widow of John Huggins, to my son, Malik Bobby Seale, and his brother. One of my son's names derives from the lumpen proletarian politically unaware brothers in the streets. Stigoli fought his brothers and sisters, and he shouldn't have. The Stagoles of today should take on the messages of Malcolm X as Huey Newton did, to oppose this racist, capitalist oppression our people and other peoples are subjected to. Malik must not fight his brothers. One is named after revolutionaries of our times, and me, who loves both of them. Power to the youth, all power to the people, and power to the latest born in the Black Panther Party, little Huey Bunchy Bobby John Eric Eldridge Seale, whose mother is Rosemary. Brothers and sisters will struggle together in unity from generation to generation for liberation and freedom with the love of we fathers and mothers who brought our young ones into the world. We dedicate this book to all the youth of America, from Huey, the Central Committee, and all the dedicated members of the Black Panther Party. Bobby Seale, Chairman, Black Panther Party led by the Minister of Defense, Huey P. Newton. San Francisco County Jail 1969 to 1970. Growing up, before the party. Who I am. When Malcolm X was killed in 1965, I ran down the street. I went to my mother's house, and I got 6 loose red bricks from the garden. I got to the corner, and broke the motherfuckers in half. I wanted to have the most shots that I could have, this very same day Malcolm was killed. Every time I saw a patty roll by in a car, I picked up one of the half bricks, and threw it at the motherfuckers. I threw about half the bricks, and then I cried like a baby. I was righteously crying. I was pissed off and mad. Every patty I'd see, whop. I'd throw a brick, and it would hit the cars, and zoom. They're driving down the street, and I'm throwing bricks for a motherfucker. I thought that was all I could do. I was ready to die that day. Kenny Freeman and the rest of the cultural nationalists came down there to get me, and I told them to leave me alone. I said, "Get away. You niggers are crazy." I got mad, and I busted a window in the house. I put my fist through a window. I told them all, "Fuck it, I'll make my own self into a motherfucking Malcolm X, and if they want to kill me, they'll have to kill me." That was a big change with me. They never understood that. Eldridge says Malcolm X had an impact on everybody like that, and Malcolm X had that impact on me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When my wife Artie had a baby boy, I said, the nigger's name is Malik Kruma Stigoli Seale. I don't want him named that. Artie said. I had read all that book history about Stigoli, that black folkloric history, because I was hung up on that stuff at the time, so I said, Malik Kruma Stigoli Seale. Why Stigoli? Artie asked. Because Stigoli was a bad nigger off the block and didn't take shit from nobody. All you had to do was organize him, like Malcolm X, make him politically conscious. All we have to do is organize a state, like Kruma attempted to do. Kruma was a bad motherfucker and Malcolm X was a bad nigger. Huey P. Newton showed me the nigger on the block was 10 motherfuckers when politically educated, and if you got him organized. I said, Stigoli, put Stigoli on his name, because Stigoli was an unorganized nigger, to me, like a brother on the block. I related to Huey P. Newton because Huey was fighting niggers on the block. Huey was a nigger that came along and he incorporated Malcolm X, he incorporated Stigoli, he incorporated Kruma, all of them. The nigger out of prison knows, Huey used to say. The nigger out of prison has seen the man naked and cold, and the nigger out of prison, if he's got himself together, will come out just like Malcolm X came out of prison. You never have to worry about him. Hell go with you. That's what Huey related to, and I said, Malik for Malcolm, one Kruma Stigoli Seale. I was born in Dallas, Texas, October 22, 1936.1. Grew up with a brother, a sister, and a cousin who lived with us named Alvin Turner. He was the son of my mother's identical twin. Off and on, I learned things like everybody else learned things. I'm no different from other people growing up and living and learning. I was raised up like the average black man, like a brother in the black community. A lot of things affected me in a way that caused me to see things. Huey was most significant, but a lot of things in the past affected me before Huey molded my attitude, on just things that happened. The farthest back I can remember is when I was unjustly whopped by my father. I can never forget that. My father and mother were having an argument. I was supposed to be washing some shirt in the backyard of a house we had in San Antonio. I was the oldest of 3 children, and was about 6 years old. I remember very vividly that I was playing in the back, and how my father told me to get the wash basin, put some water in it, and wash his shirt. I tried to wash his shirt, but then I guess I started playing. He was arguing with my mother, and it had something to do with that shirt. My father came outside and was mad at me because I hadn't finished the shirt. He took his belt off and really beat me. He went back inside the house and argued again with my mother. I was crying. When he came back and beat me again, my mother came out and stopped him and snatched the strap away, but he got it back from her and argued with her. Then he pushed her and beat me again. He told me to wash that shirt. I never forgot that beating. I never have, because it was an unjust beating. The argument he was having with my mother was directly related to him taking it out on me, and it wasn't right. My father was a carpenter in Port Arthur, Texas. My mother had left him a couple of times, and one time when they got back together he built a house up from the ground. My father was a master carpenter. That's where I learned my carpentry work. I learned drafting in school, but I knew basic building structure from being around my father. He taught it to me and my brother off and on while we were growing up. I grew up just like any other brother. We didn't always have money. During the war we had a little money, but after my father built the house he went to San Antonio, and then we were back in poverty again. It was still wartime and there was some money around, but I remember that whenever my mother and father rented a house, they would rent half out to some other people, a whole family. I think the first time I really began to oppose things that I saw was when we were at Cordonis's Village, the government housing project in Berkeley. People were living in poverty and semi-poverty. We lived in very crowded conditions with my mother's twin sister and her son. The place was always dirty. My mother always tried to save money, but the money was used up every time my father was laid off. We lived in poverty mostly because of my father's 8th grade education. His father used to be rough on him. My father was a lot rougher on me in certain periods of my life, just like his father was rough on him. His father used to beat him, and one day my father left and wouldn't work for his father anymore. I pulled the same thing. One day I stopped and I wouldn't work for my father anymore because he wouldn't pay me. At that time I didn't know what the word exploitation meant, but that's exactly what it was, and I rejected it and opposed it. My mother never really had any money. When I was 13, I used to make money on my own, hauling groceries and cutting lawns. It wasn't always profitable, but sometimes I could make $1 or $2 here and there. Me and a couple of brothers I used to run around with. I ran around with a couple of gangs in my younger days, when I was 14, 15, and 16. Another cousin, who was already grown during World War II, came to stay with us in Port Arthur, Texas, and that's when one first really learned about sex. Through a knothole I saw my cousin making love with his wife. My sister and brother and me were all together in this little closet. There was no inner wall section to the inside of the closet, and we just happened to be in there playing one day, while he was making love with his wife. He was in the army, and he was getting ready to go to war. We saw them through the hole. That was my first understanding of sex. We called sex peeping, because we were peeping through a hole. My mother didn't know what was going on, but she said, "What are y'all peeping at in there?" That's where we got the term from. During the war, when my cousin got home on leave, we knew he and his wife were going to be peeping. By the time I turned 16, I was more opposed to society and the injustices and bad things in it, but I wasn't very articulate about it. In learning history, I picked up on things that had been done wrong, and I began to find out about the American Indian, how rotten he'd been treated, when I met Steve Brumfield. He was about a month younger than I am and he's dead now. He killed himself, they say. We were opposed to the white man for taking the land away from the Indians, and we identified with the Indians because our parents had Indian in them. We didn't know about Africa yet. It was very easy for me to identify with Africa when I got to Merritt College. I had gotten rid of the stereotyped notion of American Indians when I was 16 years old, so when the Afro-American Association started talking about identifying, it was easy for me to grasp it and get rid of the Tarzan notion of Africa. Before I went to college, when I was in the service, I wasn't aware of civil rights. I'd been hearing about civil rights through the papers but not focusing in on it that much. I was personally more concerned then with getting some kind of education. I'd go to the library and read a lot, but at the same time, I was trying to get some clothes, and I bought a set of encyclopedias. I had also begun to play drums. I'd gotten myself a $600 set of drums, which I was also making payments on. I made a mistake in overloading myself, and I got behind 3 payments on the drums. I'd bought the drums in Oakland, and they sent a collection agency out after I had missed 2 payments. At the time, in 1958, one was at Ellsworth Air Force Base, in South Dakota, and they went all the way up there to collect. Colonel King, the commanding officer of the squadron, happened to be related to the people who owned the collection agency, and he was threatening to put me in jail if I didn't pay my bills. I had run around the base for 4 months trying to get one of the staff sergeants to co-sign for me, to get an allotment that would be automatically taken out of my pay, so I could pay off the bill. I wanted to keep my drums because I was engrossed in being a righteous jazz drummer. It was an outlet, because you couldn't go anywhere, except for the few times we got to go to one of the faraway cities to find a woman or a girlfriend. In the afternoon, I would go with these other cats who were musicians and we had a righteous group. We practiced and rehearsed, went to a movie or the service club, got a hamburger, came back, and went to bed. One day Colonel King called me in his office and told me for about the 5th time that he was going to put me in jail if I didn't pay my bill. By that time I was run down and I wanted my drums, so I told him, "Colonel King, I'm trying to get the stuff paid off now. I'm doing everything I know how." He told me to get my ass out of the office and pay the damn bills off. That night I went downtown and played a gig, and I got my $15. Another cat came around with a pint of whiskey, and I was so pissed off and depressed about the whole situation that I got kind of high. I was supposed to be back at the base by 12 o'clock, but when I got there it was 12:30 and the sergeant was waiting. He said he was going to have to report me, and then he left. That pissed me off, and depressed me more. One of the cats came in and got me to repair something. I was a sheet metal mechanic, and then he came back again, with another piece which I couldn't repair because I didn't have the right kind of extrusions. I tried to fuck around and modify it. He was in such a hurry, he came back in cussing at me. I said, "Motherfucker, don't be cussing at me. Get your motherfucking ass out of here." I was mad and pissed off, and I didn't want anybody messing with me, so he left. Then I got a call on the bitch box and the guy said, "Hey, Seale, what do you mean you're not going to repair this part for this guy over here?" The cat had gone all the way over to the dispatch office a block away. I said, "I told the motherfucker I couldn't repair the thing because I couldn't find the right kind of extrusion. I'm trying to modify the damn thing, and he's just going to have to wait, and stop rushing me, and not be coming over here cussing me." "Who in the hell do you think you're cussing?" the dispatcher said. "You'll get court-martialed for this, boy, you know that." I said, "Fuck you, sons of bitches," and I just ripped the bitch box out of the wall. Then the phone rang. And I grabbed the phone and just ripped the phone out of the wall. I walked outside into the little office and I saw my toolbox, which reminded me that these motherfuckers were trying to charge me for some tools that some punk had stolen out of my box, and I threw the toolbox across the room. Then I took the table and turned it over, and I went back into the office and turned over one of the desks. My partner Rabbit came in, saw what was happening, and knocked me out. He actually knocked me out. He was a partner and he was really trying to help me. He saw I was pissed off and he knocked me out, got me into a truck, and took me to the barracks. When I came to, I walked all around the barracks drinking wine and I wound up in another barracks passed out. The next morning, Rabbit came in, woke me up, and told me Colonel King wanted to see me. I had already made up my mind that I was going to jail. So when I went in the office, I didn't even salute the bastard, and I thought to myself, he thinks he's a white god or something. "You ain't paid those bills yet, huh?" he said, and I just looked at him. "Well, you better pay them goddamn bills." He picked up this little steel model plane from his desk and was waving that thing in my face and talking about putting me in jail. When he said he'd put my ass in jail, I blew up and grabbed that model plane. The sergeant walked up behind me, jacked me up, got his arm around my neck, pulled me back, and threw me off balance. Another one came up and got my right arm, and they dragged me outside and pushed me up against the wall. I said, "Let me alone, and tell Colonel King to let me alone. If you're going to take the drums, take the drums. You don't have to put me in jail. He's trying to get the money for them just because he's working with the monkeys downtown." At that point, they just stepped back and let me go. The sergeant said, "You'd better go on in there and tell him that. But you better be cool." I went back and sat down in a chair and I was just looking at him. I was a distance away from him. He was looking up at me and was writing something up on me, I could see that. "This bastard," I said to myself. "Now why in the hell should I sit here and let him mess over me?" The sergeant and the other cat had seen me sitting down and had gone in the back, so I just got up and walked right on out of the office. I went over to the barracks and I said to myself, I might as well leave this motherfucker. There's no reason for staying here. I ain't ever been AWOL, but they can call it whatever they want to call it. I been in this damn thing here 3 years and 4 months and I'm getting fucked over again. Later for them. So I proceeded to put on my civilian clothes. The next thing I knew, they had 28 policemen over there grabbing me and handcuffing me. I cussed Colonel King out for what he was. I cussed him all the way down the streets. I had a whole big crowd of cats jiving and watching me cuss him out while they were taking me down in front of the barracks and all the way back across the lawn in front of the squadron headquarters. They put me in a truck and I was still cussing him. I cussed him all the way across. Then I blotted them all out, I just forgot about them. And they put me in jail. I wouldn't talk to any of them, I wouldn't say anything to anybody. So they said they were going to send me to a psychiatrist. They thought I was crazy. They fooled around for 2.5 months and court-martialed me. King told me he was giving me my discharge, a bad conduct discharge, and he said to me, "You're not going to be able to get a job when you get out of here, Seale. What the hell makes you think there were any jobs out there before I come here?" I said, and I laughed at him. "Well," he said, "you've got 5 minutes to get off this base. What are you going to do with the other 4 minutes and 59 seconds? I said, "'Cause it won't take me any time to get away from here." Because the colonel pulled that work thing on me, I decided not to let it impress me. I worked in every major aircraft plant and aircraft corporation, even those with government contracts. I was a top flight sheet metal mechanic. They would fire me after 2 months, when they found out about the bad conduct discharge. Places would hire me right away because they needed me, but 2 months or so later they'd find out. I worked at Kaiser Aerospace Electronics near Oakland for 6 months. They ran my papers through and came back and said that I'd lied on my discharge. "If I'd told you the truth, I wouldn't have had a job," I said. "Anyway, I'm doing your work. If you want to fire me, fire me. If you don't want to fire me, forget it, and I'll do the work." They needed somebody on the night shift out there and I knew the whole operation, so the engineer decided to quash it and he left me alone. This was on the Gemini missile project. I was doing non-destructive testing. It involves testing for microscopic cracks in metals by a complicated chemical and magnetic process. It's a neat trade to learn and I learned it clean. I quit that job 15 months later, because the war was going on and I felt I was aiding the government's operation. I wanted to go to Africa by that time. I was out with the government then and I had become very hip. When I was working at night, I was going to Merritt College in the day. When I was working in the day, I was going to Merritt at night. When jobs got scarce in 1959 to 1960 because of the steel strike, I did some drafting work. I could read a blueprint sideways, any kind of precision blueprint. I wanted to be an engineer when I went to college, but I got shifted right away since I became interested in American Black history and trying to solve some of the problems. During the court-martial they asked me what I thought about the civil rights movement. I hadn't known the significance of their question, but I was stupid and I had read something about the communists and I said, "Well, the communists are leading it, ain't they? It's funny the way people learn things, and things affect a person." All of 1959 and half of 1960 I was in Los Angeles. In 1960, I worked as a comedian off and on when I first went to Merritt College. I dropped out for 1 semester, but I went back in January of 1961 and I met Huey in September of 1962. That year I worked as a comedian in 2 or 3 clubs around Oakland and at private parties. I think comedians know a hell of a lot. They know a lot of things that are oppressive and wrong. I think that when I met Huey P. Newton, the experience of things I'd seen in the black community, killings that I'd witnessed, black people killing each other, and my own experience, just living, trying to make it, trying to do things, came to the surface. It came to the surface when I met Huey Newton at Merritt College. The last 9 years I've been in the struggle in one form or another. I meet Huey. Brother Huey P. Newton put the Black Panther Party into motion. Brother Huey is the Minister of Defense and leader of the Black Panther Party. He is presently a political prisoner, but he is still the philosophical theoretician, the practitioner, head director, and top official spokesman for the Black Panther Party. It is impossible to talk about the Black Panther Party without first talking about Huey P. Newton, because Brother Huey put it all into motion. We sometimes talk about the genius of Huey P. Newton. I met Huey P. Newton in the early 60s, during the Cuban blockade when there were numerous street rallies going on around Merritt Junior College in West Oakland. One particular day there was a lot of discussion about black people and the blockade against Cuba. People were out in front of the college, in the streets, grouped up in bunches of 200, 250, what have you. Huey was holding down a crowd of about 250 people and I was one of the participants. After he held the conversation down to what in those days they called shooting everybody down, that means wrapping off information and throwing facts, people would ask Huey a question or refer to something he said. They tried to shoot Huey down by citing some passage in a book concerning the subject matter being discussed, and before they knew it, Huey whipped out a copy of Black Bourgeoisie by E. Franklin Frazier and showed him what page, what paragraph, and corrected the person. I guess I had the idea that I was supposed to ask questions in college, so I walked over to Huey and asked the brother, weren't all these civil rights laws the NAACP was trying to get for us doing us some good? And he shot me down too, just like he shot a whole lot of other people down. He said, it's all a waste of money, black people don't have anything in this country that is for them. He went on to say that the laws already on the books weren't even serving them in the first place, and what's the use of making more laws when what was needed was to enforce the present laws. So all the money that the people were giving to Martin Luther King and the rest who were supposed to put these laws on the books for black people, was a waste of the black people's money. I was ready to accept that when he started citing many more facts to back up his point of view. Huey always brings out basic, practical things, that's the way he talks to you, that's the way he explains things to you. He gets to a point where you can't get around, so you have to face things. That's the kind of atmosphere I met Huey in. And all the conflicts of this meeting, all this blowing that was going on in the streets that day during the Cuban crisis, all of that was involved with his association with the Afro-American Association. A lot of arguments came down. A lot of people were discussing with 3 or 4 cats in the Afro-American Association, which was developing the first black nationalist philosophy on the West Coast. They got me caught up. They made me feel that I had to help out, be a part and do something, to help out some way. 1 or 2 days later I went around looking for Huey at the school, and I went to the library. I found Huey in the library, and I asked him where the meetings were. He gave me an address and told me that there were book discussions. And then he told me the name of the book they were discussing at the time, which was Black Bourgeoisie. Huey was a large influence on the whole campus. I got to know where Huey was on campus. I wasn't a running partner of Huey's then, but I was catching him on the streets. We would all wig out behind Brother Huey, and I guess everybody respected Huey's mind and also Huey's guts. He had something about him, that he didn't drive over people, but he would never let anyone drive over him. Especially in a violent and rowdy fashion because, I didn't know it at the time but I learned later, Huey had a kind of hidden reputation on the block with the brothers. There were cats all over East and West Oakland who had reputations for being bad, and they were known throughout the community for being bad. Huey didn't have this kind of reputation. The bad cats terrorized the community, and Huey terrorized the bad cats. You heard a lot of stories about Huey. Like one night at a party, Huey accidentally stepped on some brother's shoes, and Huey stepped back and he said, "Excuse me, brother." The brother, he was bad, one of those bad dudes, he said, "Motherfucker, 'scuse me, don't reshine my shoes." Huey knew his brothers very well. When the dude slid back to the side and dropped his arm slightly to the right, hanging behind his right thigh. Huey saw this. He knew this was the time to fire. Next thing you knew, Huey fired on him and decked him, and all the other bad dudes at the party who were this decked dude's friends or partners wanted to know who this cat thinks he is. And so they jumped up and said that Huey needs his ass kicked, and Huey told them, "I'll fight all of you one at a time or all of you at the same time, and you won't wait outside for me, I'll be waiting outside for you." And then he walked outside and waited and dared them to come outside. And this is something I think Huey understood too, that he would shock them because he was as bad as the noted dudes in the area. He shocked them because he had nerve enough to fight all of them. They would come outside and think they could get around him, or start sneaking around him to try and deck him, and the next thing you knew, Huey would come out with a 14 or 15-inch machete and he'd be righteously trying to whip heads and cut up some ass, and he would have niggers running everywhere. Huey also used to get into fights with his partners who rode in his car with him. About the time he was coming out of high school and was around 16 and a half or 17 years old, he had a car called the Gray Roach. Huey always hit a corner, his car speeding down the road. Once he turned the corner, and a block up there was a railroad crossing with a little red light swinging, signaling that a train was coming. There was also a big building right on the corner that you couldn't see around. Huey started speeding up. He didn't know exactly where that train was, but he knew it was around that building somewhere. The next thing you knew, Huey had driven straight over that railroad crossing, and all the dudes in the car were cussing him out. He tried to tell them he couldn't die. He said he didn't believe he could die, and why die 1,000 times, when you can only die once. Then Huey stopped the car, and he and his partners got out to fight. Afterwards, they all got back in the car. He kept driving and his partners would keep driving with him. I don't think Huey was trying to kill anybody. They were his partners, they rode with him and they liked the cat. They fought, but they kept riding with him. They would say he was crazy when he did things like that, but they thought his mind was out of sight. Most important, Huey would defend his partners, or whoever was with him. The brother was too much in his day, and all the cats knew it. I know some pimps and hustlers and righteous gangsters on the block who knew and respected Huey. Some of them were dudes Huey used to fight. He had gotten into some tight situations with some of them, and they knew that he'd vamp on them if they got wrong. One time, Huey walked into a liquor store to get some wine. You know how some brothers will be standing on the corner by the liquor store? He came back out and somebody said, "Hey nigger, give me some of that wine." Huey said, "Brother, you can have some of my wine, but don't be asking me like that, like you're going to take my wine." The dude launched to fire on Huey, so Huey stepped back and broke the bottle over his head. All the dudes were standing on the corner just looking at this one dude Huey had fired on. This led to one of the baddest fights that ever happened in West Oakland. Huey and a real bad dude named McElvin fought out there for half an hour. First Huey downed McElvin. Then McElvin downed Huey. It was a standoffish thing because all of Huey's boys stood off and sat back, and all of McElvin's boys did the same. I don't think McElvin's boys wanted to mess with Huey's boys, so they got on the fences and on the cars, and watched these two black men, both brothers off the block, thunder it out there in the street. They fought all across the street until they could hardly raise their hands to throw a lick. At one point, they were so tired that Huey would come up and get a couple of licks on McElvin and down him, then McElvin would get up and down Huey. Huey thought he had downed him finally, then walked away. He'd been drinking a lot of wine before the fight, so he got down on one knee in the middle of the street, and started throwing up all his wine. The next thing he knew, he was seeing stars. He found out later that he'd been kicked in the head. McElvin had gotten up without Huey noticing him. Huey felt himself rolling over the pavement, but he got up and came back at McElvin and downed him again. Eventually somebody called the pigs. That's the only thing that broke it up. The brothers saw a pig car coming down the street flashing its red light, and everybody split. Huey swore all up and down that the next time he saw McIlvaine he'd kill him, and McIlvaine swore that he was going to kill Huey. About 3 years later, Huey was walking down 7th Street in Oakland with a friend of his who had seen that fight. Huey's friend, Buddy, recognized McIlvaine as they approached him, but Huey didn't. McIlvaine had gotten a lot bigger. He'd been to the joint, and had been throwing iron up there. Buddy looked at Huey and said, "You know who this is, man?" Huey said he didn't. Then Buddy looked at McIlvaine and asked him, "You know who this is here with me?" "Nah," said McIlvaine. Then Buddy said, "Man, you dudes don't know each other." They each shook their heads, so Buddy said, "You niggers had one of the baddest fights that ever was fought in West Oakland." They looked at each other and McIlvaine said, "That's Newton, man. Damn." So Buddy said, "Y'all ready to bury the hatchet now?" Somehow or other they agreed to bury the hatchet and forget it and drink some wine together. When Huey was running around and living every day on the block with some of the toughest brothers, he was just as tough as the rest of them were. He'd fight it out with them and he survived in that environment. He was at school one day, and somebody said something about some chick he was going with, some white boy, and Huey walked up to him, and said, "I don't want to hear anything more about my relations with this girl." The white boy opened his mouth again, and Huey said, "I said that I don't want you to say any more or make any statements about my relations with this particular girl." The white boy opened his mouth again, and Huey decked him. Laid him out on the basketball court on the campus there. And that's when I liked the brother. He was a brother to you, to articulate things, explain things, and he could detect whether you were honest or dishonest, to some extent, or whether you were bullshitting or jiving. He's got some kind of intuition that he can detect this stuff about certain kinds of people. I could see Huey and say, "Man, loan me $1, and he'd let me hold $1, and he could see me and say, "Man, let me hold a couple of dollars." It was that kind of thing. I would run into him in a cafe or something, and he might be sitting down blowing about something, anything from law to black nationalist philosophy, how we were interrelated to the system, the decadence of it, and he would be blowing facts. He wouldn't just be cleaning up the walls. And if you knew Huey and liked Huey, you would be pro-Huey when it came to an argument, because you would know Huey was going to come up with some righteous facts, some righteous philosophical point of view to make you see what was going on. This is the way I saw him, and this is the way I've always thought of the cat. He's the kind of a cat you always respect. He's a kind-hearted person. You can't use his kindness, but hell, give it away. So you look at him and say, "What kind of cat is this? This brother here is something else." Huey breaks with the cultural nationalists. Among all the brothers, Huey was always respected for his insight. I've had a chance to meet a lot of the brothers he was partners with, and they always respected his ability, his perspective, and that he could explain things, how the system works against them. He could always give a valid reason why they were so right in whatever they did to try to survive. When Huey went to college, he never took over 8 or 9 units a semester, and he'd always make it a point to make A's or very good grades, but he didn't get the grades just because he was looking for a grade in college. Huey had a thing about going to school. It was an entertainment to his mind. But he explained the A's. A counselor told him when he got out of high school with D's, they more or less just rushed him through high school, that he wasn't supposed to be college material. His counselor told him, and he rejected the whole concept of these cats in these schools, these counselors, telling him that he wasn't college material. So, I saw it as him entertaining his mind, as he says, and trying to grasp something. And at the same time rejecting some white counselor, more than likely a racist, telling him that he couldn't do college. He always took 6 or 7 units and he always would go and get outside reading material. He would go forth to prove, give validity by researching the references that any particular author might have made, and some particular materials they might be using in the school. So in the classroom he was very up to date on things that were true and things that were false in any subject matter, and he could see whether the facts were valid. Intertwined with all these facts, of course, was the direct relation he had to black people, living in the confines of the decadent system. Black people surviving, black people knowing themselves, and black history. Huey took an experimental sociology course. I guess he'd been at Merit a few years then. This experimental sociology course, he was running down to me about how the course was for those in it to deal with some specific problem in society, and he swung the whole class to the need for black history in the schools. Huey P. Newton was one of the key people in the first black history course that was developed at Merritt College, along with many of the other people in the experimental sociology course. I remember him telling me about it, and I was enthused about it, because I had been doing quite a bit of black history study myself. So come next semester there was a Negro history course. I went and enrolled in the course and got Huey one day and asked him to come to the class, because the class was all jammed up. The cat that was teaching it didn't know what he was doing. He really wasn't teaching black history, he was teaching American history and reiterating slavery and the period of slavery, and the old traditional way they relate to black people in slavery. Huey come in the class one day, which was taught by Rodney Carlisle, a white instructor. Huey, as always, shot Carlisle down for his reference to Basil Davis and information concerning Africa, and Black Mother, and African slave trade. Set him down on the point of the piracy that initiated the slave trade. Huey gave inspiration to a lot of brothers and sisters to do a lot of in-depth study and realize the need to have knowledge of themselves as black people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About 3 years before this took place, I got into the Afro-American Association, and about 2 months later, Huey got out. I was wondering, why did Huey get out of the Afro-American Association? His partners, John Thomas and Richard Thorne, cats he knew around that time and ran with a lot, were college students. These dudes weren't dudes off the block. They also got out of the Afro-American Association. Huey began to explain how Donald Worden was using the Afro-American Association as a means to deceive black people. That Donald Worden was very up to date on a lot of historical facts, and used these facts to make black people see his program as being right. But Huey had finally seen through Donald Worden's program and had seen through Donald Worden. One day in San Francisco, Fillmore Street, some white gang a couple of stories up began to hang out the window, hollering cuss words and bull crap. Some of them came downstairs. They got to acting like they were gonna jump on somebody. Huey and another brother were there throwing hands and knocking cats on their ass while Donald Worden wouldn't help defend the principal. That's one thing about Huey, he stands on principles. Black nationalist philosophy at this time was interrelated with his principles. Somebody was gonna try to jump on the brothers on the street corner where the Afro-American Association was holding a rally. Huey just went on and got out there and started throwing hands. And that's when he began to find Donald Worden out, I think. From there, he began to explain how Donald Worden was exploiting the old church thing, preacher-type attitude and concept, to bring the people around, and start talking about buy black business. This was the real split in terms of the black nationalist philosophy at this time. Huey saw that more cooperative, socialistic type things were necessary for black people to use, to oppose the system. He would explain many times that if a black businessman is charging you the same prices or higher, even higher prices than exploiting white businessmen, then he himself ain't nothing but an exploiter. So why should black people go for this kind of system? And he's always dealt with it in this fashion. Coming on up the ladder, there were some long periods of time I didn't see Huey. Then one day I saw Huey and he was talking about a case he just beat. He defended himself in court and had beaten a petty theft case, and he was running it down how he got Olson. Olson was the dean of Merritt College. Dean Olson had got up on the stand and testified to the fact that he had called the police in to have Huey P. Newton arrested, and had the police bring Huey to his office because some patty boy over in the store had accused Huey of stealing a book. Huey explained to me that Olson had asked him if those were his books. Huey said, "Yes, this is my property." Right in front of the face of this cop. And Olson said, "Well, I'll just keep these books." And Huey said, "No, you won't keep those books. That's my property and I'll keep them myself. You called me in the office for something. I don't know what you want me for, but I'll keep my property." And Huey snatched the books back out of his hand and said, "If you want to arrest me, you'll have to arrest me, but I'm not going to stand here talking." And he walked right on out of the office. So the same thing came up on the stand, and Huey asked Olson on the stand, "Dean Olson, why didn't you have me placed under arrest if you thought I had stolen the books?" Dean Olson said, "Well, at that time, I just didn't know my rights as to whether or not I had the right to arrest you." Huey P. Newton looked at the jury, looked back at Dean Olson, and looked back at the jury, and said, "Mr. Olson, you're a dean at a college, have a PhD in education. Here I am a student in the college, learning my rights, and you've got a PhD, and you tell me you didn't know your rights." Huey went on to explain the impact he made on the jury with that point, and how they cut him loose. He became very, very famous, very well known, very notorious against anybody who'd done him wrong around the college. Well-liked cat, well-liked brother. Very friendly with people. And Huey had very human qualities about himself. There's another thing about Huey. I remember one time, there were some black nationalists, cultural nationalists, on the campus who used to project all this cultural nationalism. They were so engrossed in this cultural nationalism, they just hated white people simply for the color of their skin. This is where Huey and I got this thing about cultural nationalists. Huey had opened the door for a sister to go through. You know how a man opens the door for a woman? There happened to be a white girl, coming right behind the sister, and so the white girl walked in. So one of the cultural nationalists ran up to him and said, "How come you opened the door for that white girl?" And Huey turned around and looked at him. He said, "Look man, I'm a human being and I'm not a fool. I opened the door for the sister. There happened to be a white girl behind her. The white girl's not attacking me. She's not brutalizing me. So there's nothing wrong with me keeping the door open for her to pass through, too." And the cultural nationalists just went out of their minds, exaggerating the shit. That's just one point to show Huey's humanism toward all other human beings. This is the way he is. When I look back at some of the things that Huey was thinking at that time, and a lot of the things that Huey understood then, I know that I didn't understand them at the time, but I followed Huey because he clarified these things to me. The Seoul Students Advisory Council. I had been running with some cultural nationalists for around 2 or 3 years, the so-called West Coast Underground RAM. I got very frustrated with those cats. I didn't think they were going to do anything, and I became very discouraged about being able to work with them. They had a lot of paranoid hang-ups and they began to accuse me of things. They had so many bullcrap suspicions, I couldn't deal with them. I broke loose from those cats. I got mad at them one night and busted down their door. All the niggers hid behind their damn beds. At that point, I couldn't deal with them anymore because they wouldn't defend themselves, even against one little old me. There were 4 or 5 of them in the pad, but they ran hiding. I just didn't respect them anymore. I was thinking to myself, later for these dudes, I'm going to find myself a righteous partner to righteously run with. I really hadn't seen Huey for over a year now. One night I was just sitting on the street in front of James Oliver's house, about half a block up the street from Merritt College, and Huey came by. I didn't know who it was at first. I was sitting there in the car, drinking a beer or something, and Huey flashed a little flashlight through the window. I think he recognized my car. I had seen him walking down the street a couple of times, but I think he knew I had that car. I said, "What's happening, man?" I said to myself, now this is who I ought to be running with. I had wanted Huey to be a part of the same cultural nationalist group I'd been running with, and these dudes didn't want Huey to be a part of the organization. At first I couldn't figure out why, but I remember I had asked Huey to come up to the pad, and after he left, silly-ass Kenneth Freeman sat up and said some bull crap about Huey P. Newton comes from a bourgeois family. Huey P. Newton was raised up righteously on the block, and of course, Kenny Freeman was the one who came from the bourgeois family. He was also saying, "The dude's high, man." I said, "Well, what's the difference? He gets a little loaded off of something, and I drink whiskey." As I think about it, I don't think Kenny Freeman liked us field niggers too much. I don't think he dug us at all. Because he knew Huey was the type of dude who didn't take no shit, and I figure he had a little egotistical bourgeois fear about Huey kicking motherfuckers' asses and the way Huey articulates things. Huey came walking up that night with that flashlight and I said, this is who I need to be running with, old brother Huey. This brother can righteously run it down, and don't take no shit from nobody. This brother will stand with you, and this is the way I felt about the brother, knowing him for those years that I'd been, knowing him, about 4 or 5 years by then. I started talking to the brother about the struggle, and I think he must have recognized that I was well frustrated with those cultural nationalists I'd been running with, the so-called underground ram. One day I went over to his house and asked him if he had read Fanon. I'd read Wretched of the Earth 6 times. I knew Fanon was right and I knew he was running it down, but how do you put ideas like his over? Huey was laying up in bed, thinking, plotting on the man. I knew what he was doing. He used to tell me how he was plotting to make himself some money on the man. He was always involved with day-to-day survival like the average brother on the block. He said no, he hadn't read Fanon. So I brought Fanon over one day. That brother got to reading Fanon, and man, let me tell you, when Huey got a hold of Fanon, and read Fanon, Huey'd be thinking hard. We would sit down with Wretched of the Earth and talk, go over another section or chapter of Fanon, and Huey would explain it in depth. It was the first time I ever had anybody who could show a clear-cut perception of what was said in one sentence, a paragraph, or chapter, and not have to read it again. He knew it already. He'd get on the streets. We'd be walking down the street and get in some discussion with somebody, and throughout the process of this discussion and argument, Huey would be citing facts, citing that material, and giving perception to it. At that time he was giving the same basic concepts as he's giving now, but now he's in a wider and broader area, because he's had a lot of experience in leadership in the Black Panther Party. His development now is at the head of the revolutionary struggle. But he always had this vast ability to do things along with a proper perspective, and he could run it down and get things going. Huey was one for implementing things, and I guess this is where the Black Panther Party really started. Because once Huey got hung on that, he started explaining how we had to get something going. Before the Black Panther Party came the Seoul Students Advisory Council. Some of the other cultural nationalists in the college and a couple that I'd broken up with and got tired of messing with, they were jiving to me, and are still jiving, some of them came around. They were talking about starting some organization, a school campus organization. Well, Huey and I got interested in the thing, and a couple of other cats, Virtual Morel and Alex Papillion. We started talking about organizing what we named a little while later, Seoul Students Advisory Council. We structured the thing in such a way where we really practiced ultra-democracy among ourselves. At the same time, Huey wanted to make the thing very meaningful, so the so-called central group of the Seoul Students Advisory Council consisted of Virtual Morel, Alex Papillion, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton, Isaac Moore, and a couple of jive cultural nationalists around there. Huey and I decided we were going to try and make the thing work, to develop a college campus group, and to help develop leadership, to go to the black community and serve the black community in a revolutionary fashion. I was with Huey all the way. So Soul Students was moving along, and meanwhile, Huey and I and Alex Papillion and Virtual Morel put out a lot of hard work into getting a few things off the ground. The draft of black men was a big thing on the college campuses. Of course, just the draft itself became a high controversy. But we had just begun talking about the draft of black men. We organized one of the biggest rallies ever held at Merritt College, where 500 or 600 black people attended, and ran it down. From there, Huey, Virtual, Alex, and myself were known as the leaders of the Soul Students Advisory Council. Huey and I and Weasel, one of the brothers on the campus, were all sitting in the car one night. We decided we wanted to buy some records by T-Bone Walker, Lightnin' Hopkins, and Howlin' Wolf, these down-home brothers. I suggested that we go up to the Cal campus because up around there they have more LPs of T-Bone Walker, Howlin' Wolf, and all the brothers, than they have in the regular black record shop. We started walking down the street on Telegraph toward the Forum, a restaurant up there. We were about a block from the Forum, when the brothers asked me to recite one of them poems I always liked. One of them was named, Burn, Baby, Burn. The other was Uncle Sammy Call Me Fulla Lucifer. I was walking down the street reciting Burn, Baby, Burn, all the way down till we got to the next block, and then Huey and Weasel asked me to recite that other poem, Uncle Sammy Call Me Fulla Lucifer. So I got to reciting that poem. I said 2 or 3 words, and when we got in front of the Forum, across the street, one of the brothers, Weasel, got over and picked a chair up. He said, "Here, Bobby, stand on this." So we set the chair up by the curb there, and I got on the chair and hollered, "Uncle Sammy Call Me Fulla Lucifer." When I said that, I went on to recite the rest of the poem. Then someone said, "Do it again. Run it down again, man." So I got to the part of the poem where it said, "You school my naive heart to sing red, white and blue stars and stripes songs." Some uniformed pig cop walked up. He stood around 10 or 12 feet away. I said, "You school my naive heart to sing red, white and blue stars and stripes songs and to pledge eternal allegiance to all things blue, true, blue-eyed blonde, blonde-haired, white chalk white skin with USA tattooed all over." Man, when I said that, this cop walks up and says, "You're under arrest." I got down off the chair, said, "What are you talking about? You're under arrest." "Under arrest for what? What reason do you have for saying I'm under arrest?" And he says, "You're blocking the sidewalk." And I say, "What do you mean I'm blocking the sidewalk? I'm standing over here." I noticed Huey, standing to my left. Next thing I know, some people started grabbing on me. "You under arrest, you under arrest." I started snatching away from them, man. Next thing I know, Huey was battling up there, and 3 paddies had me down, tied down onto the ground. One of the paddies that had hold of me, Huey knocked him in the head a couple of times, and a couple of other brothers stomped on the paddies. I got loose. A big fight was going on. But boy, they say Huey whipped up some motherfuckers up there. They say Huey was throwing hands. That's why I say Huey or his partners, he always went down with them. It's just one of them things. He just relates to any brothers he's with. He doesn't let anybody mess over his partners, or whoever he's running with. That's the way he is. That's the way he is with his people, against this racist decadent system. That's the way he gets with any human being who tries to hurt him or his friends. And his people and his family. That was a big thing. Huey and I got busted that night. I fooled around and got busted a block away from the thing. Since we were the leaders of the Soul Students Advisory Council at the time, and Huey and I had to have a lawyer, Virtual Morel went to the SSAC treasury, got $50 and gave us $25 apiece to secure ourselves lawyers after we got bailed out. It took us 3 days to get Huey bailed out of jail. He was on probation and at first his probation officer put a hold on him, but later cut the hold loose. 3 weeks after Huey was bailed out, some brother got busted right in front of our car. Huey was getting ready to vamp on the pigs because he knew the brother wasn't doing a thing. He was a citizen, just standing around observing, about 10 or 12 feet away from our car, and the cops went up to him and wanted to bust him for nothing. Huey said, "We've got some money in the SSAC treasury. We're going to bail this brother out." Me and Alex Papillion held Huey back. More pigs came up and they made me and Alex line up against the wall, and drew pistols on us. Then they arrested the brother who had just been standing around. So we went and bailed the brother out. We were going to use the SSAC to begin learning how to serve our community. The brother got busted on a bullshit tip for no reason. "Bail the brother out," we said. We hit the streets. A short while later we had a meeting of the SSAC involving about 200 people who were very concerned about where the SSAC was going. The cultural nationalists had spread it around all over the campus that we were doing the council wrong. They accused us of stealing money from the treasury. In fact, money wasn't stolen. It was being used for bail and to secure lawyers for me and Huey. The cultural nationalists also accused us of accepting money from a white man. We got the money from Bob Seale, a former Ramparts editor who was running for Congress. Seale had come up and asked us for support, and we said we didn't feel it was necessary to support anybody in the political arena because we didn't think they could voice our opinions adequately. We asked Seale for $100, which he gave us. There weren't any strings attached to the money. We just said, "We need $100 to help get things off the ground here at Merritt College." We felt we knew what we wanted to do, because Huey had already run it down to the central group of the SSAC that we had to arm ourselves. This was way before we organized the Black Panther Party, maybe 11 months before. Huey had run it down, to Douglas Allen, to Isaac Moore, to Kenny Freeman, and to Ernest Allen, that what we needed to do was to involve the black community. Huey understood the meaning of what Fanon was saying about organizing the lumpen proletariat first, because Fanon explicitly pointed out that if you didn't organize the lumpen proletariat, if the organization didn't relate to the lumpen proletariat and give a base for organizing the brother who's pimping, the brother who's hustling, the unemployed, the downtrodden, the brother who's robbing banks, who's not politically conscious, that's what lumpen proletariat means, that if you didn't relate to these cats, the power structure would organize these cats against you. Huey said to all these cats on the Central Committee of the SSAC that we are going to have to show the brothers on the block that we have an organization that represents the community, and we're going to have to show it in a real strong fashion. So Huey suggested to the central group that we bring these brothers off the block, openly armed, onto the campus and bring the press down. We could reach the community and show them, on Malcolm X's birthday, May 19th, that Malcolm X had advocated armed self-defense against the racist power structure, and show the racist white power structure that we intend to use the guns to defend our people. All these cultural nationalists, these underground ram bastards, all of them, were scared and rejected it. And I even have to say that Virtual Morel wasn't too hot on it. Even Alex Papillion wasn't too hot on it. The only people hanging onto it were Huey P. Newton leading it and me, following Huey P. Newton because I dug brother Huey, because I felt I knew what the hell he was talking about, because at this time, he was explaining to me that you implement through practice, not just through a bunch of words, what Fanon was talking about. Huey was running down that the law says that every man has the right to arm himself, by the Second Amendment of the jive-ass Constitution of the United States. He says that we are going to exhaust that, because in the end, the man will say that we don't have a Second Amendment of the Constitution. That's very important to understand. So when Huey said, "Let's exhaust it now," he meant relate specifically to what Malcolm X was thinking, don't relate to the personality of Malcolm so much, and relate more to what Malcolm X was saying to do. This is what Huey was trying to implement within the confines of the Soul Students, quite a while before the Black Panther Party got started. All these cats rejected it. Douglas Allen, the rest of them, they were scared. They were shook. Huey defined them as a bunch of scared cowards. This is when we really, began to pick our bone with these cultural nationalist cats in the SSAC. They accused us of stealing money, and then rejected this idea about the guns and arming the people. They started accusing us, and they were trying to act bad on the campus like they were bad dudes off the block. You get these cultural nationalists that think they're badder than anybody else. So Huey says, if they think they're bad, we're going to get our shit. I had a 9mm pistol, and Huey called up his boys, the pimps, thugs off the block, and he called up his nephew, who, like the brothers on the block, just liked to fight. They don't like to do much of anything but fight, and they liked Huey and they respected Huey's ideas, so we stacked a whole session there, that whole last day session. That was the day Huey and I resigned from the SSAC, with the brothers off the block, and Huey said, come on up here. These niggers think they're bad. We're going to show them if they're bad. We came off in there, and we had guns and sweaters and shit. Buddy Boy was there with a couple of his boys, and one of Huey's nephews, with his 9 or 10 brothers off the block and some more of his cousins. We were going to kick ass that day. But the cultural nationalists sloughed it off and got pissed off and scared because they knew we meant business. Huey was in the back room and I was up there, standing around 10 or 12 feet from Isaac Moore. Isaac Moore started talking about telling me to sit down. I told him, you come over here and make me sit down, because I knew I had a 9mm for his ass. Isaac Moore was supposed to know a little bit of karate, but if he got acting bad I was going to prove to the nigger that karate don't judo chop buckshots and pistol bullets. Huey was in the back room and he asked Kenny Freeman to come out of the corner, and Kenny Freeman backed his ass up, sat down, and kept quiet, because, you know, Huey P. Newton was a motherfucker. He doesn't like anybody to fuck over his friends. Huey has a thing, he gives. He's true, he's fair, and he likes to rive, but he won't let nobody fuck over that. And that's what Kenny Freeman was trying to do, fuck over the fact that Huey will give things out. Huey never lets anybody mess over anything that he's ready to give to the people, or give to anyone. That is his fairness, his trueness. Kenny Freeman couldn't understand that Huey was ready to give, and Huey's dedication was to the people. They talked all that shit about us stealing money and swayed the Jive College intellectuals to think that we were stealing money. We told the fuckers we weren't stealing money, that we took the money and bailed out one brother, and Virtual Morel said, I took $50, and gave $25 to Huey P. Newton and $25 to Bobby to secure themselves a lawyer for that shit that happened up on Telegraph. The cultural nationalists have their minds so fucked up in the system and in pawn to the system that they couldn't believe it. They didn't want to believe it. They wanted to be treacherous and chicken shit, like the power structure, with their minds in pawn to the system. That's how they have a tendency to project themselves. So Huey and I jumped up, and we said, well, fuck it. We resign. We're going to the black community and we intend to organize in the black community and organize an organization to lead the black liberation struggle. Huey ran all that down to them. We don't have time for you, he said. You're jiving in these colleges. You're hiding behind the ivory-walled towers in the college, and you're shucking and you're jiving. This was the real break with the SSAC that Huey established. So we left and said, later for the punks, jive motherfuckers at the college. We just went to the streets, where we should have been in the first place. Those 4 or 5 years that preceded this showed us that, and Huey, the brother off the block, had never really left the streets at all. When we decided to go to the streets, it was all based basically on one thing, that Huey P. Newton was ready to go to the streets. Before Huey decided to leave college, he had wanted to implement things there, and educate those on the college level to the necessity of bringing the brothers off the block to the college level, and relating those college skills to the streets. This was Huey's objective, because he saw the necessity of this happening. But at the same time, Huey also realized that if the college boys didn't want to come on the streets, later for them. And that's how it happened. The college boys, the cultural nationalists, all the bullshit, jiving dudes who articulate bullshit all the time and don't ever want to get into the real practice of revolutionary struggle, the black liberation struggle in this country, Huey'd say, well, later for them. We'll go to the streets. And I'd say, Huey, I'm with you, brother. Let's go on and do it. So, we went on out into the streets, and that was it. All the passages that Fanon has covered, Huey covered. We used to underline them. I wish I had the books right now with the passages we underlined, everything that Fanon said about violence and the spontaneity of violence, how spontaneous violence educates those who are in a position with skills to lead the people to what needs to be done. Fanon ran the cultural nationalists down cold. He talked about them like they were dogs. This is why many of the cultural nationalists have really, in fact, thrown Fanon's book to the side. Malcolm X talked about organization and doing things, and righteously going out there and doing it. The cultural nationalists, on the other hand, wanted to sit down and articulate bullshit, while Huey P. Newton wanted to go out and implement stuff. This is very important. This is the difference, the line of demarcation, in fact, between the revolutionaries and those who are jiving in the confines of the ivory walls, the ivory towers of the college. Huey and I began to talk about a lot of things. We really began to get very intense in how this thing was going to go and how we thought it should go. We had been rejected by people at San Francisco State, Merritt College and on the Berkeley campus, because we talked and emphasized the necessity of arming the people with guns. The cultural nationalists and many of the leading white liberals, they look at it like, you can't pick up guns. It's impossible to pick up guns. This is what they want to emphasize. This is what you could infer from all their rhetoric. But Huey said, no, you must pick up guns, because guns are key. Using the poverty program. In June 1966, the summer before the Black Panther Party was actually organized, I took a job at the North Oakland Neighborhood Anti-Poverty Center, as a foreman in the summer youth work program. The job paid $660 or $670 a month. I had previously worked in a poverty program and had been fired because I was teaching the youth Black history and teaching them not to be sucked in by the $1.35 an hour that they were given. I tried to get them not to think in Uncle Tomish ways but always to think in ways related to Black people in the Black community surviving and Black people in the Black community unifying. Through working in the poverty programs I was able to meet a lot of the young cats who would later become lumpen proletarians. The same summer, Huey was a community organizer, so Huey and I were together quite often. Huey knew quite a few of the older cats in the community. Because of his articulateness, he was always welcomed by the brothers in the community who were generally referred to as hoods and criminals. This summer work program provided jobs for about 125 girls and 75 boys. They worked in the community cutting lawns, cutting hedges, digging up grounds, etc. They were supposed to do repairs on fences and steps and things like that, but the equipment wasn't available. There were 4 such programs, so only 400 kids were employed by the poverty program in Oakland. My objective in the program was to teach Black American history if I could, and teach them also some degree of responsibility, not teach them responsibility in old establishment terms, but in terms of their own people living in the community. In the poverty program the young brothers many times would try to be slick and think they were pimps, or think they could out-gamble or out-talk or out-rap anybody. Some of them would fool around and carry knives, and I'd have to hip them about the knife carrying. In working with the poverty program, I never wanted to use the authoritarian type old school tactics which I had rejected, and I knew these young brothers rejected. They drank wine, shot dice, and things like that. I knew there was a way to reach these brothers because I wasn't too much different from them. I knew how to drink wine, how to shoot dice, play cards, and chase women. Sometimes I caught cats playing cards and I'd have to make them stop. I'd say, "You cats can't play cards, man, because you've got a job to do." But generally I refused to be authoritarian. I did a lot of things that weren't conventional. I tried to make the brothers understand that they had a right to set a price on their labor. I knew that in the future they probably would be workers, especially if we ever changed the system. If I had 10 cats on a job, I would say, "All right, you've got 6 hours of work today. You get 1 hour for lunch. Now if all you cats get together and do this job, you can do it in 4 hours. I know you can do it easily in 4 hours. Then I'd say, I'll let you off for the next 2 hours, and I'll see to it that you still get your pay for the entire 6 hours. The administrators up there probably didn't know what I was doing, but I was trying to make the young cats respect their labor. At the same time, I was trying to make them respect responsibility, and to go ahead and do things. This is related a lot to my past. When I was younger, about 13 or 14 years old, my mother would say, "Make up the bed and clean your room." My brother and I would loll around for half an hour or 45 minutes, trying to sneak outside and trying to get out of it. Then one day, I figured it out and I said, "Hell, we could have cleaned up the room in 10 or 15 minutes, made the bed up, and been gone." I was using this discovery I had made as a kid to show these brothers that with the labor they produce, if they really get on it and get down to it, they could really do the job. Every once in a while, I'd catch a lazy cat. When I'd catch one, I'd go to where he was working and go right to work, and we'd work real hard, and really start getting things cleaned up. Instead of trying to dock the pay or fire the lazy cat, I'd get all the other brothers together, and by me working too, I'd try to show them. Then the rest of the brothers would be falling behind me and they would ridicule the lazy cat. This was a means by which a lot of the cats could begin to see that they could get things done. Mr. Allen, the director of the poverty program, came from the old school, very strict and very hard. He wanted to do right, but his ideas and his notions related to old, conservative people. In essence, they say, do what the system says to do and you'll be all right. But that isn't the truth at all. Sometimes Mr. Allen would find things out and he would dock a cat's pay. The young brothers really try to be slick. They try to run jive games and they don't realize that all the people aren't foolish. The very first day, I got all the cats in the room and the first thing I did was run down a little black history to them. I kind of stimulated their interest a little and I recited, "Burn, Baby, Burn," by Marvin Jackman. The poem was a catchy little thing, but a lot of cats were never able to explain that poem in terms of the political, social, and economic repression of black people. The poem's meaning is that the soul of a black man must bring up enough courage to rebel and resist. If they understood that poem, they would begin to have a revolutionary, political ideology. They would see, as the Black Panther Party has, that spontaneous uprisings are not what's happening. But, as Fanon said, violence can be a strength and a weakness. The violence of the many riots that occurred before the Black Panther Party was conceived was a strength in producing an organization like the Panther Party and also made other organizations more determined to seek a better, more revolutionary ideology to guide the people. They could see that so many people were getting killed just because they were without organization. Well, I more or less explained that poem to the brothers and sisters. I recited the poem and they checked it out. Then I recited, "Uncle Sammy called me full of Lucifer." This is by a cat named Ronald Stone back in New York. I recited these poems to the brothers in a very dramatic way. Then I explained to them that this is the reason the man has really got you down and you're making $1.35 an hour. All you cats who are from 16 to 21, I said. He's paying you $1.35 an hour because he knows your soul. He knows that you have moved to resist this system. I'm trying to show you that you don't have to move to resist this system in that fashion anymore. They dug the poem. On Saturdays there was an education thing for an hour or two, and then there was a baseball game. The young cats would get paid for coming to the 4-hour session on Saturdays. After the early morning education class, some cats wouldn't go play baseball. They'd sit down and start playing blackjack, or some other card game. Bobby Hutton was one of those cats. I first met little Bobby when a friend of his brought him around and asked me if I could get him a job. I said, yeah, there's 3 or 4 more spots open down there. They ought to have enough money to give you a job. Bobby said he was 16 years old, but I knew he wasn't 16. I could tell by his face, but I said, I'll just say he's 16 and let him have his job, because he needs a job. His partner had told him, we got a foreman that's something else. This is what I heard. And his partner said, I know he'll give you a job. He really digs all the brothers. One Saturday nobody in that whole program wanted to play baseball. So I said, well, you cats can't gamble without me. I know all of you are thinking you can out-gamble me. So let's get it on down then. They were betting nickels and dimes. Now what are you gambling for anyway? I said. You don't need to be gambling because the whole operation is always against you. Oh man, you don't know what you're talking about, baby. You're just one of those jive squares, Bobby. So you think gambling is where it's at, huh? I said. So I thought to myself, now, I don't believe these brothers are too hip. I'm going to have to teach them just a little bit of a lesson. They were playing blackjack, so I got in the game, a nickel and a dime, a nickel and a dime. Then I said, let's raise the stakes. Let's raise the stakes, baby. I can't win no money, man. You cats are making big money. The cats were just sitting there. A quarter, man. A quarter, I said. What kind of gamblers are you? Are you all tight, chintzy, jive, gamblers? So the cat who had the deal said, bet a quarter, if you want to bet a quarter. I said, bet a half. He said, bet a half. I said, right on time. I hit down and bet a half, and I lost about 15 halves. Finally I got to deal. I had lost almost all of the $10 I had with me. So I said, all right. Who's gonna go against me with this piece of money? I had 75 cents on me. I said, here's 75 cents right here. One of the brothers says, I'll go. I said, all right, let's deal one hand. Boom. We dealt one hand, and I won it. I said, who's gonna go with me against this $1.50 I got here? Everybody's saying, this motherfucker. They were thinking that I had to lose. I could have lost, but I had a little piece of luck. I won and I built the pile up to about $5.00.1 said, all right now, the sky is the limit. Anybody can bet anything they want to. Anything they want. A cat ran out of money. He said, I want to play payday stakes. Payday stakes, I said. I'll take anything. I'm taking all bets coming in this way right here. Come in round the board, baby. Can you hear me? I ran it on down and flipped all the cards out. That's when I really started winning, but I lost the damn deal. So I lost the deal and the game is spirited with payday stakes. So I said, the sky's the limit. One cat was going to be slick. What will you bet? He asked me. I'll bet $100, I said. The other cats said, right on time. That old Bobby makes that old $650 a month. I'm gonna get me some of that money. $100, $100, I said. Boom. I won. This cat didn't want any more part of it. So I went down to another cat and got him. I went and played a few more hands. I was running the game, and things were getting tight with the little change they had left on them. I finally got caught by another cat. I said, $100. I lost. Bet another 100, I said. I lost. Payday stakes, I said. Bet another $100. I lost. I lost 5 more hands. I was about $700 in debt. This cat had a shit-eating grin all over his face, man. He didn't know what to do. So he just giggled, and all the other dudes, they wanted to deal, because they figured I was a fool. We went on again. Payday stakes. $100. Lost again. Payday stakes. $100. Lost once more. Then I got a blackjack, and won back the deal. Payday stakes, I said. Oh, man, they all said. Oh man, nothing, I said. I played payday stakes with you. Now you can play payday stakes back with me. I make the most money anyway in this motherfucking thing. Now what are you guys gonna do? Sit up here and jive like a bunch of little jive chicken shits? Squirming? Or are you going to gamble like men? You say you can gamble. I was really going to teach them a lesson then, because I was always going to outbet them. We went way out to the benches in the middle of the park, and we sat down and really started gambling. We had about 15 cats there. All the cats who thought they were slick wanted to gamble. I kept the deal, and after a while, I must have had 2 of them $2,000 in debt to me. So, I told the cats, now you're gamblers, aren't you? They said, yeah. Now see what I've been doing to you cats. I said. I've been outbetting you. I had one cat there $1,000 in the hole. What you need to do is bet $2,000 next time. Bet $2,000, man, I said. Come on, all of you cats that are in the hole here. Come on now. Some of you have got to win. Now I've got you $600 in the hole, I pointed at one. You, $500, you, $300. I had all these cats in the hole, and I told them they had to righteously bet, so the cats upped their bets, and I won every hand, man. I won every hand. They didn't want to play anymore. I said, come on, man. What's the matter? They got to jiving. I don't make as much money as you do. I can't pay that kind of money. You're going to pay me, I said. Don't be jiving me. You're going to pay me because I get your checks. I'm the one who gives you your checks. You understand that? I'm the one who puts your hours on the books. I was serious with them, too. I sounded very serious with them. Then, I said, all right. I might cut it down on some of you, because I know you can't pay it. But you cats are going to pay me. You're going to pay me every bit of it. I don't want to have no shit out of none of you. Man, they were kind of teed off. Payday was coming up that Monday. They got paid twice a month, on the 15th and the last of the month. So when payday came, I got them all together. I had their names written down in a book. I had their checks put aside especially. Come on brothers, I said. Let's go. Get in the truck. Get in the truck. I put them all on the special crew and * took them all down to the bank, and handed their checks out. I said, all right now. You owe me, $2,000, right? The cat says, yeah. All right, I said, I want half of your check, and that'll be the end of the debt. Really, man? Yeah, I said, the end of the debt. Now here's your check. Cash it. So what I did was prorate everybody who owed me less than that. Some cats only wound up paying me a couple of dollars. But the thing is, after that I told them, Now don't be gambling no more. The house will beat you. I been to Reno. I know, man. The house will beat you. That's going to teach you a lesson. I took that money and donated it back and turned it toward a big party they had. Then with some of the cats who were 21 years old, I bought them all the beer they wanted for the rest of the summer. Another time I caught some of them drinking wine on the job. I saw 2 of them sitting in a car and sipping from a bottle. I called to the brother who was supervising the job. I said, "Hey man. You see these dudes right here? They were sitting out there hiding the wine bottle. You see these dudes, man?" The cat who is supposed to be supervising looks at me. "Man," I said, "these punks are sitting up there jiving and fucking off, man, and they're not doing any work and it's your fault. But the most killing thing about it is that they have some wine in the car, man." The supervisor thought I was getting halfway serious, but he knew me a little bit, so he started laughing and grinning. I said to the dudes in the car, "Okay now. Open the door, and get out of that car." I told the supervisor, the 21-year-old cat, I said, "These cats have this wine and wouldn't give us any. They wouldn't give us a bit, man. So now that they've drunk half the wine out of the bottle, the rest belongs to me and you, doesn't it, brother?" He agreed. "Is that all right with you, brother?" I asked one of the dudes who had been drinking. He says, "Yeah, man, okay." So we checked around and we drank the wine. Then we said, "Everything's all right. You all go on back to work, all right?" They said, "All right, man." This was toward the beginning of the job. They thought that I was going to turn them in. What I was trying to do was show the brothers that they have to take more responsibility, but I was trying to do it with a different technique, instead of pouncing on their heads. I knew that those kids had been drinking wine before they ever met me. When you roll it in on them fast, like the authorities do, and beat their heads, and put them down, they only want to do it more. So the thing was to catch them with the wine, and let them know that they weren't being slick, that they weren't hiding from anybody, and have them go back to work. Now if I had thrown the wine away and spilled it all on the ground, the cats would have hated me. I'd have despised a cat who threw all the wine away myself. This is the kind of general relationship that I built up with the brothers. Some of the brothers who got caught doing different things got docked on their pay occasionally. Sometimes I'd leave the pay docked, but a lot of times I'd take the docked pay off if I saw that the cat was really trying to go ahead and do his work. One of the more significant things I tried to do, was to get the dudes to do the jobs real quick and do them efficiently. This would leave some time over to sit down and talk about the history of black people and the experience of black people, and how the system was really against us, and how we had to grow up and be more functional. Bobby Hutton originally said he didn't want to go back to school, but through the summer program, I talked him into going back. Of course, when he did go back to school, he got kicked out again. I was still working on another job down at the same poverty center, and he came up and told me. I talked him into going back a second time, but a week or so later he got kicked out again. He asked me to get him a job in the poverty center. So I said, "Yeah, that would be better than running the streets, because that's what's going to happen to you, man." The pigs busted him one day and he told them that he was trying to get a job down at the corner, and the pigs dropped him off in front of the poverty office. I happened to be out there. I told them, "Yeah, I'm trying to get him a job here." I think they busted him with a beer can or something. So I got the head supervisor at the place to get him a job. Some of the other brothers in that program were among the initial members of the party, but Bobby Hutton was the very first member of the Black Panther Party. What was significant to me about that summer program was that I had built up such a good relationship with the young brothers. One of the things that hurt that poverty operation was that they were always trying to get the kids to do things by pulling that authoritarian stuff. They were citing the Marquis of Queensbury's rules and stuff like that. And half of those brothers couldn't even read. Some of them were already out of high school. Some of them were dropouts, and some of them had already graduated, the 18-year-olds and the 19-year-olds, but many of them couldn't even read. Trying to teach those cats was tough. Most of the sisters could read. The brothers could read words like this, that, did, done, days, though, etc., but their general reading level wasn't any higher than that. Most of the brothers were from the streets. They wanted to be slick, they wanted to be pimps, they were trying to get them a piece from some of the sisters all the time. It was hard, but I was able to encourage them to go and sit in the writing and reading classes that went along with the program. The work crews had to come in for a certain number of hours. They'd go to a class for an hour or two and go back out. I tried to give them some insight into the values of reading and the values of learning, along with Black history. I'd try to help the cats understand that it was all related. Police-community relations. Our best experience in dealing with the power structure in that program came when somebody in the Department of Human Resources downtown set up a tour of police headquarters for our center. Mr. Allen, the head of the program, said, "Mr. Seale, the young ladies and fellows on the whole crew here will be going down to police headquarters tomorrow." That was Friday. I said, "Police headquarters?" He said, "Yeah, they have a tour down there, and they want them to come down and tour the police station so they can understand the city government better, and so the police department can establish better human relations with the community." Well, I said, "Okay. I'll see to it that they all get down there tomorrow." I thought to myself, if those brothers and sisters get down there and get to talking with too many of those policemen, those cats are going to get themselves busted. I knew they were always in and out of jive, petty crimes. A lot of times, I put them on jobs somewhere in town, a crew of 10 or 12, and they might try to shoplift from a corner store or something like that. One time I had to go in and talk the man into not having them arrested because they had been in there stealing the man's stuff, when they had money in their pockets. I had to show them that it wasn't necessary to be ripping things off, when they had money in their pockets. Petty crimes can jack you up, I told them. Not that I'm on the side of the system, I said, but when you've got something going for yourself, you should use that as a functional thing. As much as you possibly can. The next day I thought I'd drop back by there because I knew these brothers. They'd go down there and steal even if they had $50 in their pockets. So I drove by there, and sure enough there were two of them in the store. No sooner do I walk in than I saw somebody sticking a bag of cookies up under his belt. The cat came outside. I say, "Hey, man, come here. I thought I told you, man, not to be jiving around here, jiving and stealing. This old man wants nothing more than to arrest you cats on a bullshit tip." Then I asked him, "Now how much money have you got on you? I'll buy you a beer. Tell me how much you've got on you." "Oh man. What's wrong with you, man? You out of your mind?" "No, I'm not out of my mind, man. You ain't got sense enough to see that this old stupid man here is going to get some cop." I pulled on his coat and took the cookies back to the man. Then I said to the cat, "Now come over here. Walk back there and apologize to the man." "Man, you out of your mind?" He turned around and walked out. I thought to myself, well, maybe I shouldn't have done that. So I went out there and said to him, "Look, man, maybe I was wrong in telling you to apologize, but what I'm trying to do is to keep the man from calling up. He's mad, man. He wants to call up and bust 9 or 10 of you cats who are working down here. I've got another job up the street from this place," I said. 9 or 10 more cats are going to be working in this general area. You all are going to come to this jive store, and the next thing I know, you all are going to get busted on a bullshit tip, because you don't have sense enough to see that you've got money in your pocket and cookies don't cost that much." "Yeah, I guess you right, Bobby. You right, man. Shit. I'm a fool. I said, you sure are, if you keep that up, brother. Right, they said and split. We had to go down to the police station on Friday, so I got everybody together Thursday evening. I went around to all the jobs and picked up half the cats. Look, tomorrow you cats are going down to the police station for a tour, I said. The cats say, police station. They said that really turned offish. Yeah, man, I said. Bobby, what you doing, man? Man, it ain't me, I said. I don't want to go down to no jive police station. Some of the sisters said, shoot, I don't want to be going way down there to see old fools. But one little girl said, I want to go down there. I want to see what it's like. Half of them wanted to go and half of them didn't. The half that did want to go, wanted to go just out of curiosity. Well, we're going anyway, I said. This is one of the tours, and you cats have got to go, so we'll go. But when you get down there, don't be talking to no policemen. They are going to try to ask you questions. I know the cops. They're going to try to ask you questions in some kind of way, about yourself, gangs, and people in the community, so they can focus in on you cats. That's trying to use you like Germany used little kids, I told them, although it's not that heavily organized. But I know them. Don't answer any questions. Just observe things there and whatever the tour is about. I don't know what it's about, but I'll be with you. All right, man. Right, I said. Right. Okay, man. Beautiful. We bussed down to the police station the next day. We went inside, and they took us into a big room, a kind of police room. It had a lot of chairs in it. Some lieutenant who was the head of the juvenile division was sitting up there, along with the chief of police. This lieutenant jumped up and said, well, it's good to have all of you here. Come down and see the police station. We've got a lot of things you're going to see today. You'll be able to go up to the crime museum, and you'll see the firing range, and go around and see the communications operations here. His voice was real coppish-like. And the communications section upstairs, and generally look over the police department, because this is all related to establishing, ERA. It wasn't in a human tone at all. And establishing community relations with the people in the communities and so that we can better get along in our society. Then this cop went right off into it. I know a heck of a lot of you guys out there are in gangs. Now he sounded real toughish-like. He went on, and a lot of you are in different organizations and groups. And I want to ask a few of you some questions. I noticed the other 3 or 4 cops in the room, they've got pads out, sitting up there. They've got pads out. There was another one sitting over off to the side and he had a notepad sitting on his lap. I said to myself, these motherfuckers. And a lot of rioting. Things been going on, and some of you guys are good guys, and you know we've got some good jobs down there for you guys this summer, and if you know any guys who've been running around here looting and things like that, we want you to, give us their names, and, the names of the different organizations and groups out there, and let us know where they're staying, and I jumped up and I said, hold it. Hold it. Hold it right there. I said, not one more word. Don't you brothers say a word. Don't anybody say nothing. This cop looked at me and I looked at him and I said, no siree. Well, he said, this is just a part of the tour. No, you ain't gonna jack these cats up here like that, I said. You've got them informing on other people in the community and half of the cats are getting shot and brutalized when you cops go pick 'em up. No siree. I said. You're not going to turn us into no operation where the police department makes us inform on ourselves. You're talking about community relations. This ain't no community relations operation. This is a jive criminal investigation, and you're not going to use them to do it. We know how to start encouraging these brothers to stop committing crimes and things like that, and how to organize them to teach themselves, but we're not going to have this. They didn't like that, man. So Mr. Allen came in and said, Seale, I think you should let the officer continue. I said, yeah, okay. So he tried again, this cop. Well, has anybody got anything to say out there? Nobody said a thing. Well, does anybody have any questions about the police department? Silence. Does anybody have any questions? Nobody said nothing. If anybody's got any questions about the police department, just raise your hand, and we can talk and have some general discussion here. Nobody would piss a drop. The brothers and I and the sisters, we all had that together. They weren't saying a thing. Then the police walked out, and the chief of police walked over and talked to Mr. Allen. They walked outside. As I walked down the aisle, I spotted a brother over to my left. This cat had a big old long switchblade. He had the blade down on his lap, but he was cleaning his fingernails with it, with this big, long switchblade, about 4.5 inches long. God damn, I said to myself. Sitting right up here in the middle of the police station. I walked over and I bent down and whispered to him. Brother. Yeah, Bobby, he said, what is it, man? Don't raise your hands up. Keep 'em down, I said, and close that knife, and put it in your pocket. Man, do you realize you're sitting right in the police station and you've got an illegal knife on you? And when you get home, man, I said, leave that thing in your house. What's wrong with you? Yeah, man. Okay. I'm sorry. You right, man. You right. He got kind of shaky there. He realized that he could get busted on a bullshit tip. Some of the other brothers next to him heard us talking and they started giggling, ha, yeah damn fool. They ridiculed each other a lot. So I said, you ain't got no business calling him no fool, because you'd have probably done the same thing. Why don't you cats stop laughing at each other? Then they called me outside and the lieutenant said, well, Bobby, it seems like you've got things under control here. Don't you want to let us ask any questions? Mr. Allen said, Bobby, you have to let them ask questions. You have to tell those kids out there. I know they like you and everything, Bob, but you have to at least let them ask questions, and let these officers here see if they have anything to investigate. Well, I'm not going for the investigation, Mr. Allen, I said, because the way police departments work, half of the stuff that they get is trumped up. They're trumped up because one kid will say, Joe might have done this, Jim might have done that. Most kids don't know what they're saying and they don't know anything about the law. The police tried to say, well, we're trying to teach them about the law. No, you're not teaching them about the law, I said, and we got into a little argument right there. You're not teaching nothing about the law. Not one of them, probably, has ever opened a penal code book. They don't generally know what a law is or what law is being broken. Some of them are wrong, some of them do illegal things maybe, but I don't see any reason for you railroading them. You police departments work erroneously anyway, I told them. Because what you cats do is get skimpy information here, and skimpy information there, and Joe said that, and Joe said this, and Jim said this, and Jack said that, and the next thing you know, half the cats you have arrested haven't even committed real crimes, or any specific crime that you're trying to charge them with, because what's his name will mention such and such a person's name on such and such a night. That's what you're trying to get those cats in there into, and I'm not going to let them do it. We're together, we're going to stick together. Even if you fire me, Mr. Allen, I know I'm right because I'm protecting them. Then Mr. Allen said, "Well, I still think that the kids should ask some questions to go along with the community relations program." I said, "All right. We'll let them ask a few questions, but I'll go with you to tell them." So what I did, instead of telling them, "Go ahead and ask questions," I said, "Do you guys want to ask questions here or not?" One of the brothers said, Man, I don't want to ask no questions here." So I said, "Well, we'll see what we can do about setting up something, because I still think that you brothers have something to say about what the police do in our communities, instead of always letting them dictate to us." Somebody said, "That's right, because a whole lot of stuff has happened, man, that I know about, that a whole lot of these police have done." All the brothers were saying, "Yeah, yeah." They were carrying on, man. I said, "All right. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it." I raised my hands up. They always got quiet when I said, "Hold it." I said, "All right. I'll talk to this lieutenant some more and see what else we can set up in the future." I went over and said, "Mr. Allen, why don't you just let them finish the tour, and if we just work it out together, we could have them send some of the regular patrolmen off the streets to talk to the kids at one of the Saturday morning lecture sessions." "All right, Seale," he said. "That makes sense." So they finished taking them on the tour. I was running around the tour with them, looking at different things all over the building. Along the way, I saw one of the regular sergeants, a cop that we knew, a black cat Huey and I had known for a time, and he complimented me. "Bobby," he said, "you did right, because these cats really will trump up a lot of shit on a lot of brothers." Huey and I dug him because he had told us that the only time he'd shoot a cat was if his own life was really in danger, if he saw somebody else's life in danger, or where the cat was actually committing a criminal act. But like in riots and stuff like that, he told us, cats breaking windows. "I'm not going to shoot nobody over nobody's property, but I will arrest them." He and Huey had definitely respected that fact about him, the fact that he said that if he was ordered out on a riot, he'd quit his job before he'd go out there shooting and killing. This particular cop always felt that he could do a lot from the inside, but he was isolated. Isolated from that whole department. He gave us a lot of statistics, and a lot of information about the entire Oakland Police Department and how 75 to 85% of them were racists. This black cop came up to me during the tour, and told me that they wanted to talk to me upstairs. I said, "Okay, I can talk to them." So I went upstairs and Mr. Allen was up there, the woman foreman was up there, and another member of the Department of Human Resources was up there. They didn't like me because I had stopped it. The police chief and assistant chief Gain were sitting there, and they'd filled up their heads with certain attitudes they were trying to get off. "Well, Bob, I think that was, not a good thing, you know, that, the officers weren't able to talk to the kids." "Well, I think that the officers should come to the community. Come down to the park where we meet on Saturdays. If you want to establish some community relations, come down and listen to the kids. They've got grievances too. They want to ask the police some questions instead of the police bringing us here and asking us questions. They're always trying to ask us questions," I said. "Now we want the community and the youth to ask them questions. That's a better way to establish relations. Both of them can ask each other questions, but we want to stand on our own ground. So you send 4 or 5 regular officers off the beat, young ones and old ones, and we'll go from there." I'm pretty sure they'll go for that, the Saturday lecture class right before the baseball game. They came down the next day. That next morning they were there, man. That same lieutenant came. They had some pamphlets stacked up with 3 policemen standing at attention in a very dramatic photo. They took the picture from a ground angle, with the modern police headquarters building and the American flag in the background, and these policemen in the pictures were smiling, and on top in big letters they put police community relations. Then you flip the book over and you see all nicey things. You see pictures of a policeman helping a little white girl across the street. She's nice and neat and clean. There were no black people in the whole motherfucking pamphlet. I was checking that out, man. Oh goddamn, I said to myself, isn't this a front and a phony situation? The police chief is saying all kinds of nicey things, and he doesn't say a word about the police brutality going on in the communities, and he doesn't say a word about racists and bigots. They had pamphlets and passed them all out. Then the lieutenant said, well, Bob, do you want to set the tone here? He was trying to be friends with me in front of the kids. Yeah, I'll set the tone, I said. Hey, you cats. All the questions we talked about yesterday after we left the police department. I just want the true facts, things that you remember, or that you heard people talk about that sound pretty true to you. Not exaggerated things. You can ask these policemen about those cases of police brutality and injustice that some of you have witnessed. You can go ahead and ask them about that. They say they want to start this community relations program, and I know you can document a heck of a lot. I hate the day that I didn't tape that session. I hate the day. Man, those kids tore into the cops. They just tore into them. They talked about cops. They really talked about the police brutality that half of them had actually witnessed. Then they talked about stories they'd heard. I always made the point of asking, is this something you witnessed, or is this something you just heard? Now be honest and say if you saw it or just heard about it. I was trying to get them to be as objective as possible, although the things they had heard were very significant, too. Man, it made the cops mad, and they looked mad. What about the time, one little girl asked, down on 14th Street in front of the dance hall down there on the other side of Cypress, when a black woman was snatched by 3 cops and knocked down to the ground with a billy club. She was angry, too, when she said it. She made one cop just turn red. Now do you think it's right for a big 6-foot cop to throw a 5-foot woman down to the ground, and hit her on the head with a billy club? One of the officers, kind of half nervously and trying to be serious and objective, said, well, maybe she had a weapon in her hand. Yeah, she had a weapon, and they took it away from her. But after they took the weapon away from her, that's when they beat on her, and that ain't right. I don't think no cop got no right to be beaten on no woman. That sister was mad, and she put that over with every piece of emotion she had, and she sat down, man. Oh, that tore those cops up. Some of the guys were articulate, and some were very serious about what they had to say. Some were mad, and some weren't. Some just presented cases they'd heard, and argued their cases as to what was right and what was wrong. There were a few points of law that the policemen were citing wrong. One cop actually stood up and said, no, you don't have a right to defend yourself. I said, wait a minute. Are you telling me, are you telling us, are you telling all these young people here, that if a policeman unjustly, criminally attacks and brutalizes them, they don't have a right to defend themselves? No, you don't have a right to defend yourself, the officer said. What you should do is take it, and come down and file a complaint. Well, what about some of the ones who are dead? I asked him. Man, that upset the whole place. They can't come down and put in a complaint, I said. Well, you know, that those cases are exaggerated. Exaggerated, my ass. I said. 50% of them, man, are outright cases of police brutality and police murder. Maybe the other 50% of them are related to some kind of criminal activity, because we know that the brothers do commit crimes. We're not trying to hide that fact. But 50% of those cases are outright police brutality. Man, that upset that whole place. Then this little girl got up and she said, say you. She was about 16, and she pointed at this one policeman. "You don't have to treat him like that," I said. "Bobby, I'll treat him like I want to, because they done treated me so bad." "Well, excuse me, sister," I said, and I sat back. This cop she had pointed to, he was red. He was shaking. She said, "Have you ever been to see a psychiatrist?" That's what she said to this cop. This cop just looked at her and the lieutenant got ready to say something, but she started speaking again. "I heard that policemen are supposed to go see a psychiatrist to see if they are psychologically capable of being a policeman. Have you ever been to a psychiatrist?" He really got to shaking then, man. "The way you're shaking now," she said, "the way you're shaking now and carrying on, you must be guilty of a whole lot. And I haven't got no weapon, or nothing. This is just an ordinary meeting between police and people in the community, the youth here on this program, and you're shaking. Not only do you need to see a psychiatrist, you need to be off the police force." Man, that cat was mad. That was a hell of a scene. I have never witnessed anything so beautiful. Those kids knew cases. They know, man. They know. That was so beautiful. And that was when I knew I became an enemy of the Oakland Police Department. This was about 3 or 4 months before the Black Panther Party got started. Most of the brothers really dug the poverty program, and the way I ran it. I'm pretty sure that most of those kids learned a lot. I even found brothers who knew drafting. Since I dug drafting myself, I began to advocate to the advisory committee that the brothers should learn more skills in these programs, and that we should set up more programs in the community so brothers who wished they had skills like Brother Huey P. Newton, could learn them. They should be taught by people who are really concerned with the brothers and not by those old-time white racists who are trying to control them and misguide them away from unifying black people and serving black people. That was that scene, and it was something else, man. One Malcolm's Muslim name was El Hajj Malik Shabazz. Two cultural nationalists and Black Panthers are in conflict in many areas. Basically, cultural nationalism sees the white man as the oppressor and makes no distinction between racist whites and non-racist whites, as the Panthers do. The cultural nationalists say that a black man cannot be an enemy of the black people, while the Panthers believe that black capitalists are exploiters and oppressors. Although the Black Panther Party believes in black nationalism and black culture, it does not believe that either will lead to black liberation or the overthrow of the capitalist system, and are therefore ineffective. Ed. Huey, getting the party going. The Panther Program. One day Huey said, "It's about time we get the organization off the ground, and do it now." This was in the latter part of September 1966. From around the 1st of October to the 15th of October, in the Poverty Center in North Oakland, Huey and I began to write out a 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party. Huey himself articulated it word for word. All I made were suggestions. Huey said, "We need a program. We have to have a program for the people. A program that relates to the people. A program that the people can understand. A program that the people can read and see, and which expresses their desires and needs at the same time. It's got to relate to the philosophical meaning of where in the world we are going, but the philosophical meaning will also have to relate to something specific." That was very important with Huey. So, Huey divided it up into what we want and what we believe. What we want are the practical, specific things that we need and that should exist. At the same time, we expressed philosophically, but concretely, what we believe. So we read the program one to one. Point 1 of what we want and point 1 of what we believe. Point 2 of what we want and point 2 of what we believe. This is the way the people should look at it. It puts together concisely all the physical needs and all the philosophical principles in some basic instructive thing that they can understand, instead of a bunch of esoteric bullshit. I don't care what kind of cat is on the block, if he doesn't relate to anything else, he can relate to the 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party. Huey said, black people and especially brothers on the block have to have some political consciousness. We wrote it out and Melvin Newton, Huey's brother, came over and proofed it for corrections in grammar. We put it together, and we took all the paper we needed out of the poverty program supplies late at night at the poverty office. We were writing out the 10-point platform and program inside the back office. Huey said, now, what's the first thing we want? And Huey answered his own question. We want freedom. And I wrote down, we want freedom. Then he said, we want the power to determine the destiny of our black community. I said, right, brother, that's good. What's the next thing? We want full employment for our people. What else? Nothing else. Okay, brother, right. I thought about it and he was right. That's what we want. We want full employment for our people. This is a basic program for our people, because the people are going to relate to the fact that this is exactly what they want and they ain't going to settle for nothing else, they ain't going to settle for a bunch of esoteric bullshit and a long essay. Then Huey said, we want the white racist businessman to end the robbery and exploitation of the black community. So, we wrote that down. Then we wrote, we want decent housing, fit for shelter of human beings. What else, brother Huey? Huey sat there and he thought for a few shakes. He said, now we got to get off into the area of education. I think that's important. We got employment, the power of our own community, and decent housing. Now we want decent education that teaches us about the true nature of this decadent American system, an education that teaches us about our true history and our role in present-day society. After that he went right into, we want all black men to be exempt from military service. That's the way we put it. We didn't have to go into anything else because we knew that the black people on the block would understand and that's what we want. Basically nothing else. Then Huey said, look at the racist power structure. We have to deal with that. We have to understand that we want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. I wrote that exactly like it was. Huey went on to the next one. We want all black men and women to be released from the federal, county, state, and city jails and prisons. I said, right, and wrote that down. Then brother Huey said, we want every black man brought to trial to be tried in a court by a jury of his peer group as it is defined by the Constitution of this United States. For a black man this means people from the black community. Then Huey said, let's summarize these points. We want land, we want bread, we want housing, we want education, we want clothing, we want justice, and we want some peace. That's the way Huey put it and I wrote it down. We went over the 10 points and put in our commas and periods, and then we got into what we believe. We went through everything we believed that was correlative to everything that we wanted. Huey said, this 10-point platform and program is what we want and what we believe. These things did not just come out of the clear blue sky. This is what black people have been voicing all along for over 100 years since the Emancipation Proclamation and even before that. These things are directly related to the things we had before we left Africa. When we got all through writing the program, Huey said, we've got to have some kind of structure. What do you want to be? He asked me, chairman or minister of defense. Doesn't make any difference to me, I said. What do you want to be, chairman or minister of defense? I'll be the minister of defense, Huey said, and you'll be the chairman. That's fine with me, I told him, and that's just the way that shit came about, how Huey became the Minister of Defense and I became the chairman of the Black Panther Party. Just like that. With the 10-point platform and program and the two of us, the party was officially launched on October 15, 1966, in a poverty program office in the black community in Oakland, California. We got my wife and Huey's girlfriend Laverne together, and they typed it out for us on stencils inside that poverty program office. The next night we took them and we ran off over 1,000 copies of that 10-point platform and program. Huey said, "The brothers and sisters have to relate to this because this is what they want. This is what they've told me. This is what they've told every other leader in this country." You always have to understand that Huey understood the difference between reform and revolution. Huey understood that you answer the momentary desires and needs of the people, that you try to instruct them and politically educate them, that these are their basic political desires and needs, and from the people themselves will rage a revolution to make sure that they have these basic desires and needs fulfilled. That's what Huey P. Newton put forth, and that's what Huey P. Newton understood to be political, and that's what Huey P. Newton understood to be the reason why people who are oppressed will wage a revolution. That's what I remember, that's what I know, that's what I feel, and that's what I'll never forget about Huey. He never forgot about the people. He'd bring it right down to the food, and the bread and employment, decent housing, decent education, the way the motherfuckers, the president, and all, fucked over us in the military service, the pigs, the murder and brutality, the courts, the brothers who are in jail, how they had to be released. While he was in jail, a year and a half later, Huey said to add something to point 10. He was reading Brother Eldridge Cleaver's thing about a black plebiscite in the United States conducted by the United Nations. Huey related not to the personality alone of Malcolm, or Mao Zedong, or Fanon. He related to what all these revolutionary leaders of the world said we must, what we must establish, what we must institutionalize. That's very important. This is the way the program was written. Huey always had the people's desires and political needs in mind. He always had the revolutionary tactics and the revolutionary means in mind as to how the people must go about getting these things, getting these basic desires and needs. This is where the shit boils down to what the people want and not what some intellectual personally wants or some cultural nationalists, like Leroy Jones, want, or some jive-ass underground ram motherfucker wants, or what some jive motherfucker in some college studying bullshit says, talking esoteric shit about the basic social economic structure, and the adverse conditions that we're subjected to so that no black man even understands. Huey was talking about some full employment, some decent housing, some education, about stopping those pigs from brutalizing us and murdering us. Then Huey came on the street with some guns. About a month and a half after this program was written, Huey P. Newton tried to tell the intellectuals that it's time to go forth in the revolutionary struggle. That it's no time to be bullshitting. Pick up some guns and don't be bullshitting. Huey wanted brothers off the block, brothers who had been out there robbing banks, brothers who had been pimping, brothers who had been peddling dope, brothers who ain't gonna take no shit, brothers who had been fighting pigs, because he knew that once they get themselves together in the area of political education, Huey P. Newton knew that once you organize the brothers he ran with, he fought against, who he fought harder than they fought him, once you organize those brothers. You get niggers, you get black men, you get revolutionaries who are too much. We went off into this 10-point platform and Huey went forth to take a pulse beat of the black community, using Oakland, California where there's nearly 40% blacks and as a black community typical of any other in this nation. I don't give a damn if a black brother's in the South because we have brothers from the South all the way up here in Oakland, and we have brothers from New York, brothers from Chicago, what have you. Huey understood that Oakland was a typical black community, so we took the 10-point platform and program, 1,000 copies of it, and went to the black community with them. He didn't just pass out the platform in people's hands. He stopped, talked, and discussed the points on the 10-point platform with all the black brothers and sisters off the block, and with mothers who had been scrubbing Miss Ann's kitchen. We talked to brothers and sisters in colleges, in high schools, who were on parole, on probation, who'd been in jails, who'd just gotten out of jail, and brothers and sisters who looked like they were on their way to jail. They would cite cases. Huey was always interested in any kind of case anyone who looked like he was going to jail had inside of the courts. Huey was always interested in that. Huey would talk about this brother possibly being railroaded off into jail or prison. Huey knew this because he experienced it and because he understood the brother's predicament in terms of the power structure railroading him there. So, we had 1,000 copies of the 10-point platform and program being circulated through the black community by myself and Huey P. Newton. Little Bobby Hutton came along, and for 1.5 months, Bobby stuck with me and Huey, helping us articulate this 10-point platform and program, and the fact that we have to arm ourselves against these pigs who've been murdering us and brutalizing us, how we have to arm ourselves against these racists, Birchites, and Ku Klux Klanners infested in the police departments, the pig departments who occupy our communities, as Huey P. Newton says, like a foreign troop. We have to defend ourselves against them because they are breaking down our doors, shooting black brothers on the streets, and brutalizing sisters on the head. They are wearing guns mostly to intimidate the people from forming organizations to really get our basic political desires and needs answered. The power structure uses the fascist police against people moving for freedom and liberation. It keeps our people divided, but the program will be what we unite the people around and to teach our people self-defense. When we started passing the platform around the poverty center there, they'd ask, "Why do you want to be a vicious animal like a panther?" Huey would break in. The nature of a panther is that he never attacks. But if anyone attacks him or backs him into a corner, the panther comes up to wipe that aggressor or that attacker out, absolutely, resolutely, wholly, thoroughly, and completely. They didn't want to understand that. Here is the 10-point platform and program as it appears each week in our paper. October 1966. Black Panther Party Platform and Program. What we want/what we believe. 1. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our black community. We believe that black people will not be free until we are able to determine our destiny. 2. We want full employment for our people. We believe that the federal government is responsible and obligated to give every man employment or a guaranteed income. We believe that if the white American businessmen will not give full employment, then the means of production should be taken from the businessmen and placed in the community so that the people of the community can organize and employ all of its people and give a high standard of living. 3. We want an end to the robbery by the white man of our black community. We believe that this racist government has robbed us and now we are demanding the overdue debt of 40 acres and 2 mules. 40 acres and 2 mules was promised 100 years ago as restitution for slave labor and mass murder of black people. We will accept the payment in currency which will be distributed to our many communities. The Germans are now aiding the Jews in Israel for the genocide of the Jewish people. The Germans murdered 6 million Jews. The American racist has taken part in the slaughter of over 50 million black people, therefore, we feel that this is a modest demand that we make. 4. We want decent housing, fit for shelter of human beings. We believe that if the white landlords will not give decent housing to our black community, then the housing and the land should be made into cooperatives so that our community, with government aid, can build and make decent housing for its people. 5. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. We believe in an educational system that will give to our people a knowledge of self. If a man does not have knowledge of himself and his position in society and the world, then he has little chance to relate to anything else. 6. We want all black men to be exempt from military service. We believe that black people should not be forced to fight in the military service to defend a racist government that does not protect us. We will not fight and kill other people of color in the world who, like black people, are being victimized by the white racist government of America. We will protect ourselves from the force and violence of the racist police and the racist military, by whatever means necessary. 7. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. We believe we can end police brutality in our black community by organizing black self-defense groups that are dedicated to defending our black community from racist police oppression and brutality. The Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States gives a right to bear arms. We therefore believe that all black people should arm themselves for self-defense. 8. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county and city prisons and jails. We believe that all black people should be released from the many jails and prisons because they have not received a fair and impartial trial. 9. We want all black people when brought to trial to be tried in court by a jury of their peer group or people from their black communities, as defined by the Constitution of the United States. We believe that the courts should follow the United States Constitution so that black people will receive fair trials. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution gives a man a right to be tried by his peer group. A peer is a person from a similar economic, social, religious, geographical, environmental, historical, and racial background. To do this, the court will be forced to select a jury from the black community from which the black defendant came. We have been and are being tried by all white juries that have no understanding of the average reasoning man of the black community. 10. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. And as our major political objective, a United Nations supervised plebiscite to be held throughout the black colony in which only black colonial subjects will be allowed to participate, for the purpose of determining the will of black people as to their national destiny. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume, among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That, to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and, accordingly, all experience hath shown, that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But, when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Why we are not racists. The Black Panther Party is not a black racist organization, not a racist organization at all. We understand where racism comes from. Our Minister of Defense, Huey P. Newton, has taught us to understand that we have to oppose all kinds of racism. The party understands the embedded racism in a large part of white America, and it understands that the very small cults that sprout up every now and then in the black community have a basically black racist philosophy. The Black Panther Party would not stoop to the low, scurvy level of a Ku Klux Klansman, a white supremacist, or the so-called patriotic white citizens organizations, which hate black people because of the color of their skin. Even though some white citizens organizations will stand up and say, "Oh, we don't hate black people. It's just that we're not gonna let black people do this, and we're not gonna let black people do that." This is scurvy demagoguery, and the basis of it is the old racism of tabooing everything, and especially of tabooing the body. The black man's mind was stripped by the social environment, by the decadent social environment he was subjected to in slavery and in the years after the so-called Emancipation Proclamation. Black people, brown people, Chinese people, and Vietnamese people are called gooks, spics, niggers, and other derogatory names. What the Black Panther Party has done in essence is to call for an alliance and coalition with all of the people and organizations who want to move against the power structure. It is the power structure who are the pigs and hogs, who have been robbing the people, the avaricious, demagogic ruling class elite who move the pigs upon our heads and who order them to do so as a means of maintaining their same old exploitation. In the days of worldwide capitalistic imperialism, with that imperialism also manifested right here in America against many different peoples, we find it necessary, as human beings, to oppose misconceptions of the day, like integration. If people want to integrate, and I'm assuming they will 50 or 100 years from now, that's their business. But right now we have the problem of a ruling class system that perpetuates racism and uses racism as a key to maintain its capitalistic exploitation. They use blacks, especially the blacks who come out of the colleges and the elite class system, because these blacks have a tendency to flock toward a black racism which is parallel to the racism the Ku Klux Klan or white citizens groups practice. It's obvious that trying to fight fire with fire means there's going to be a lot of burning. The best way to fight fire is with water because water douses the fire. The water is the solidarity of the people's right to defend themselves together in opposition to a vicious monster. Whatever is good for the man, can't be good for us. Whatever is good for the capitalistic ruling class system, can't be good for the masses of the people. We, the Black Panther Party, see ourselves as a nation within a nation, but not for any racist reasons. We see it as a necessity for us to progress as human beings and live on the face of this earth along with other people. We do not fight racism with racism. We fight racism with solidarity. We do not fight exploitative capitalism with black capitalism. We fight capitalism with basic socialism. And we do not fight imperialism with more imperialism. We fight imperialism with proletarian internationalism. These principles are very functional for the party. They're very practical, humanistic, and necessary. They should be understood by the masses of the people. We don't use our guns, we have never used our guns to go into the white community to shoot up white people. We only defend ourselves against anybody, be they black, blue, green, or red, who attacks us unjustly and tries to murder us and kill us for implementing our programs. All in all, I think people can see from our past practice, that ours is not a racist organization but a very progressive revolutionary party. Those who want to obscure the struggle with ethnic differences are the ones who are aiding and maintaining the exploitation of the masses of the people, poor whites, poor blacks, browns, red Indians, poor Chinese and Japanese, and the workers at large. Racism and ethnic differences allow the power structure to exploit the masses of workers in this country, because that's the key by which they maintain their control. To divide the people and conquer them is the objective of the power structure. It's the ruling class, the very small minority, the few avaricious, demagogic hogs and rats who control and infest the government. The ruling class and their running dogs, their lackeys, their bootlickers, their toms and their black racists, their cultural nationalists, they're all the running dogs of the ruling class. These are the ones who help to maintain and aid the power structure by perpetuating their racist attitudes and using racism as a means to divide the people. But it's really the small, minority ruling class that is dominating, exploiting, and oppressing the working and laboring people. All of us are laboring class people, employed or unemployed, and our unity has got to be based on the practical necessities of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, if that means anything to anybody. It's got to be based on the practical things like the survival of people and people's right to self-determination, to iron out the problems that exist. So in essence it is not at all a race struggle. We're rapidly educating people to this. In our view it is a class struggle between the massive proletarian working class and the small, minority ruling class. Working class people of all colors must unite against the exploitative, oppressive ruling class. So let me emphasize again, we believe our fight is a class struggle and not a race struggle. Our first weapons. Late in November 1966, we went to a third world brother we knew, a Japanese radical cat. He had guns for a motherfucker, .357 magnums, 22s, 9 mm's, what have you. We told him that we wanted these guns to begin to institutionalize and let black people know that we have to defend ourselves as Malcolm X said we must. We didn't have any money to buy guns. We told him that if he was a real revolutionary he'd better go on and give them up to us because we needed them now to begin educating the people to wage a revolutionary struggle. So he gave us an M1 and a 9mm. There was a law service section up in the poverty program office, and Huey studied those law books, backwards, forwards, sideways, and catty corners, everything on gun laws. And I was right there with him, trying to study them too, run them down, and understand them. Huey knew that he could carry a rifle or a shotgun. His probation officer had run this down to him, he could carry a rifle or a shotgun, but H&D couldn't carry a pistol. So I carried the pistol, and Huey P. Newton carried the M1. The advisory councils of each one of these 4 poverty program target areas, which consisted of over 30 members from each area, a cross-section of the community, had voted unanimously that there should be a citizens review board of the police because of the police brutality and the murder that had gone down recently and in the past. We got these 2 guns together and decided to carry them to a party we were going to. Huey said, "We're going to carry our guns, and we're going to patrol these pigs, on the way to the party." We didn't see any pigs on the way to the party. When we got to the party, Virtual invited us in. We went into the party with our guns. We got inside, and here come the bootlickers, scared niggers, niggers who were jiving, niggers who were talking shit. But Huey is such a humanistic brother that he wants to educate people, and I don't blame him. They have to understand. "What are you doing with the guns?" a few people asked. "We have the guns," Huey P. Newton said, "because we're instituting a new organization, a revolutionary organization, that has a 10-point platform and program, that emphasizes the basic political desires and needs of black people throughout racist decadent America." A few people got upset about the guns. At this party, there were predominantly Negroes and a few black-minded people. And they said, "Check your guns." They had been brainwashed to the position that a black man couldn't have a gun, but a cop could. That's what was wrong with them, that's exactly what was wrong with them. Huey P. Newton, Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, said, "All right, we'll check our guns." So we checked our guns. We put them in closets, and proceeded to party. But before Huey checked his guns, he told them, "These guns are not here to brutalize black people or to intimidate black people. They're just to let you know that there's a new organization established called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Its 10-point platform and program outlines the basic desires and needs of black people, and this revolutionary organization intends to see that black people receive those basic political desires and needs." That's what Huey ran down to them. They couldn't understand it, they were so damned brainwashed. But we checked our guns, and we proceeded to party. It wasn't 15 minutes, before some bootlicker inside of that party, some Uncle Toming bitch or nigger, and I mean to say bitch or nigger, decided to call the police. We didn't know it was happening, but they called the police. There they were, about 10 or 15 outside the house. 3 or 4 of them came up inside. One of the Negroes pointed me out, and one of them pointed Huey out. I don't remember what they said to Huey, but I do remember the pig that came up to me and said, "You have a gun." "Yeah, I have a gun," I said. "What about it?" "Well, the person who owns this property and who resides in this apartment does not want you in this apartment with a gun." "All right, I'll leave. I'll go get my gun and I'll leave," I said. I found out later that Huey said the same thing. But as Huey was leaving, Huey called the bootlickin' nigger, and his sister, a bootlickin' sister, both bootlickin' bastards. He told them they were wrong. They'd called a racist dog pig upon us, who were trying to establish an organization, a political party to defend black people against the decadence and the racism in the system, against brutality and murder and all other political, economic, and social injustices. So we walked out, and walked down the stairs. There were pigs on the stairs, pigs on the balcony, pigs downstairs, and there were pigs in the streets. With our guns loaded to the gill, we walked to our car on the corner, me with my wife, and Huey with his girlfriend, Laverne. The pigs were trying to harass Huey and me verbally, but Huey harassed them, verbally. He cited laws and cited points of rights, and put those rights in context about black people's right to defend themselves, and bear guns, and be armed, by the Second Amendment of the Constitution. If you don't like it, he said to the pigs, later for you. And all I could do was dig on Huey's technique, listen to him, and reiterate what he said, and back him up with the 9mm I had. Huey put his M1 in the middle of the car, between the two seats in the Volkswagen, and I had my 9mm. After the pigs tried to shout at him through the car window, I told him to just cool it. I always had a habit of telling Huey to split, and it's the truth. Man, that shit got so hot, and Huey was the kind of a cat who'd be ready to vamp on the motherfucker, and I'd be telling Huey, wait a minute, man. We got a lot more work to do. We got a lot more of this to do. Come on. Let's go. Huey would ask me, you think we ought to, man? These pigs are trying to harass us. Let's split, I would say. One thing about Huey, he'll listen to the dudes around him. He won't listen to pigs, and he won't listen to people acting the fool, only those with level-headed sense. But his close brothers, his partners, hell listen to them, because there's something he detects. If you're with him, you're with him, if you ain't, you ain't, and if what you have to say is not a bunch of bullshit. He doesn't relate to bullshit, but at the same time hell go right out front, and before you know it, don't mess over with Huey. That's the way he is. I remember I called him down a whole lot of times, and I'd say, look Huey, let's do this here. He'd talk to David Hilliard, who is now chief of staff of the party, hey man, what was I doing in this kind of situation? What do you think we should do? And Huey'd have his shit and write down with it. And David'd say, well, I think you ought to do so and so and so. Huey'd know who is his partner, who's with him. And he'd say, okay, and he would go along in a kind of unity with those around him. That's the way Huey is, man. At the same time, if you get him off in a room and discuss politics, organizing people and the political machine, the necessity of it, etc., he can relate to that, too. That's what's so beautiful about Huey. He can relate to any kind of situation, whether it's death on the streets or organizing the political machine, you see? That's what's so beautiful about him. You can't get around him on that. That was the first confrontation. The pigs asked Huey if he was on probation. He said, no. But he was on probation. They asked me if I was on probation, which I was, and I said, no. Huey told me, don't tell em nothing, because if they find you're on probation, they're gonna shoot to the probation officer and find out. I was on a judgeship probation, from the court, and Huey was on a probation with an officer. Anyway, we drove away and they followed us for 3 or 4 blocks. We went on. I guess we were crazy then. They called us crazy niggers, but fuck it. We just went on. And that was the first implementation of armed self-defense by black people, black brothers, led by Huey P. Newton. I was proud to be with that brother, beginning to deal with pigs, beginning to educate people to self-defense, because Huey handled it so beautifully. We were going to back off, but at the same time Huey knew his law, he knew his points, he knew his rights, and he knew his 10-point platform and program. It was a motherfucker, because Huey'd start reciting the party's 10-point platform and program to a pig in a minute. Before the pig knew it, Huey could be finished with the 10-point platform and program. He wouldn't recite the whole program, but the basic things of what we want and what we believe, would be in the context of everything he had to say. So we floated around the streets, and we patrolled pigs. We followed pigs. They wouldn't even know we'd be following them. That's the way that shit went down in the very beginning. That went on for a month, back there in December 1966. Sometimes we'd just be high, going to a party. We might not have guns. Other times, we'd have guns. Still other times we weren't even going to a party. We'd just be going to a meeting. We'd have our shit with us, and while we were going to the meeting, we'd patrol those pigs, trying to catch them wrong. We'd see a pig, we'd get keyed off the meeting. We'd just forget about the meeting, and patrol that pig, just drive around behind him, a long time. After that, we'd go to the meeting. That's how interrelated that shit was. We went to a lot of meetings. About this time Huey said, "Let's get these brothers together and let's get us an office." That was very important to Huey, because the establishment of an office meant that something was functional. The people in the black community could relate to it. Around the corner from my house, about a block and a half away, there was a vacant store. Huey and Bobby Hutton went and got it for us. Bobby Hutton said, "I'm a member of the Black Panther Party." And Huey says, "You're the first member, a righteous member." He righteously came in then as a righteous member. From there, we got our little paychecks from the poverty program, Bobby Hutton, Huey, and I. We put all our money together and paid the first rent on the first office. We rented that first office for $150 a month on 56th and Grove in Oakland. We got off in that office and we painted a sign in the window, "Black Panther Party for Self-Defense." This is what it was named at the time, and a lot of people came by in those first days that we opened that office. We opened it January 1st, 1967. We announced that we were going to have a first meeting of the Black Panther Party on Saturday, 1 week later. We opened up the office with the new name on the window, and brothers came into the office and sat down and heard carrot hat we had to say. We passed out the 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party. We weren't even using the Red Book then. At the next meeting, about a week later, Reginald and Sherman Forte came in. Sherman Forte was in junior college. Huey said, "We're gonna have political education classes on Wednesday night, but before you go through political education you have to go through use and safety of weapons for 1 hour, and at Saturday meetings you have to go through use and safety of weapons for 1 hour." We met a drunk brother named John Sloan on the streets. Drunk, he was drunk. He didn't know where to go and he lived about a block from the party office. He'd say he was going to righteously get himself together. Later John Sloan righteously stopped drinking. He wouldn't drink a lick because Huey told him he didn't want him coming in the office drunk. "Don't come in the office high or drunk," Huey told him, "because all you can do is be destructive to the party because you don't know what you're doing in the first place." We found out that John Sloan had been in the military service and that he was the best man to teach brothers field stripping and shooting of the M1 rifle. He did that for 2 or 3 months. He was out of sight on the weapons and rifle in terms of getting the brothers down. He wasn't jiving. He was with us. Then other brothers began to come in. We had a Saturday night meeting about 3.5 weeks after we opened that office, and we had about 25 brothers there. It was me, Bobby Hutton, Huey, Mark Johnson, a brother I knew from the poverty program, John Sloan. We made John Sloan a captain, and then about 4 weeks later, Warren Tucker came in. We got another .38 from a brother up at Cal. He said he wasn't doing anything with it. We told him we wanted it, we needed it. We were going to defend our people. We said we weren't giving it back to him. He didn't raise any arguments about it. We said we weren't bullshitting. He gave us an old broke-up shotgun too. The next thing we knew, we had about 30, maybe 40 members of the party. Richard Ioki came in, the Japanese brother who gave Huey and me the M1 and 9mm, and he got to talking about how he had a .357 Magnum. We got the .357 Magnum from him and a couple more pistols, and the brothers got to getting money together, and started buying weapons. Every Saturday, we opened up a community meeting in the office and Huey was teaching dudes, brothers, and people from the community the 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party, in that storefront office. It was a nice, clean office, too, but it didn't have any furniture in it. Sid Walton came down and gave us 25 chairs, but he never panned out to be much of anything close to the party. He was too engrossed in a lot of abstract bullshit, although he did a lot of work at Merritt College in terms of furthering the things that Huey had already instituted there. But that's the way it all began, in that office on 56th and Grove in North Oakland, the first official headquarters of the Black Panther Party. Red books for guns. We were sitting in a car one day, in front of a doctor's office, where Huey had gone. We had just finished reading in the papers about the Red Book. The Red Book was all over TV, the Red Book of China. The Red Book became a key thing with the cultural revolution that was going on in China, and Huey said, "You know what? I know how we can make some money to buy some guns." I said, "How?" "We can sell those Red Books." I know that many brothers on the block would not even buy a Red Book, but I do know that many of those leftist radicals at Berkeley will buy the Red Book. Huey went on to talk about the community of 26,000 at Cal, and how maybe a third or maybe a quarter of them were radicals or liberals who'd be interested in the Red Book, since it was being publicized so heavily. The next thing you know, Huey asked me, "How much money do you have?" And I said, "Well, I have about $45 or $50 on me." He said, "Well, let's go buy a batch of Red Books and go up to Cal and sell them. I bet we can get $1 a piece for them." I said, "Right on time." You know what we did? We went over to the China bookstore in San Francisco and we bought up 2 batches of the Red Book, 30 in a package, and got back over here and we sold them motherfuckers at Cal campus some Red Books. We sold the Red Books inside of an hour, at $1 a piece, and that shocked us. So we took all that money and we went back to the bookstore and bought all the Red Books the man had left in the store. I think we had 3 or 4 more packages. We bought out all the Red Books, paying 30 cents for them. We made a deal with the bookstore. We told them, "We are the Black Panther Party, and could an organization get a discount?" And the next thing I knew, we had enough money to buy 2 shotguns. This is the way it was. We got up to Cal the next day at 10 a.m., right around the time the student traffic gets heavy in front of Sathergate. Huey did his sales pitch, "Power comes out of the barrel of a gun." Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. "Get your Red Book." The books were going like hotcakes. I was hollering, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. "Get your Red Book." I just learned that 2 CIA agents were converted to dedicated communists. "Get your Red Book." I said, "All you free speechers up here who lost Mario Savio must read the Red Book and do it like the Red Guards did it." Brother Bobby Hutton could hardly get the title correct. He kept coming over and asking Huey or myself how to pronounce it. Huey would tell him, but he couldn't get it. He said, "If we can buy guns with money coming in this fast, I don't have to be able to say it." So he just hollered, Red Book," and they really sold. CIA, pigs, Communist Party, Socialist Workers' Party, news cameramen and other people took pictures for the next 2 hours as we sold Red Books. Richard Ioki walked up around the time that we first got there and told us to make sure that we didn't go on campus with the books because those agents were standing all around waiting to bust us. We made our party over $170. We thought this was where it was at, because the Muslim brothers didn't seem to be selling more than 1/4 of all their papers as fast as we sold those books. They were getting 20 cents per paper and we got $1 a piece, but this was to get some shotguns. And if you ever had a freedom now feeling, you would have sure got it if you saw how we took off to buy some shotguns. Huey said, let's go buy some shotguns. So we went to the BBB department store where Virtual Morel was working at the time, and we bought a shotgun. Huey bought a high standard. It holds 6 shots in a magazine after you take the plug out. And 1 in the chamber. Huey says, let's get some 00 buckshot. I said, what's 00 buckshot? And he said, that's the same thing that the pigs use. 00 buckshot. I said, right on. I was right behind him. This brother was out of sight. He knew what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. We walked up to the counter and were paying for the shotgun after we requested it from the back counter where the sports material was located. We were drunk admiring those pistols, shotguns, rifles, what have you. And the woman at the counter says, and you could tell she was lying, you know, these FBI men have been coming around to request information and names on everyone who buys a gun in our store. Huey says, we don't care. That don't make any difference. There is my money. I'm Huey P. Newton of the Black Panther Party. Here's my money. I want my shotgun. And the woman looked at him, amazed. I don't know who she thought she was tricking, because she wasn't tricking Huey P. Newton. He couldn't give 2 goddams about who she thought she was intimidating with some supposed FBI investigation. That's very important about Huey's attitude and his personality and the way he's going and the way he knows he's going. That's very important. Because Huey said, here's my money. My name is Huey P. Newton of the Black Panther Party, and we picked up that shotgun. So we sold the red books, made the money, and used that money to buy guns. Me and Huey and the brothers in the core organization used the red books and spread them throughout the organization, because Huey made it a point that the revolutionary principles so concisely cited in the Red Book should be applied whenever they could. That is, whenever they could be applied within the confines of this system. Huey would say, well, this principle here is not applicable to our situation at this time. Where the book said, Chinese people of the Communist Party, Huey would say, change that to the Black Panther Party. Change the Chinese people to black people. When he saw a particular principle told in the Chinese terms, he would change it to apply to us. So, from there, we righteously used the Red Book, because we talked about it, and Huey had us practicing the principles. And we used Fanon and Malcolm X, his autobiography and other material on him. Huey integrated all these principles of the other revolutionaries. We taught from all these materials, and from Che Guevara, too. We had initially used the Red Book as a commodity. Huey P. Newton knew the brothers well enough to know that they would not pay $1 for the Red Book. Huey did know that the radicals on the campus would pay $1 for that Red Book if we had it. And we were the only ones who had it. I remember SW Peace, C Peace, and a lot of people, asking very inquisitively, where did you get those books? And we would say, that's for me to know and for you to find out. You wanna buy one? Only $1. Get your Red Book quotations from Brother Mao Zedong. Ah, come on. I would holler, I know you're wondering what in the world are those Negroes doing with those Red Books. And I would sell 3 or 4. We knew that at first the guns would be more valuable and more meaningful to the brothers on the block, for drawing them into the organization, then in turn we taught them from the Red Book. Huey was something else. Huey was out of sight. He knew how to do it. Huey was 10 motherfuckers. He would say, Bobby, you and I know the principles in this Red Book are valid, but the brothers and the black folks don't, and they will not pay $1 or 30 cents for that book. So what we have to do is to get the white radicals who are intellectually interested in the book, sell the book, make the money, buy the guns, and go on the streets with the guns. We'll protect a mother, protect a brother, and protect the community from the racist cops. And in turn we get brothers in the organization and they will in turn relate to the Red Book. They will relate to political, economic, and social equality in defense of the community. That's the way the shit went. At the same time, Huey would go off into Fanon. He would get off into Malcolm X. Huey would relate these principles. He was a motherfucker. You couldn't get around Huey. He knew the red book sideways, backwards, and forwards. There are brothers in the party that got to know the red book catty corner. The brothers know that book sideways, backwards, forwards, upside down. Turn that book any way you want to, they tell you in a minute. The red book and what else? The gun. The red book and what else? The gun. That's what Huey would say. Our last major selling escapade of the red book to radicals, leftists, and liberals was many months later at that big, 65,000 strong march against the war in Vietnam that wound up at Kazar Stadium in San Francisco. Huey and I had met Eldridge Cleaver by then. Eldridge spoke at that rally that day, and the only time Huey and I took out time from selling the whole while we were there, was to listen to Eldridge's speech. At the end, we made about $850 and had books left over. We had heard from the China bookstore man that he had received a shipment of 5,000 books, so we picked up about 1,200. They all could have been sold, but the manpower we had was short. Only about 15 or 16 brothers showed up that Saturday morning at the Black Panther Party office. First we followed the march up Market Street when it started that morning and followed it for about 25 blocks. All I could think of was books, dollars, then guns for us motherfuckers. Get your red books, old liberal ladies. You know, the kind who decided to go against lynching Baines Johnson because brother Martin Luther King finally went against the war. The old broads, looking at me, amazed, couldn't figure it out. Probably asking themselves, what are those colored boys doing with those communist books? As they walked along the street, I walked out into the ranks and held a red book up to them and said, I know what you're thinking, so why don't you buy just one book and satisfy yourself? I gave one a slight smile, and she said, okay. Her marching partner also wanted one. Hell, the first thing I know, 10 books are gone and I'm working up a sweat running back and forth to the bundles that we had to keep moving. Dollars for red books, and I mean those brothers who were working knew this meant more guns so we could defend ourselves and educate all black people to pick up the gun. Just like the red book itself says. The party was in motion. Dollars for books to be able to get more guns. Huey backs the pigs down. Huey was on a level where he was ready to organize the black brothers for a righteous revolutionary struggle with guns and force. It came to a point where, every day, we walked in and out of the Black Panther office, around to my house or around to Bobby Hutton's house, or somebody's house, with guns on our sides, and got in a car, or 2 or 3 cars, or 4 or 5 cars as it built up, and patrolled the pigs on Friday and Saturday nights. Sometimes when we went to a meeting during the week we patrolled the pigs. We had a camera or 2, a law book, and were working on getting some tape recorders in patrolling the pig cops. One day, as we were walking out of the office, a pig passed by. He saw us coming out with shotguns and pistols on our sides. About 6 or 7 of us came out of the office there, in the daytime, and we looked at the pig as he passed by, and he jumped on his radio because he saw us coming out of the office with those pieces and stuff. We had just finished field stripping weapons, learning about 00 buckshot, learning about the 9mm and the .45, and having a political education session. We had a .45 and a .357 Magnum in the group, and a couple of M1s. We had 3 or 4 shotguns by then. We bought up guns like a son of a bitch then. The pig went down 2 blocks and turned around, came back up the other side of the street. They were building rapid transit, BART, right down Grove Street there, and he went up the other side of the boulevard and came back. We readily assessed that the pigs were ready to see what the fuck was happening, that this pig had radioed in, and he was running it down how he had seen some niggers come out of a place here with some guns and blah blah da blue, etc., etc., come out of this office with guns and stuff. He was radioing to other pigs to help get him. Huey had his father's car that day. I think he had just finished paying some bills and he stopped by the office for about a half hour. By the time we got in the car, the pig was back around down the street and he drove up behind us. And Huey told everybody to remember what he'd said, that nobody in the car should say anything. Only the driver should do the talking, and Huey happened to be the driver. He said, "I'm the driver. Nobody else say anything, and remember the legal first aid." This was the legal aid information that we had printed for the brothers in the party, and we were teaching them 13 points of basic, legal first aid, legal and constitutional rights. Huey used to teach the brothers on that. He wouldn't let them get around it, because Huey understood that the brothers had no guidelines about how to deal with the pigs. So Huey went off in the area of law and he found out the brothers respected law. Huey knew something about law, and he could use it to make it serve him. That's all he was doing, he was bringing them basic things in everyday life about law. That's what Huey dug, he understood that shit. Huey would take those 13 basic points and try to show a dude where he was fucked up at in the ghetto. That's very important in understanding how the party first began to function. So he said, "Nobody say anything, because the minute somebody says something the man is going to try to arrest you. And he's going to arrest you for some jive about interfering with an officer carrying out his duty. He's going to try to prove to all the people who are subject to gather around us here that we have no right with a gun. And he's going to arrest you on a traffic ticket and the people out in the community will think he arrested you because you've got the gun. We want to prove to the people that we've got a right to carry guns and they've got a right to arm themselves, and we will exhaust our constitutional right to carry these guns." That's what Huey was trying to exhaust. Boom. Which he did exhaust, ultimately, when we look at the power structure's moves against the party over the years. Huey got in the car and the pig came up to the window. "You have any driver's license?" So Huey rolled the window down. There wasn't more than about a 3 or 4 inch crack in the window. Huey handed his license out the window. "Is this your true name?" the pig said. And Huey said, "Yes, that's my true name, Huey P. Newton." "Is this your true address, 841 47th Street?" And Huey said, "That's my true address, 841 47th Street. "What are you doing with the guns?" And Huey said, "What are you doing with your gun?" This particular pig decided he wasn't going to argue, so he went back and got his little writing pad where they fill out shit. "Your true name is Huey P. Newton." Huey said, "That's right." The pig wrote this down. "Your true address is 841 47th Street. Huey said, "That's right." The pig then looked at his license. "What's your phone number?" And Huey said, 5. And stopped and wouldn't say anything else. And the pig said, 5 what? This is when all the shit between the party and pigs began. Huey said, "The Fifth Amendment. You ever heard of it? Don't you know about the constitutional right of a person not to testify against himself? 5. I don't have to give you anything but my identification, name, and address, so therefore I don't even want to talk to you. You can leave my car and leave me alone. I don't even want to hear you." "What do you mean?" the pig said. And Huey said, "Just what I said. The constitutional right of any man is that he doesn't have to testify against himself." And Huey had a big M1 sitting to his right with his hand on it. I had this 9mm sitting beside me, and Huey had this M1 at his side. Huey was driving. 4 other brothers were in the back seat, and one of them was Bobby Hutton. They were being quiet because Huey told them to be quiet. And the pig is going crazy. He's by himself and Huey had all these black niggers in the car going for a motherfucker. Meanwhile, while the pig is trying to get bad, 3 cars drove up in back of us, and 1 in front. Some more were in the driveway. Blop, blop, hopped a blue. Then another car came up in front of us. A pig jumped out of his car, walked up to our car, and said through the crack in the window, with a hoggish voice, trying to sound intimidating, "What's going on here?" And Huey said, "The same basic procedures that are supposed to go on." Huey rolled the window down another 5 or 6 inches. The pigs were looking at the guns in the car. "Can I see that pistol there?" One of the pigs said. "No, you can't see it." Huey told him. I was beginning to get skeptical about what was happening because he pointed to my 9mm pistol. Huey was on probation, and if they thought that this was Huey's pistol. I didn't know this law stuff the way Huey knew it, so I moved the pistol over beside me real close. It had been lying in the middle of the seat. I said, "No, you can't see it." Huey said, "No, you can't see the pistol, nor this, and I don't want you to look at it." "You don't have to look at it." "Is that your pistol?" he asked Huey. And I said, "No, it's not his pistol, it's my pistol." I said that because I was thinking the man's gonna jump on Huey because he already told me about the probation law. If he gets caught with a pistol he's burned. But if he gets caught with a rifle, the man can't mess with him because his probation officer told him he can carry a rifle or a shotgun, and he couldn't stop him. The pig said, "Can I see it, or not?" So Huey said to me, "I'll talk." And then to the pig, "No, you can't see the pistol. Get away from the car. We don't want you around the car, and that's all there is to it." "Well, I can ask him if I want to see his pistol or not," the pig says. So I said, "Well, you can't see the pistol." The motherfuckers tried to get indignant. They were blabbing and oinking to each other about who in the hell we thought we were and, Constitution, my ass. They're just turning it around. Then a pig said to Huey, "Who in the hell you think you are?" Look, damn it, and Huey just opened the car door, and this is where Huey got mad. I mean, you have to imagine this nigger. He got mad because these dogs were going to carry on and they were bracing up like they were bad. Huey didn't go for this at all. Huey got very mad. He opened up the door saying, "Who in the hell do you think you are? In the first place, this man came up here and asked me for my license like he was citing me for a ticket or observation of some kind. This police officer is supposed to be carrying out his duty, and here you come talking about our guns." Huey put his hand around his M1 rifle and continued, "We have a constitutional right to carry the guns, anyway, and I don't want to hear it." The pigs backed up a couple of steps, and Huey was coming out of the car. Huey had his hand back in the car, getting his M1, and you know, if you've ever seen Huey, he gets growly, but articulate. He came out of the car with his M1. Huey knows his law so well that he wouldn't have the M1 loaded inside the car. When he came out of the car, he dropped around off into the chamber right away. Clack, clup. "Who do you think you all are anyway?" Huey said to the pigs. "And the other pigs are on the sidewalk harassing all the brothers and sisters who have gathered around. You people move on down the street." Huey started interrupting. "You don't have to move down the street. Don't go anywhere. These pigs can't keep you from observing. You have a right to observe an officer carrying out his duty." And these pigs, they listened to this shit. See, Huey's citing law and shit. You have a right to observe an officer carrying out his duty. You have a right to. As long as you stand a reasonable distance away, and you are a reasonable distance. Don't go anywhere. The pigs kept trying to move the people, saying, "You're gonna get under arrest." So Huey just went over and opened the door to the Panther office and said, "Come on in here. They can't move you out." He took his key, opened the door, and let the people go in. "Now, observe all you want to." The pig said, "What are you going to do with that gun? What are you going to do with your gun?" Huey said, "Because if you try to shoot at me, or if you try to take this gun, I'm going to shoot back at you, swine. Furthermore, and he just got off into it, you're nothing but a sharecropper anyway. You come from Georgia somewhere, you're downtown making $800 a month, and you come down here brutalizing and murdering black people in the black communities. They gave you some sergeant stripes, and all I say is that you're nothing but a lowlife, scurvy swine. A sharecropper from racist Georgia in the South somewhere. So if you draw that gun, I'll shoot back at you and blow your brains out. You. The pig was mad. You're just turning the Constitution around. This is the pig trying to slough it off. Huey said, I'm not turning anything around. And I got my gun. What are you going to do with yours? This blew the pig's minds. They didn't know where to go, man. Huey just walked on around the front of the car. Got on around the front of the car, talking, then went on and opened the office door again, and let some more people in, telling the people they didn't have to go anywhere, citing their constitutional rights and all this stuff, then just jumped on out of the office again and said, now what are you going to do? Another burly kind of fat pig walked up to about 5 yards in front of Huey with his hands in his belt, the front of his belly falling over the belt. He asked Huey, are you a Marxist? Huey asked him, you a fascist? Are you a Marxist? The pig asked in a louder tone of voice. Then Huey got louder. Are you a fascist? Then the pig asked it in a very loud, demanding voice. Lifting his hand out of his belt, the pig said, are you a Marxist? And Huey, louder, are you a fascist? The pig asked 3 more times in a softer tone, and Huey repeated his question. Then the pig said, like a stupid 5th grade kid, I asked you first. Huey shook his head unbelievingly and said, I asked you second. Are you a fascist? Everybody laughed at the pig. I was sitting in the car with the hammer of my 9mm cocked back. I said, these pigs are going to be wild-eyed. I know they're gonna be crazy. I rolled the window down. What's your name? I say, my name is Bobby Seale. Why? Want to check you out. Got any identification? I laid my pistol down, gave them identification, I picked my pistol back up. I said, my name is Bobby Seale, as it says in my identification. Want to check me out? You were arrested for armed robbery at 17. I said, you're a goddamned liar. I've never been arrested in my life. I've never been arrested for armed robbery. They didn't even check me out. You were arrested for armed robbery when you were 17. But since you were a juvenile, we can't arrest you for possessing a gun now. I said, you damned liar. I've never been arrested for armed robbery. I don't want to hear it. Fuck it. And Huey out there, man, he's calling the pigs swine, dogs, sharecroppers, bastards, motherfuckers, with his M1 in his hand. And daring them, just daring them. You don't pull your gun on us. And that's where Huey began to show us. You tell some motherfucker, and you mean it? This is what I remember. Huey was relating to one thing. When he told me, a long time ago, to remember that we might not ever come back home one day, I said, I'm with you, Huey. I remember that. I remember I might not ever come home one day. Fuck it, I'm with you. We were sitting in the car, and Huey made us all stay in the car and be quiet. He was out there, the baddest motherfucker in the world, man. Huey and 10 pigs. 3 or 4 of them trying to run off kids off bicycles and tell the people they didn't have the right to stand around, and Huey was going out there, interrupting, no. Come in the office. Little kids on bicycles got inside the office. We had a big, wide, clear picture window. Niggers just got all over the front of the window, man. They were leaning on it, kissing the window just to listen to this shit. And they would holler, go head on brother, and run it on down. You know where it's at, and I can dig it, all the while Huey was letting these pigs know where it was at. The brothers observing would see that those pigs were scared of that big gun that a bad black but beautiful nigger had in his hand. Every time Huey would say, "If you shoot at me, swine, I'm shooting back," niggers would have to holler something like, "Tell it, do it, brother." That would let Huey know that he was revolutionizing our culture, educating black people to be revolutionaries, that the gun is where it's at and about and in. A white man 2 doors down smiled. He was the only one around, but he seemed to respect Huey. Then some people came up after that, after Huey had made this display of going into the office. Other people were standing around and the pigs weren't even moving anymore. And Huey just daring them to do anything. Huey had an M1 with him, one of the 8-round clips in it. What do you do, man? All you do is back up a nigger like that. You do nothing else but that. Anything that happens, this nigger's the baddest nigger you ever seen. Because this nigger is telling 10 pigs, I don't give a damn what you do, and making us all shut up and be disciplined. And we have our shit ready, sitting in the car. So I said to myself, this is the baddest motherfucker in the world. This nigger is telling pigs, if you draw your gun, I'll shoot you. Telling this to the pigs standing there. When the pig says, you're just turning the Constitution around, Huey says, I'm turning nothing around. I'm exercising my constitutional right. I've got the gun to back it up. And the pig sees the gun. The nigger told the pigs that if they act wrong or get down wrong, I'm going to kill you. I'll defend myself. So what do? You say, this nigger is bad. This nigger is crazy. But I like this crazy nigger. I like him because he's good. He doesn't take bullshit. You back him up. So that was the very major incident that happened with the Black Panther Party in front of the Black Panther Party office. And after that, we really began to patrol pigs then, because we got righteous recruits. I think 10 or 12, maybe 13 extra members in the party that day, just came and put applications in. We went down to the poverty office again, I was still working there, and drew up a formal application form for enrollment to get into the Black Panther Party. And from there, what did we do? We just patrolled pigs. Badge 206. One night Huey, Little Bobby, and I were patrolling this pig in North Oakland. We had been patrolling him for a couple of hours. We'd be about a block away from him wherever he'd go. Sometimes we'd stop and lose the pig, but 10-20 minutes later he'd make it around again, he'd be back where he was, and we'd patrol him some more. Little Bobby had an M1, I had a .45. And Brother Huey had a shotgun and a law book on the back seat. Brother Huey was driving my old '54 Chevy. I guess we patrolled for quite a while, then on 58th Street we saw the pig stop up at the corner. We stopped at the corner, and he backed up and parked right in front of the stop sign at the corner of 58th and Grove. I remember us saying we were tired of patrolling this pig, let's go in. It was about 8:30 or 9:30 when we drove down the street and stopped next to the pig. We were stopped at the stop sign. I looked over at the pig. Naturally we were carrying guns in Oakland in those days. The shotgun barrel was sticking up. I was holding onto the shotgun while Huey drove. I was on the right-hand side of the front seat and the shotgun was to my left, next to my left leg. It was standing straight up, resting on its butt. I looked over at the pig looked back and looked over to me and to Little Bobby, who had his M1 in the back seat between his legs, the barrel of it showing through the window, too. Huey had completed his stop and he started off again and started turning right in front of the pig's car. As we were turning right, the pig flashed his lights on and he flashed his high beams on. Huey kept moving. He didn't stop and didn't speed up. See, those pigs don't shake Huey at all. I guess we drove no more than 20 feet when we could see the red light flashing. He was starting his engine up and pulling out of the spot where he was parked, making a right turn right behind us. Huey kept moving. He got ready to make a left turn right there at the next little corner. He made his left turn and said, "I'm not going to stop till he puts his damn siren on, because a flashing red light really don't mean nothing, anything could be a flashing red light." Well, the pig cut his siren on as he was turning the corner following us, and when he cut his siren on, Huey stopped. We'd been stopped by pigs a number of times, pigs who'd seen us with guns and didn't know what to do. We were down with it because Huey had put us together and knew how to handle the situation. This pig surprised us because he stopped his car as soon as we stopped. He stopped his car about 25 feet in back of our car. Some pigs stop right up behind you, but he was 25 feet from us. He got out of his car, and as soon as he did, and came walking from his door, we could hear this pig hollering, "What the goddamn hell you niggers doing with them goddamn guns? Who in the goddamn hell you niggers think you are? Get out of that goddamn car. Get out of that goddamn car with them goddamn guns." I said, "Huey, this motherfucker's trying to get killed, man. Listen to him." As he walked up to the car, he said, "Get out of that car." Huey said, "You ain't putting nobody under arrest. Who the hell you think you are?" The pig snatched the door open. When he snatched it open, he said, "I said get out of that goddamn car and bring them goddamn guns out of there." Huey said, "Man, what the hell?" By this time the pig came all the way up, his head inside the door, and he's reaching across Huey real fast. This all happened so fast. He was grabbing hold of the barrel of the shotgun, and I tightened up on it and pulled it away from him. At the same time I was pulling the shotgun away from him, Huey grabbed this pig by the collar, pushed his head back up against the roof of the car, then shifted around and got his foot and kicked him in the belly, shoving him all the way out of the car. The pig fell backwards about 10 feet from the car, but as he was going out, no sooner had Huey finished putting his foot in this pig's belly, kicking and pushing him out of the car, and the pig was being propelled and off balance, away from the car, then Huey was grabbing hold of the barrel of the shotgun. No sooner did Brother Huey's feet hit the ground, but he was jacking around off into the chamber, clack up, and taking 3 quick steps. The pig looked up and looked around, and Huey P. Newton was standing there saying, "Now, who in the hell do you think you are, you big redneck bastard, you rotten fascist swine, you bigoted racist? You come into my car, trying to brutalize me and take my property away from me. Go for your gun and you're a dead pig." The pig folded his hands up. By this time I'd gotten out of the car on the other side, put the .45 in my hand, and pulled the hammer back. As soon as Huey finished saying what he had to say, little Bobby jumped out on the back of our car and jacked around off in the M1. The pig heard these clicks and looked back at Huey, and the pig folded his hands up. In other words, he was taking his hands away from his gun. Huey had said, "Go for your gun and you're a dead pig. Don't you know by the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that you can't remove a person's property from them without due process of law?" Huey was mad, loud, and articulate. The pig began to walk, and he kind of did a half moon, walking around and away from Huey, trying to walk back to his car. Huey just stepped back holding his gun on him, and the pig came walking back to his car hollering, "They got guns. They got guns. They got guns." He got on his radio, "Niggers down here got guns. Get me some help down here. Niggers got guns, they got guns." This pig was scared. Black people began to come out of their houses, wanting to know what was going on. Huey said, "Come on out, black people. Come on out and get to know about these racist dog swine who've been controlling our community and occupying our community like a foreign troop. Come on out and we're going to show you about swine pigs." People got to coming out. It must have been around 9:30 because we were in the back of Merritt College and people in night school were coming out, and I guess 70 or 80 had gathered up there before the other pigs got there. They had about 15 cars come down there, 15 cars and pigs everywhere. So me and Huey and little Bobby were there with our guns. The people were there. I think little Bobby placed his gun right back on the back seat again. He was sitting in the seat and he shut the door and got back out. Huey and I had been warning little Bobby about keeping in his possession the written permission he had, and to carry with him the written permission thing from his father to carry and keep the gun because he was still under 18 at the time, and I think he didn't have it. He realized that he'd better lay the gun down. Huey was talking to most of the people and running it down to the people about how racism was rotten. How these pigs were brutal and murderous racists. And every time Huey said something I'd say it right behind him, I'd say the same thing, I'd say, "That's right." And he would say, "Racist dogs, pigs occupy our community, come down here to brutalize and kill and murder us. I'm tired of it," and I'd say, "That's right, racist dogs, pigs occupying our community like a foreign troop that occupies territory. Black people are tired of it." Every time Huey said something, I'd say something. The pigs must have thought that we was crazy niggers. A pig walks up and says, "Let me see that weapon." Huey says, "Let you see my weapon? You haven't placed me under arrest." "Well, you just let me see the weapon, I have a right to see the weapon." Huey says, "Ain't you ever heard of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States? Don't you know you don't remove nobody's property without due process of law?" Huey got loud at those last words. "What's the matter with you? You're supposed to be people enforcing the law, and here you are, ready to violate my constitutional rights. You can't see my gun. You can't have my gun. The only way you're gonna get it from me is to try to take it." Then another pig walks up to me, "Come over here by the car. I ain't going no goddamn place. Who the hell you think you are? You ain't placed me under arrest. But I have a right to take you over to the car. You don't have no right to move me from one spot to another." Huey P. Newton, the Minister of Defense, teaches us and runs it down to us that whenever a cop moves a person from one spot to another, then he's technically under arrest, and if the cop states that you're not under arrest, or doesn't say you're under arrest when you ask, then he has no right to ask you to move from one spot to another. You just got through telling me I wasn't under arrest, so I'm not moving nowhere, I'm staying right here. Well, you let me see that gun. I said you can't see my gun, and I ran down the 14th Amendment of the Constitution just like Huey had run it down. The pigs were frustrated, mad, and didn't know what to do. "Well, I got a right to look at the serial number." "I already know what the serial number is," I said. "I got to make sure it has a serial number." So I held my gun in my hand and he looked at it with his flashlight. "Hold it up, let me see." "No, I ain't holding up nothing." "You got a flashlight so you look at it from that distance right there, because you don't get near this gun." So I read the serial number, and I said, "There's the serial." The pig took the serial number down and after that a police lieutenant came down, and he kept saying, "Well, if we charge him, we'll probably lose the case, just for them having guns, we'll probably lose the case because they turn around the Second Amendment of the Constitution about them having a right to carry guns as long as they ain't concealed." Then one big fat pig says, "Well, we gotta find something. We gotta find something to do to them." He was looking down, he started looking the car over and he said that the license plate was being held on by a coat hanger. It was secure all right, but it was just put together with a coat hanger. "Let's give them a ticket for this here license plate is not adequately secure." He asked Huey for some identification and Huey handed him his license. They said his license looked kind of old so they gave him a ticket for not having a good new license. Huey later went to court, pleaded not guilty on both counts, and beat both tickets. The pigs jumped up and left the scene and the black people were asking what was happening. While Huey was calling the pigs all kinds of names and stuff, a lot of the brothers said, "Right on time, Huey. Tell it. Right. Run it down, Huey." Huey talked to the people some more, and a lot of them said they were going to come down and join the Black Panther Party. And we did get some of the older brothers and sisters and some young brothers and sisters out there to join. Even a number of white people had a chance to watch that. Badge 206 was the cop. The cop who almost got his head blown away that night. I kept telling him he was acting a fool. Badge 206. Badge 206. We never forgot his badge. I remembered his badge, Huey remembered his badge, and Bobby Hutton remembered his badge. We put his number on the front page of our newspaper. Huey and the traffic light. In its embryo stage, early in 1967, the Black Panther Party was working with the Advisory Committee of the Poverty Program to get a traffic light at the corner of 55th and Market Streets in Oakland, because kids were getting hurt and killed regularly on that corner. I used to work near this corner when I was working on the poverty program. Almost every other day, there would be some kind of accident, a wreck, or somebody'd get hit crossing the street, etc. Huey and I found out that 2 kids coming from the Santa Fe school, which is only a block from that particular corner, had been killed and another injured. Shortly before this, a girl had been killed there around 7 months before. A young white girl, riding a motorcycle, got hit there, too. A car hit her and her leg was all busted up. Someone started to talk about how our kids were getting killed on this corner on their way to school. So Huey said the city should have had a street light here on this corner a long time ago, and we should work to see that we get a street light. A lot of kids were getting out of school when this young girl got hit. A bunch of them saw Huey, and they ran up to him, and asked him was he the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party. They all gathered around Huey. He had about 25 of them around him, and Huey was telling them, right then, that there ought to be a street light on this corner. Huey had already more or less organized little Pennywell, 12-year-old Pennywell, because he hung around the office. Huey told him that he was the captain of the Junior Panthers, and to organize the brothers to understand the basic political desires and needs of black people and to learn the revolutionary principles, and to tell them that when they're 16 years old, if their mother wants them to carry a gun, she could sign a statement to let them, and we would teach them how to use a gun and defend themselves and the people of the black community. But right then Huey was concerned about this light. When a few older people walked up, Huey got into a conversation with them. You know, when an accident happens, people will come around and naturally voice their opinions. Lord, something's got to be done about this. There's always a wreck going out here, an old woman said. Something's gotta be done about it. Every time I turn around I hear some brakes squeaking out here, and an ambulance coming down. Huey said, well, they should have put a light here a long time ago, and through conversations with the people, Huey learned about the 2 kids who got killed and the one who had been injured coming from the school. 3 days later there was an advisory committee meeting at the North Oakland Poverty Center. Huey said we had to bring this up to the people, that we had to make a grievance concerning the light. The whole staff of the North Oakland Service Center was concerned about it because so many accidents had taken place and because people's conversations had begun to center around it. There had also been one accident where a car had literally run into the Poverty Center building on a weekend when we weren't working there. We came to work one Monday morning and the stairs were all banged up and half the building torn apart and busted in, so people became very concerned. So Huey, walking around talking about how we have to have a signal light there, began to arouse the interest of the people in and around the service center. At the time he was a part-time community organizer with the North Oakland Poverty Program. Huey was actually what they call a neighborhood organizer. He was supposed to go out and get names and addresses of people who wanted to relate to the multi-service poverty center at 55th and Market. He really got fed up with just getting names, but he saw the real validity of getting names and making contact with the people, to inform and educate the people, not only about the multi-service center but about the 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party. So Huey, some of the people on the staff, and some of the people on the advisory council of the local poverty center, brought the light up and decided that we were going to get up a petition. Somebody found out some legal facts concerning people who lived 2 blocks each way from an intersection. We got the petitions together. Huey and I went around and got all these people to sign the petitions concerning the necessity of a light there, and then gave it to the advisory council, and the advisory council submitted it to the Oakland City Council. The Oakland City Council sent information back saying that, based on a report from the street engineers, they couldn't put a traffic light on that corner until late 1968. But Huey P. Newton says, well, we're gonna have to have a red light there. If we don't have a red light there, the Black Panther Party is gonna come forth, and the Black Panther Party will direct traffic there until you get a light put up, even if that means that we tie traffic up for 50 blocks. We think the light should be here readily, and we also think we should have an officer here to direct traffic when the traffic is so heavy. Many of the people passing 55th and Market, Huey said, are middle-class white people going to their homes after work in the evening, and many of them are coming by when traffic is heavy, around 3:30 when our kids get out of school. We've already had 2 children killed here, and 1 injured, and there's an accident on the average of 1 every other day. It's very dangerous. We want a light or we're gonna direct the traffic ourselves. The Black Panther Party's gonna come forth. We'll have our guns with us, and we're gonna stop the cars so our kids coming from school and other people in the community will be served by the Black Panther Party. This got out in downtown Oakland, and I guess about a month and a half or 2 months passed, and it came back to the poverty center and came through the staff there. We got off into other things with the party, but we went back and checked, and people in the poverty center said a few of the members of the advisory committee were still making efforts to make sure the light got there, by late 1967, instead of late 1968. Right around August 1st, they begin to drill holes, and knock holes in the ground and put the light up, and the light was up by late October 1967. So that was the Panther Party in another type of initial phase, working in conjunction with members of the community. The kids who were standing on the corner that day when one of the big accidents happened, the 25 or so who crowded around Huey, had in a sense already been organized. They were relating quicker, they were relating more meaningfully. Of course their minds hadn't been destroyed yet by this racist power structure and all its brainwashing, than the cultural nationalists and the jive intellectuals in the colleges. So Huey organized what he called a Junior Panther group. He would never let these young brothers come into the office, because we always had guns in the office at 56th and Grove. He said we were going to set up a place, one of the churches maybe, where we could teach them some black history and some revolutionary principles, teach them how to use them and how to apply them. This is very important, knowing how to apply the revolutionary principles. This is what Huey was all about in placing the Panther Party in motion. These young brothers began at 12, 13, or 14. Junior Panthers. Everyone from 16 years of age and up was treated like a man. If he wasn't a man, he could get on out of the party. Then we had an intermediate group going down from 12 to 8 years old. Little 12-year-old Pennywell was trying to organize them like Huey was organizing, because he related to Huey, he loved Huey, because Huey was the defender of the black community. So Huey told him he was captain of the Junior Panthers in North Oakland. These young brothers were crazy about Huey. They used to come up to me, "You Bobby Seale, ain't you? Huey's partner." I'd say, "Right, brother, I'm Bobby Seale. I'm Huey P. Newton's partner. We stick together. Huey's our Minister of Defense." Brother Huey was a symbol to these brothers and sisters, in a way that other black organizations had never been. Those 25 kids standing on the corner there might see a pig drive by, look at his marked car, and say, "Racist cop, you swine." Huey had a term. He used swine a lot. Swine, racist cop. They would imitate Huey. There were just those 25 young brothers, 25 little Huey Newtons. That's what is so significant to Huey's name. He would see these kids walking home from school, anywhere from 12 or 13 all the way down to 6, maybe 5 years old. He'd play with them a little and teach them. The signal light that was needed so badly was not there, and 2 kids had been killed on that corner and 1 had been injured. This is what Huey related to. This was survival. Huey would talk about laws being made by mankind to serve mankind, and once those laws stop serving mankind, they must be changed so they do serve mankind. This is Huey P. Newton. It was necessary to make political pressure, so that change, revolutionary change, ultimate change, could take place. We have to understand this change that Huey was talking about. Huey would say, if people are getting killed on a corner, you have to change it. You have to alter it completely. How do you alter it? Huey says some law has to be made, some law has to be instituted, or something has to be initiated by the lawmakers to say that the situation that exists here now, at 55th and Market, has to be grossly changed. Go to the lawmakers and tell them that we want a signal light here. Here yeah, lawmakers, would really be the cry. We need a signal light here now, we want it here now, because young children are getting killed, the same young children who must mold the world to change it, young children on the streets who are coming home from a school where they're getting brainwashed, or getting killed and murdered. You lawmakers are not making laws, are not making propositions or resolutions, are not instituting things to serve the people. This is the meaning of the children. You have to understand Huey in this fashion. He liked them. There was a little boy who lived next door to him. They called him Junior. Every time me and Huey'd drive up there, he'd run up to see the car. Huey was trying to help him learn how to ride his bicycle. Huey said, "Let him go. He'll learn. He'll learn." Huey has faith in children. He has faith in small children, growing up in the confines of their environment. I guess the reason he has faith in children is because he has faith in himself, and to have faith in yourself is only to be human, and only to be human is the foundation of why and where faith comes from. Faith is not a mythical bullshit thing. Faith is where you directly relate yourself to reality. Huey could perceive a young brother trying to ride a bicycle. Even with training wheels on, he'd fall off of it. Huey'd help him back up, and say, "Go on, ride it. Go on, now, Junior. Ride it." Sometimes Junior would get bad, and Huey'd threaten to spank him, but Huey didn't spank him. Huey wasn't thinking about spanking him, Huey was trying to get him to relate to his environment. That little boy Junior was only 4.5 or 5 years old. Huey could understand the difference between children learning and living in their environment. That's why these brothers in the Santa Fe Grammar School, having to cross that intersection there, wanted that light there. They wanted it so that they could survive. Huey P. Newton wanted that light there on the corner, and worked to see that the light was there. If the power structure didn't put it there, the Panther Party was going to come out, block traffic, and direct traffic so that our young kids wouldn't die, so they would survive. It's that simple and it's that basic. These are the things that Brother Huey is dedicated to. I know he is dedicated to them, because I felt it. I respected Huey, I say, "Racist cop, you swine." Huey had a term. He used swine a lot. Swine, racist cop. They would imitate Huey. There were just those 25 young brothers, 25 little Huey Newtons. That's what is so significant to Huey's name. He would see these kids walking home from school, anywhere from 12 or 13 all the way down to 6, maybe 5 years old. He'd play with them a little and teach them. The signal light that was needed so badly was not there, and 2 kids had been killed on that corner and 1 had been injured. This is what Huey related to. This was survival. Huey would talk about laws being made by mankind to serve mankind, and once those laws stop serving mankind, they must be changed so they do serve mankind. This is Huey P. Newton. It was necessary to make political pressure, so that change, revolutionary change, ultimate change, could take place. We have to understand this change that Huey was talking about. Huey would say, if people are getting killed on a corner, you have to change it. You have to alter it completely. How do you alter it? Huey says some law has to be made, some law has to be instituted, or something has to be initiated by the lawmakers to say that the situation that exists here now, at 55th and Market, has to be grossly changed. Go to the lawmakers and tell them that we want a signal light here. Here yeah, lawmakers, would really be the cry. We need a signal light here now, we want it here now, because young children are getting killed, the same young children who must mold the world to change it, young children on the streets who are coming home from a school where they're getting brainwashed, or getting killed and murdered. You lawmakers are not making laws, are not making propositions or resolutions, are not instituting things to serve the people. This is the meaning of the children. You have to understand Huey in this fashion. He liked them. There was a little boy who lived next door to him. They called him Junior. Every time me and Huey'd drive up there, he'd run up to see the car. Huey was trying to help him learn how to ride his bicycle. Huey said, "Let him go. He'll learn. He'll learn." Huey has faith in children. He has faith in small children, growing up in the confines of their environment. I guess the reason he has faith in children is because he has faith in himself, and to have faith in yourself is only to be human, and only to be human is the foundation of why and where faith comes from. Faith is not a mythical bullshit thing. Faith is where you directly relate yourself to reality. Huey could perceive a young brother trying to ride a bicycle. Even with training wheels on, he'd fall off of it. Huey'd help him back up, and say, "Go on, ride it. Go on, now, Junior. Ride it." Sometimes Junior would get bad, and Huey'd threaten to spank him, but Huey didn't spank him. Huey wasn't thinking about spanking him, Huey was trying to get him to relate to his environment. That little boy Junior was only 4.5 or 5 years old. Huey could understand the difference between children learning and living in their environment. That's why these brothers in the Santa Fe Grammar School, having to cross that intersection there, wanted that light there. They wanted it so that they could survive. Huey P. Newton wanted that light there on the corner, and worked to see that the light was there. If the power structure didn't put it there, the Panther Party was going to come out, block traffic, and direct traffic so that our young kids wouldn't die, so they would survive. It's that simple and it's that basic. These are the things that Brother Huey is dedicated to. I know he is dedicated to them, because I felt it. I respected Huey, I highly respected him, just for that little small gesture, because he saw that the light, the signal light on the corner at 55th and Market served the people, served the black people living in the black community. It helped to keep young kids from dying, helped to keep the young brother named Junior from dying, and would give him a chance to learn to live and survive and exist. It helped to keep them surviving and keep them living so that they would understand that they have to mold the world, to change the world, so that they can voice their basic desires and needs as human beings. Huey is so human. He wants those kids to survive. But some people didn't know or understand this. Some teachers got together and said Huey was teaching young kids to use guns. They lied to the parents. Huey didn't let kids in the office. He didn't let them in because we had guns there. He told them they had to learn black history and revolutionary principles and grow up to be men, and defend their people in the black community. Huey finally had a whole little black history class going on at the service center when he was a community organizer, because he convinced the people there that he could bring those little brothers in there, and teach them a lot of things that are going to be very related to their future survival as human beings, as black people in the black community. Then the little kids would be able to oppose the lies the teachers were telling them about their history, and the teachers, many of whom were white, with their egos, with their misconceptions of the black community, spread lies about Huey. I say white not in the context of the color of their skin, but white in relation to their puritanical views, to the absolutist concepts they were trying to drill into the kids' heads. These absolutist concepts are very directly related to racism. These kids would speak about things that Huey had taught them about black history, about great men in black history. The teachers would oppose them, and many times the kids would mention that Huey P. Newton teaches them, and shows them the true way of thinking and understanding ourselves and our lives, helping us survive, etc. The teachers were trying to oppose Huey P. Newton by trying to hurt the children. To oppose Huey, they called up the mothers, and told the mothers that Huey had them in the office using guns, which was a lie. So this is the meaning of that red light at the corner. How Huey taught the young brothers to survive, how the teachers in the school told lies to the mothers and other people about Huey. Just as Huey saw the gun as a necessary tool of black people's liberation, he saw the young people as the basis and foundation of it. A gun at Huey's head. A short time after we began to organize around the traffic light, a little kid came running up into the Black Panther Party office, and said that down the street, a whole lot of cops had broken into a brother's house, and that the Panthers better get down there. He came down to the Panther office to get us down there to stop the cops. I think for some reason Huey's shotgun was at home, he was only passing by the office because he was headed somewhere else. Huey broke out of the office, and Truman Harris and Warren Tucker were with him. Warren Tucker had a .45 strapped to his side and Huey happened to have a 12-inch dagger that had a metal cover to put the knife in. It was a dagger. It came straight to a point. Huey got down there and asked the cop why he was searching this man's house and breaking the furniture all up. He asked him if he had a search warrant. The brother had just come home and found the pig in the house. Huey said, "You ain't got no search warrant. You ought to get out of the man's house." Then the pig looked at the black citizen, the brother there, and said, "You gonna let him tell people what to do?" The brother told the pig to get out of his house. The pig got mad because the citizen saw Huey was working in his interest and the pig was not working in his interest by breaking into his house without a search warrant or anything. Then Huey went outside, and the pig and 2 other pigs snuck up behind him. There were about 10 pigs. One of the pigs walked up to Huey and said real low to him, "Motherfucker," into his face. He thought he was going to provoke Huey, but Huey just laughed out loud. A lot of people were standing around, and Huey said, "You're a swine. You had no business breaking into this home. You broke into this man's home without a search warrant. You acted in a manner other than a police officer is supposed to." And the people said, "Right." The pig thought that Huey would jump up and attempt to strike him just because he called Huey motherfucker, but Huey is very hip to the necessity of educating people to what the pigs are. Then these other 2 pigs grabbed Warren Tucker's arm and snatched his pistol out. The pig walked up to Huey and put the gun at Huey's head and said, "You're under arrest." Huey turned away and walked away from him and walked towards his car. He said, "You goddamned right. If you're gonna have to fool like that, then I've got to be under arrest. In fact, I'd better be under arrest." Huey just walked on away and left the pig standing there holding the gun. The pig was booed and he just walked off and got in the car. Huey said, "I got to be under arrest, you damn fool swine." Anyway, Huey was placed under arrest. A brother and I went and got some money, $25, $30. I went by my house first. I got hold of little Bobby Hutton and Sherman Forte. I got a couple of pistols and a shotgun, and we broke down to the jail. We always said that every time the pig arrests somebody, we'll go right down there with our guns and bail the brother out of jail, and after we bail the brother out of jail, we're going to take the brother right back out on the streets. Let the people know that this is a unified organization. Let the pigs know that we're right back here. We'll be here. We're going to organize and educate our black people to revolutionary principles. Huey used to talk about this all the time. So I was only doing what we had already agreed was always necessary to be done. At the same time, we couldn't afford to have Huey in jail. Anytime we can get him out, we're going to free Huey. Well, I went down and Laverne was there. I gave her the $25 that we had picked up, and told her to add it to the bail. I went around to the bail bond office and came back. We finally got Huey out of jail. Before we got Huey out of jail, some pigs came up and tried to get me to give them my shotgun. I wouldn't let them have it. I told them, "You haven't placed me under arrest, so you're not gonna get my shotgun from me." I looked to the left to see little Bobby. One pig standing close on my right snatched my right arm, and another one snatched the weapon out of my left arm. They opened it up and were all surprised because they saw some 00 buckshot shells in it, loaded and ready to go. They gave me back the shotgun and left. I had cited my constitutional rights and argued with them till they left, all 10 of them and a lieutenant. Anyway, we got Huey out of jail. We went upstairs and Huey said, "Let's go upstairs and get the gun back and also bail out Warren Tucker and Truman Harris." They had been busted also. We went and got some more money and had those brothers bailed out. After bailing those brothers out, we went upstairs to pick up Warren Tucker's weapon. One pig came talking about Warren Tucker was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. When Warren Tucker got arrested, the brother was wearing a t-shirt and some tight Levi's with a belt. That's all he had on. The weapon was strapped to his side in broad daylight. Everybody could see it, but they told us he had a concealed weapon. And then Huey asked, "What kind of concealed weapon did the man have?" "He had a knife on him," a cop said. "It was just a regular pocket knife with a blade a little less than 3 inches. A knife over 3 inches is illegal, here in California at least, if it's concealed." We all went upstairs. Bobby Hutton had a shotgun and someone else had a pistol. We went upstairs to the police detective division. A pig saw us coming down the hall while on our way up there. Bobby Hutton had his shotgun, I had a pistol, and I think Sherman Forte had a pistol. We were walking down the hall and this pig turned around, ran the other way, and disappeared around the corner. We just kept walking right on into the detective division, made a left turn, and got to one of the doors there. We made another left turn and walked right up in there, and these pigs, these fat pigs, they call themselves detectives, got to looking up and wondering what the fuck was going on. Talking about, "Can I help you? Can I help you?" Huey P. Newton said, "We've come to claim a weapon of Warren Tucker's. You took the man's property from him and we want to see that the man gets his property back. You had no right to take it. You say he was arrested and charged with carrying a concealed weapon, namely a knife. Well, we're holding the weapon in evidence," the pig said. "Well, how can you hold a weapon in evidence when in fact the weapon is not any evidence concerning the particular charge?" Huey asks him. "The charge is that the man was carrying a concealed weapon. The specific type of weapon that was named was a knife, and a gun is not a knife. Now if you want to just take something to hold as evidence, why didn't you just take the man's comb? The man needs the gun to defend himself and wants to claim the weapon. I'm sorry, we just can't give it up," and blop-de-blue, the pig says. Then Huey said, "Well, then you're all gonna die. You're all racist dogs. You're all racist swine. Pigs. Dogs. That's what you all are. And you're all gonna die, and you're gonna be run out, driven out of the black community, because you have no respect for the human being. You have no respect for people's property and lives. You have no respect for anything, when it comes down to the survival of black people." Huey just went on, and we just walked out. He was really running it down to them. Really telling them what they were, what kind of scurvy reprobates they were. One Sid Walton is now principal of a Sausalito school. His appointment raised a good deal of controversy, but he was eventually hired. The party grows, Eldridge joins the Paper Panthers. In San Francisco, there was a group of cultural nationalists who had named themselves the Black Panther Party of Northern California. We called them the Paper Panthers. Their name, the Paper Panthers, is directly related to Mao calling the coward running dogs of the imperialistic power structure of the West paper tigers. But there is also a more direct reason. We were called the Black Panther Party for self-defense, and they, the cultural nationalists, called themselves the Black Panther Party of Northern California. We don't know who had the name first, because around October 1966, around the time we had printed up our 10-point platform and program, they went and printed up something, maybe a periodical. We went to them and said, "What are you doing for the community in regard to the revolutionary struggle? If you're doing something for the community in the revolutionary struggle," Huey told them, "we'll join your set, but we don't see you doing it, so let us alone." They had printed something that was an attempt to cut us up intellectually. Roy Ballard came over to our office and gave us a long line, that the Northern California branch of the Black Panther Party, these cultural nationalists, were having a conference in Hunters Point, the large black ghetto over in San Francisco, a Malcolm X Memorial Day conference. This was held on the date Malcolm was assassinated. He asked if we would come over and provide security for Betty Shabazz. He stood there and bragged about the fact that the Black Panther Party of Northern California had all kinds of brothers over in San Francisco with guns. In fact, he had 20 dudes with guns, he said. In that very first conversation he mentioned 20 dudes, then he mentioned 16 dudes for sure, and said they were all ready and he wanted to know if we would bring 30 or 40 of our Panthers over. After we had talked about the fact that Betty Shabazz was coming into town, and we wanted to have security for the sister and escort her around town, Huey said that a small group of dudes was best, that we'd just bring over 8 brothers at the most, and the most he should have is another 8 cats. But Ballard was running around talking to us like, "Man, we got more guns than that. We can bring all of them." He was trying to brag about numbers, but you could see through it. We said to ourselves that since these cats had decided to pick up guns, we could go forth to try and work with them. Huey always said we're ready to unite and work with any brothers anywhere, because the name of an organization doesn't mean anything, it's what an organization is that's important, and if these guys finally had realized that we'd been on the street patrolling the cops already and had been trying to implement a program to educate black brothers, if these guys were ready to pick up the gun, if they were making an effort to do so, that we should work with them for the sake of unity in our black community. Roy Ballard went on and went off at the mouth, and asked us to come to one of their meetings over in San Francisco. So we decided to get up and go on over to the meeting. About 3 or 4 days later at the Northern California branch of the Black Panther Party's office, the Paper Panthers office. We got over there and there was nobody in the office. We drove around until somebody found out where Roy Ballard lived. We went to his house, and waited out front. He drove up and we went upstairs. He was talking to us and he was explaining about how he had 8 men. We said, "I thought you had 16, although we don't need but 8. "Oh well," he says. "It really ain't but 8 cats." He was explaining some more details about this conference. He was really trying to manipulate. But we were concerned about the changes in the amount of men he had, the brothers he had with guns. Well, the brother didn't have much to say that evening, no more than that we're going to have to get together and have the gun laws checked out thoroughly. Huey P. Newton, of course, had checked out all the gun laws very thoroughly, because we read those books, law books, and the penal code, in the law section of the legal aid service of the poverty center where we worked, and Huey was going to law school at night. But Roy Ballard made a big play about how he was doing all this work in the black community for black people, and I suppose they did have some statistics down and that kind of stuff. Another meeting was set for a few days later, and this time we all went in our uniforms. Me, Huey, Bobby, Reginald Forte, Sherman Forte, and Orlando Harrison, we all got down our uniforms, the blue shirt, with black leather jacket, black pants, and black beret. We loaded up and got out guns and things, and went over to their office that evening about 7:30. We walked into the office and there was a bunch of what I've always known to be jive-assed intellectuals sitting around. I'd run with some of them, Douglas Allen, Kenneth Freeman in West Coast Underground Ram, and some other dudes. There were just shits. The dudes whose doors I've told about breaking in were just jives, like the cats that ran with together. We're just going to have to get uptight on them, and make them get together. And I said to myself, now who in the hell does he think he can make get together? So me and Huey and Bobby and Reggie and Sherman and Orlando, and I think there was another brother with us, all sat down and listened, and after we had been there for about 25 or 30 minutes, listening to them go through their little intellectual changes, feeding off of their ability to articulate, and, as they put it, run it down to each other, looking at them acting like a bunch of armchair revolutionaries, I made a gesture to Roy Ballard and asked him when we were going to settle this thing about how we were going to handle the escorting of Sister Betty Shabazz. He said, in a minute, brother. In a minute, we're going to take care of that, as an intellectual always does to a field nigger. Roy Ballard did come around to it in the context of his conversation with Kenny Freeman and the rest of the intellectuals in there. The point was, that the conference was coming down and Betty Shabazz needed to be escorted here, and the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense would handle the self-defense aspect of the operation. He asked us if we wanted to speak at the conference, and Huey said, yes, we'll speak. Vince Lynch said, that's good, because you can go Kenny Freeman. I didn't know it till later, but Eldridge was sitting in there too. Roy Ballard and Kenny Freeman and the others were all sitting in a circle, and they seemed to be going through their everyday business. I remember Kenny Freeman saying some simple shit like, if black people don't get into the history of self-defense. Huey said, I'll be talking about politics. Kenny Freeman popped up and said, do you want to speak on self-defense or politics? Huey said, it doesn't make any difference, they're both one and the same. They went through some intellectual changes, with a few statements here and there, Roy Ballard, Kenny Freeman, and a couple of other people, and came back to the same question that they had asked Huey about a minute before. Do you want to speak on self-defense or politics? Huey said that they're both the same thing. If I'm talking about self-defense, I'm talking about politics. If I'm talking about politics, I'm talking about self-defense. You can't separate them. They didn't understand Huey when he said, politics is war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed, a continuation of politics with bloodshed. They didn't understand antagonistic contradictions and non-antagonistic contradictions both being lodged in the arena of politics. They didn't understand that the plight of the black people's struggle here in the confines of decadent America is a political military whole, unified within itself. Then Vincent Lynch said, you could talk about Nat Turner, then you can bring it up to date. You could talk about Brother Robert Williams, then you could talk about the Deacons for Defense in Bogalusa, Louisiana, and you have that whole historical thing put together. Then we can speak about the politics. Huey said, very firmly to all of them, that we would speak, and when we speak it won't make any difference if we're talking about self-defense, or if we're talking about politics. If we're talking about politics and the survival of black people, it's the same thing. They finally decided to shut up. They didn't want to mess with Huey because Huey was sitting there with a big 12-gauge shotgun, and he had his men all around him, decked down, sharper than a motherfucker, sharper than two tacks, and Huey wasn't about to sit there and lollygag with these jive dudes who call themselves revolutionaries who didn't even have the understanding of integrating the gun for self-defense with politics. I'm pretty sure this is what frustrated Brother Huey, and made him not want to deal with those cats, but we tried to anyway. I made a gesture to Roy Ballard to get on with the thing because we had come over to lay down some plans about operations for security for Betty Shabazz, and we wanted to know how many men they were going to provide for the operation. We got up and went outside and they got to talking about how they had 5 men with pieces and guns and they'd be loaded down, ready to go, and that they would let us know when Sister Betty Shabazz was coming in. They talked to me and Huey alone. They told us that she would be coming in on a Monday, so we split. Then we got a phone call from them Monday saying we would have to come over there. So we rushed over and they told us she'd be there that Thursday. When we got over there on Thursday to the Northern California branch of the Black Panther Party, Roy Ballard, Kenny Freeman, Isaac Moore, and Douglas Allen were there, along with some other cats. We come to find out one of them was a special nigger pig. Huey says, "Look, we are not going to go and give any security to Betty Shabazz with pigs around, with nigger cops around. I don't give a damn if they're black or white, they're cops for the system." One of those guys said, "Yes, but he's blacker than you." "He's blacker than you." I said, "It doesn't make any difference, we aren't going with any pigs, and that's all there is to it." Huey P. Newton said, "We aren't going with any of them. It's not possible. We can't function with cops, in any way." Kenny Freeman called Huey to the side, and told him that he didn't know Roy Ballard had set this up. So I said, "How many guns do you have?" They said, 5. I said, "When Roy Ballard first came over he come talking about 20 men with guns, and the next statement he made before he left that first time was 16 with guns, and after that he says he has 8 with guns, and after that he said he had 5 with guns. Now I wonder if you guys got any guns at all or anybody with guns. You've been talking this shit, so have you got anybody at all with guns or not?" Huey said, "Right on. You be here and have some guns with you tomorrow, or what you guys think you're handling in terms of security, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense will take over and we'll handle the whole damn thing, if you aren't here with guns. You'd better be here with loaded guns, right down to the gills." Kenny Freeman got uptight. "Okay, yeah, man, we'll be here tomorrow, man. We've got 5 cats with guns, man, to go along with this operation, man." So we all got together, we got 8 brothers together, and came over on Thursday. Just before we left, they said Sister Betty was arriving at San Francisco Airport, somewhere around 1:30 or 2 p.m. We got over there around noon. Douglas Allen, a cat named Leo who had an M1, and Isaac Moore with an M1, were there. Kenny Freeman says, "Hey, man, you know these brothers here, man. They got their stuff with them, man, and they're ready. Everything is cool, and I think Roy Ballard's got a piece with him." I said, "I thought you cats were going to have 5 cats, man." "Well, man, we've got these cats here, right offhand, and I myself, I'm going to be there, you know, and Douglas Allen, you know, he's going to be there, so everything is cool. Everything's alright." I said, "Yeah, man, okay." I didn't want to talk to him anymore, because I just didn't dig the dudes. They were intellectual jivers. Intellectual cultural nationalists. Punk motherfuckers who sit in a fucking armchair and try to articulate the revolution while black people are dying in the streets. Huey defined him very well. Huey said, "I see Kenny Freeman is a dude who wants to compete with everything that's going on. That's the only thing that satisfies his little chicken shit ego is to sit and compete." We all loaded down in cars, caravan fashion. We had our guns. Kenny Freeman, Leo, Isaac Moore, and Douglas Allen were in another car, and Roy Ballard was in a third car, 5 of them. We told them to have 5 guns with them, but they wound up, from what I saw, only having 3 guns. Roy Ballard flashed his little .25 pistol sitting in his belt. Huey and I didn't have any faith in .25 pistols because they could get you killed. Anyway, our 8 dudes and their 5 dudes loaded up in the cars and drove to the San Francisco airport, and I noticed one thing as we got in front of the terminal. Kenny Freeman was in a car behind us, a white station wagon. He got out of the car. It was 3 or 4 blocks down from the terminal drive, but I could see him, stopping the car and getting out of it. He got out of the car. Then all of the brothers piled out with their guns, because we drove up there, guns showing and everything. I noticed that Leo and Isaac Moore, Kenny Freeman's boys, were about 30 feet away from us with their 2 M1s. Just then a pig came out, a head plainclothes pig. Huey saw him and some other pigs coming, so Huey told everybody, like he always tells the brothers, "Don't nobody say nothing, I'll do the talking, because we don't want too many people trying to say something at one time." The pig came and asked, "What are you doing with these guns?" And Huey said, "Well, you're a cop. What you doing with your gun?" Then a uniformed black pig walked out and said, "What's he doing with this gun? Is that gun loaded?" And Huey said, "If I know it's loaded, that's good enough." "Well, where are you going?" the plainclothes pig asked. Huey said, "We're going to the airport to get our sister Betty Shabazz." "Why?" If you understand Huey, you know Huey wasn't answering his questions as if he had to answer them. Huey was giving orders to me to get the brothers and sisters together because he knew what he was going to do. He knew what the party was there for. He knew what the delegation was there for, and that's all there was to it. Then stupid Roy Ballard walked up and said humbly and meekly, "Why should we have all this argument? Sir, you should read the autobiography of Malcolm X and you can understand why we are here with these guns." Huey said, "Ah, man, I'll do the talking. You go on back." "Wait a minute, Huey, wait a minute, let me explain it to him." Huey said, "This is absurd. How do you explain to a racist, ignorant bastard cops of the power structure who were behind the killing of Malcolm, who kill black people, and who are here to try to tell you you can't go anywhere? This is no time to stop and read the autobiography." And Ray Ballard was still, in a humble and meek manner, trying to explain to the cop that he would understand us if he would read our brother's book, When the Pigs in America Were Glad Malcolm Was Dead. The man said, "Well, you can't go into the airport." "What do you mean we can't go into the airport?" "We have to be able to go in and meet our sister there, Betty Shabazz," the brothers said. Huey said, "Be quiet. We're going in the airport. This is public property and you can't deny us our constitutional rights just because we've got guns. We're going in whether you like it or not. I'm going to exercise my constitutional rights, and the Panthers here are going to exercise their constitutional rights, and that's all there is to it." The pig said, "But..." Huey interrupted him in a firm and clear manner. "This is public property." The pig said, "It's private property and you're not." "Even if it is private property," Huey said, "if it accommodates more than 200 people at a time, then any citizen has a right to exercise his rights on it. So get out of our way. We're going inside whether you like it or not, swine." Meanwhile Isaac Moore and Leo were standing 30 feet or more away from us with 2 M1s in their hands. Ballard was running around flapping at the jibs. He didn't know what he was doing. Huey said, "All right, brothers. In a column of 2s. Get together. Bobby, put them in a column of 2s." So I put everybody in a column of 2s. To Leo and Isaac Moore, I said, "Come on, you dudes. Come on up here and get in the column of 2s. They hesitated. Meanwhile Huey was still checking this pig, when all of a sudden, about 20 pigs spread out around us in the streets out there. But Huey P. Newton wouldn't let that faze him at all, because he knew he had a shotgun and he knew he had some brothers with him, he knew his constitutional rights, and he was going to make sure that people got down to the nitty-gritty of things. So, Huey is talking with the pig, telling him we're going inside anyway, and also trying to make Roy Ballard be quiet and shut up because Roy didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know how to handle the racists, and Huey did. We got in a column of twos and Huey said, "Let's go." We started moving and I finally got Leo and Isaac Moore to fall in the rear with me. Huey was in front. The first thing Leo and Isaac started complaining about was, "Man, get the sisters outta here. Get the sisters outta here." I say, "Why? We got guns. We can defend ourselves." "Man, if they start shooting, man," Leo was saying, "it's bad enough having to protect ourselves, let alone having to protect them too." I said, "I heard that one of the sisters has a pistol in her purse and she isn't worried." "Don't worry about it." Leo was overly concerned about the sisters being in the column of twos. Leo and Isaac were holding the M1s, and at the time I didn't know that these M1s were not loaded. Later on I could see how his over-concern about the sisters being there and standing 30 feet away related directly to the fact that they did not have loaded weapons. We all went up into the terminal and some of the pigs were walking around us. They were following us, and they were also walking in front of us, but we just barged our way in over this so-called head cop, or sheriff. They have these little security-type sheriff guys out there at San Francisco Airport. We went inside and upstairs, and from there we went all the way down to the particular gate we were supposed to be at. Brother Hakeem Jamal, Malcolm's cousin by marriage, had gone to check out the exact time Sister Betty was going to arrive. Jamal came back, and by that time we were in the lobby section. It's like a hallway, about 20 feet wide, and that's where the gate area is. We walked around. We walked inside the gate area and all the brothers sat down. Little Joe, Orlando Harrison, Bobby Hutton, and me and Huey, 3 or 4 other brothers, along with the punks, intellectual, jive, motherfucking cultural nationalists, Isaac Moore, Leo, and Roy Ballard. Kenny Freeman had gotten out of his car, and was way down the street, 3 blocks away. He'd gotten out just before the confrontation had started. I don't know who he thought he was fooling because I heard later on that he said he was planning strategic security. That nigger was just scared. That nigger wasn't coming up there at all. That's why he had those dudes running around there carrying unloaded guns. John George, a lawyer they knew, had suggested that they carry unloaded guns, and they went and did it, but they didn't tell us that. Huey doesn't believe in anybody carrying unloaded guns. We were waiting for the plane to come to the gate area. While we waited, something happened. Those pigs were all outside in this 20-foot aisle to the gate section, and some old pig came over and acted like he was going to take a picture of us. Huey walked up to him and said, "Don't take any pictures." People began to look, so Huey said, "We're not going to let them take any pictures." I walked over and stood in front of the pig with the camera, more or less to block him, to keep him from being able to take pictures. Then Huey said, "If you take any pictures, we're going to take your camera away from you and we're going to smash it." The pig acted as if he still wanted to take pictures, so Huey said, "All right, people. You see this jive racist cop here? He's trying to provoke something. We told him not to take any pictures, and if he takes any pictures he's going to provoke something. That's where it's going to start at, right now." The other pigs got to looking and said, "Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe," beckoning for this pig with the camera to come on out to the far end of the lobby section. They decided they didn't want to take any pictures because Huey P. Newton wasn't jiving around. He had that shotgun in his hand and he was letting people know where it's at. I noticed Isaac Moore and Leo standing over away from us. They were standing next to the wall together. We were kind of spread out, but they got away from us. We waited for Sister Betty Shabazz. The plane came up to the gate and let the people off. As soon as she came out, we surrounded her. Brother Hakeem Jamal was there, and we surrounded the sister and began to walk out. The pigs, I don't know what the hell they thought they were doing, were walking out around us, acting as though they were security, but we had as many guns as they had. We came outside and Sister Betty said, "Who are these fellows here?" Jamal answered her, "These are some brothers from the Black Panther Party for self-defense." I noticed that Leo and those cats were nil on gun laws and the way the party was functioning. One time Isaac Moore had his gun level, and people were walking by in front of his gun. At the time I was still thinking that the guns were loaded. But he had it level, then he kind of dropped it, very relaxed. When he was pointing the gun at people he wasn't paying any attention to it. So I said to him, "Man, don't you point no gun at nobody like that. A loaded weapon." I said, "That's assault with a deadly weapon. Whether you're doing it maliciously or not. You'd get charged on a bullshit ticket if the cops out here knew the law. They just don't know the law. Hold that gun up." Then he was getting Betty Shabazz into the car. I saw Isaac Moore when he put his gun in the car. He put his gun in and slid it under the seat. We didn't carry guns like that, sliding them under the seat. It was very necessary, at that time, to carry our guns in the open, because it was exhausting a means of being able to carry guns that way and at the same time educating the masses of black people about the necessity for guns and how self-defense was politically related to their survival and their liberation. Confrontation at Ramparts. We got in the cars and we drove back to the Ramparts office on Broadway, in the middle of downtown San Francisco. We got to Ramparts and went inside. Douglas Allen was sitting there looking like he was sick and scared and didn't know where the fuck to go. I can't blame him for being scared. There were just too many damn people with guns there and I don't know where Kenny Freeman had disappeared to, and Isaac Moore was hanging around somewhere. I stationed two brothers outside, Little Joe outside on the right of the steps and this other brother on the left of the steps. He had a .45 and Little Joe had an M1. We then went inside. There were some interviews scheduled so Huey was with Sister Betty all the way inside the Ramparts office down the hall, where she was talking to Eldridge Cleaver, whose writings on Malcolm X she had admired. I made periodical runs between Huey, where he was with Sister Betty and Eldridge Cleaver, all the way back to the front door. I came to the front door one time and a couple of pigs had driven up. I stood right on the top landing of the front steps and a pig walked up to Little Joe, and said, "Who are you?" Little Joe said, "I got nothing to say to you, and if you have anything to ask me I'm taking the Fifth Amendment." Just like that. The pig said, "Well, all right," and when he got up beside me I was looking dead at him, looking firm right in his eyes. He kind of took a couple of steps up from the bottom steps and he said, "Who's the leader?" I said, "I'm one of them, why?" "Well, I'd like to talk to you." I said, "God damn it, I don't want to talk to you, so you can go on away from here." And he said, "Oh," turned around, and walked away. Then more pigs drove up. They were plainclothesmen. They looked at Little Joe. He looked like he was too young to be carrying a weapon, but they didn't say anything else to him. 3 or 4 more pigs drove up, so I called for a couple more brothers to come outside, and then walked halfway down the hall. Betty Shabazz was about to come out. I walked all the way to the front and there were 4 or 5 pigs outside. A few minutes earlier, a Lieutenant Pig had asked Warren Hinkle, the editor of Ramparts, what the trouble was. When he said, "What's the trouble?" he pointed over our way. We were standing in front of the inside door to the office. "There's no trouble here," Hinkle told the pig lieutenant. "Everything is under control." That seemed to make the pigs mad. They couldn't do a thing to us, because the person whose place we were in had no objection to our having guns there. We weren't doing anything illegal. I remember Sister Betty saying that she didn't want any cameras, and Huey said, "If you don't want any cameras on you that's all right." But, of course, by this time a TV cameraman had shown up, ABC Channel 7, and Chuck Banks, the news reporter. We came inside. As I was coming outside they were bringing Sister Betty out and I was kind of in front there. I grabbed a magazine from a stack of magazines in the hall, to use to block the cameras. Huey grabbed a magazine too, and we came outside. I was holding this magazine up in front of the cameras and then all of a sudden Kenny Freeman popped up somewhere. We had Sister Betty surrounded but them Douglas Allen popped up from somewhere, and somehow he's walking with her. Even before we came out the cameraman tried smashing in. They tried breaking in and that's when Warren Tucker pushed them down the stairs. Then they tried taking a picture of one of the Panthers who pushed them away with a gun. They had already been trying to provoke something, to get an incident going. Then as we came out, I walked out first and I was holding a magazine in front of the camera, about a foot away from it, and Huey came on out with Sister Betty and Douglas Allen and Kenny Freeman from the Paper Panthers. While she was coming down the stairs around front, the TV dude snatched at the book I was holding, and I snatched it back. Then Huey put his magazine in front of the camera and Chuck Banks grabbed hold of Huey's magazine and pushed the book down into Huey's stomach. He didn't get his blow in good enough, but he did strike Huey. When he struck Huey in the stomach like that, Huey wasn't fazed a bit. He let the magazine go and fired on Chuck Banks's head and knocked him back against the wall and against the man who was holding the Channel 7 camera. Then I looked around and saw all these pigs. I saw one of them unstrap this little strap that holds down the firing hammer on his .38 pistol. I said, "Huey, cool it, man. Let's split, man." I grabbed at Huey's jacket on his right arm. "Don't hold my hand, brother," he said, so I let go of his arm right away, because I know that's his shooting hand, his right hand. Then I said, "Come on, brother, let's split." But Huey said, "All right, all you pigs, all you cops. That man assaulted me. Now why in the hell don't you arrest him? Arrest that man. Come on, brother, let's split," I said. Then a couple more of those cops flipped the little straps off the hook of their pistol hammers and another brother came down and said, "Come on, Huey. Let's back on up here and get outta here, man." One of the brothers had his back turned on the pigs and I guess Huey saw the cops pulling the straps off of the hammers all of a sudden, so Huey says, "Turn around. Don't turn your back on these back-shooting motherfuckers." Just like that. We all turned around. I turned around, little Joe turned around, little Bobby turned around, and Huey goes, "Spread," and jacks a shell off into the chamber of his gun. Betty Shabazz was moving and gone by then. Kenny Freeman and Douglas Allen had hustled her off across the street. A big beefy cop moved forward. He had unhooked the strap off of the hammer of his pistol, and started shouting at Huey. "Don't point that gun at me. Stop pointing that gun at me." He kept making gestures as though he was going to go for his gun. Huey stopped in his tracks. He was just staring at the cop. Then he walked right up to within a few feet of this fat pig and said, "What's the matter, you got an itchy finger?" The cop didn't say a thing. He just stood there. "You want to draw your gun?" Huey asked him. The other pigs were calling for this one cop to cool it, but he didn't seem to hear them. He was looking right at Huey, staring straight into Huey's eyes. "Okay, you big fat racist pig, draw your gun," Huey said to him. The cop didn't move. "Draw it, you cowardly dog." And with that, Huey jacked around off into the chamber of his shotgun. "I'm waiting," Huey said, and, man, he just stood there waiting for this pig to make a move toward his gun. All of the other cops moved back out of the line of fire. The five of us were spread out behind Huey. Finally the fat pig just gave up. He let out a great big sigh and just hung his head. Huey almost laughed in his face, and we started backing up slowly. Huey backed up. He went near the wall and I went to the outer edge of the sidewalk, near the car. The sidewalk is at least 8 or 10 feet wide. Little Joe and little Bobby were in the center and another brother got on the outside of the car in line with us and took about 6 or 7 steps. At this point, Roy Ballard came running up the street, yelling, "Hey, don't shoot that gun. The cops are going to kill us. They're going to kill us. Please don't shoot that gun." Then the cops started talking about, "Don't you go for your guns. Don't you go for your gun." So Huey said, "Don't you go for your guns." I remember repeating behind Huey, I said, "That's right, don't you go for your guns. Don't you touch your guns." I had flipped the little strap that went over the hammer of my .38. So we were standing there, backing up, stepping off from the pigs, and the pigs were all bunched up. It was a very tense scene. This was one of the first major confrontations and we were almost into a righteous shootout. You can think about a lot of shootouts. You can think about situations you might be in where there's going to be gunfire and gunfighting with pigs you know are racists. But I knew how Huey felt. If just one of them had gone for his gun, he would blast him, because Huey had his gun at a 45 degrees angle to the ground and he was ready. He had the barrel of the gun in his left hand. His finger was on the trigger, he had knocked the safety off, and had jacked a round off into the chamber. It kind of shook the cops when Huey jacked that round off in that chamber. We were just backing up then. I wasn't scared or anything like that. You don't even think about it in a situation like that because the situation is so tense. We were stepping off and the cops took 3 or 4 steps forward. Then they stopped and realized that we had them. The cops stopped. I said, "Come on, brothers. Let's move across the street." We got about halfway up the street, about 50 feet away from them when they started bottling around to our right. We backed across the street and stopped the traffic coming off and onto the ramp to the Bay Bridge. Traffic was jammed up. I know people in the cars were sitting there wondering what in the hell was going on. Who in the hell are these niggers with these guns, and the cops all on the street? My God. My God. I could just imagine one of them, sitting there in the traffic that couldn't move. We went across the street and got into our cars. Betty Shabazz was gone, so we split and went back down to the Paper Panther office. We got back there, and Huey and the brothers were good. They were all talking about how we had spit on the pigs and how the pigs were all bunched up. Huey was talking about how so many of them were bunched up and how he had his shotgun on their butts and if one of them had gone for their guns. We told how we split and how we stood those pigs off. Some 30-odd pigs, all bunched up on the sidewalk. How they had taken 2 or 3 steps and how Huey told them, "You'd better not go for your gun either." I know Leo and the rest of the dudes standing around there weren't too enthusiastic about the whole thing at all and I thought that they should have been. I thought they should have been excited about how we'd covered Betty Shabazz, how the pigs went crazy, and stuff like that. We went to the conference in Hunters Point that night and decided not to speak. We got fed up with the whole thing, man. They were just trying to make guards out of us, for some artwork shit sitting around there. They were trying to give us orders. What kind of shit was that? You guys have to be over there this evening, man, at 6. There's a lot of art and stuff there that people might steal. You guys get over there and, guard that stuff. Huey says, "Look, we're the security for Betty Shabazz and we're with Betty Shabazz." So we cut out, went down, and talked to the brothers on the block who were shooting dice. Huey and I wouldn't think about that damn shit artwork in there. That's what's wrong with them. They want to put guys up to protecting the cultural nationalistic artwork when they should be organizing the brothers on the block. Me and Huey went down there with some guns, and talked with those brothers out there on Hunters Point, talked to them about joining the party. We told them we were going to be out there and how the brothers have got to get together and start arming themselves. We broke up a whole dice game. About 20 dudes. Some dudes were high, and wanted to be murder-mouthing, "Yeah, I'm going to get a gun." But some of those brothers were serious. They wanted to get on with it. There had been riots in Hunters Point and the pigs had done in a lot of the brothers. They had already shot up brothers out on the point, brothers and sisters had been murdered and brutalized, there was bad housing, unemployment, rats and roaches and hunger. Hunters Point was a typical black ghetto. We went inside the auditorium where the conference was being held and talked to a bunch of brothers in there who were concerned about why we had the guns. Huey ran down the revolutionary program, about why we had to defend ourselves, how it was legal then under the laws of California to carry guns and how the right to bear arms is guaranteed to all citizens under the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the U.S. He also ran it down how the Black Panther Party was fixing to serve the black community with positive programs like breakfast for children, free health clinics, and liberation schools. That's what they should have been talking about inside that conference, called to commemorate the death of Malcolm X, but the thing had been put together by these cultural nationalists who were trying to project themselves as the leaders of the black community while trying to use the Black Panther Party. Actually, they should have called the conference to celebrate Malcolm's birthday, rather than to commemorate the day he was assassinated. Those cats didn't know the gun laws. They didn't know that trying to lead people was a dangerous thing. They only came out to the airport with us because Huey had demanded it of them. After that little set in front of ramparts, we found out that their guns were not loaded. Not loaded? Huey said. You've never seen cats mad like us. The brothers in the party wanted to go over and beat their asses for having unloaded guns. They said, here our lives are on the line for our people and the bastards are trying to manipulate us. If a pig had started shooting, they would have run. I said to Huey, I'm out with all these jive intellectual cultural nationalists. That became a real thing in distinguishing the brothers off the block and those who only talk, those who have their intellectual possessions in pawn to the man, the power structure of this racist, capitalist system. That's when David Hilliard said, they're paper panthers. Jive punk paper panthers. Eldridge joins the Panthers. Early in 1967, Huey heard Eldridge on the radio. Damn. Who is this cat? Huey kept saying. This cat is blowing, man. He's been in prison. Huey related to Eldridge as a Malcolm X, coming out of prison. Huey always respected the brothers that came out of prison. He felt that he could relate to dudes who came out of prison. That was his whole key. Huey heard that, this cat's been in prison, man, for 9 years. That wrapped him up. We ran down to the radio station that night, because Huey said, I'm going to talk to this cat. He said to Eldridge, man, look. You got to be in the party. It doesn't make any difference what the name is. This is where it's at. We need you. We want you. He knew Eldridge could rap, and he'd heard that he could write, that he was writing for Ramparts. Huey couldn't write, but you could get Huey cornered, get all his ideas out of his head, and put them on paper. He'll write if you corner him, but the shit travels fast. Huey understands the need for a media. Huey understands skills being functional for black people. That's what Huey wants. He pushed for a Panther newspaper. That's why we got a hold of Eldridge when we heard him on the radio that night. Eldridge told us, look, I just got out of prison, and I'm checking around. I'm trying to see what's happening. I said to Huey, this nigger from prison, this nigger is tired of shit. This nigger is like a Malcolm X to us, and boom. This nigger can write. One day a few months later Huey and I were in Eldridge's apartment. Eldridge had a leather jacket and a beret on. He said, fuck it, I'm in the Panther Party. That's all there is to it. I didn't know him then. I was looking at him, and I was saying, well, fuck it, this is just another nigger saying he's in the party. But, boom. We get to pounding out that first little leaflet, and that began to mean something. Next thing I know, we're over at Beverly Axelrod's house, and we're pounding out a paper, man. So I said, This nigger here is where it's at. Huey related to Eldridge more than I did, initially. I just had a tendency to follow Huey. I was never ashamed of the fact that I always followed Huey. I just followed him, and listened to him, and tried to understand what he was saying. If I disagreed with him, I tried to disagree properly. Eldridge later told us that when he came out of the penitentiary, he was wired up behind Malcolm X. Malcolm was teaching that it was necessary to pick up the gun. Eldridge had been running around repeating what Malcolm had said, but he didn't know that there were some niggers that had already picked up the gun. He didn't know it until February when we started planning for Sister Betty Shabazz's visit. Marvin Jackman and all those dudes were hiding it. They wouldn't tell Eldridge about us. Eldridge said that when he saw all us brothers with guns, all ready and organized, it didn't take him any time at all to relate to that. The only thing he didn't want to give up was the name that Malcolm X had for his organization, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, but then he said the name thing was complicated because Malcolm's sister had taken it and incorporated it. There was so much confusion and so many phony people had gotten involved in the OAAU, that when he tried to organize the Black House, he was sick of it already. So he just started moving with the party, going everywhere, making all the scenes. He was relating to it and functioning, but he still had some reservations. Eldridge just couldn't understand how it could happen, how we pulled this shit off, or why niggers would be crazy enough to go out there in the streets. It looked unbelievable. Eldridge said it scared him, that's what it did. Scared Eldridge. He said that when Malcolm was teaching, he was just dealing with rhetoric about how we had to organize a gun club, we had to do this, we had to have these guns, etc. He said it was abstract and he couldn't visualize it. Or if he did visualize it, he visualized a whole army, the black race armed. But then, when he saw us out there in the process of organizing, he saw about 10, 12 dudes with some guns, and he saw all those pigs. It looked like we didn't have a chance, it looked hopeless, but then many times it looked so beautiful and inspiring, that he just had to relate to it. What turned all that around for Eldridge was that first scene, when the brothers escorted Sister Betty Shabazz from the airport, and came by ramparts. That had a huge impact, a huge influence on him. He said he didn't believe it, even after he witnessed it. He said it was like observing pure instinct. What was so important to him was that when those pigs came by there were sisters and brothers on the street, and the Minister of Defense stepped forward, the shield between his people and the pigs, jacked off that round into his shotgun, and put his life on the line. That was it, Eldridge said, that was me there. The death of Denzel Dowell. The Black Panther Party was called to Richmond by the Dowell family. They had heard of the Black Panther Party over in Oakland. Mark Comfort came down to the office at 56th and Grove, and told us that the Dowell family would like us to come over because Denzel Dowell had been killed in Richmond by a Contra Costa County deputy sheriff. We went out there that day and saw the Dowell family. They began to explain all the details about how certain people had said they heard 10 shots, and the papers and the local media there were saying that only 2 or 3 shots were fired. And how the coroner's office had originally told them he was shot 9 or 10 times, but the police department said he was only shot once or twice. How the pigs had lied about Denzel Dowell, the brother, telling about how he was trying to burglarize some place. His brothers, Carl Dowell and George Dowell, explained how the pigs knew Denzel by name, because they had arrested him a number of times. The pigs had made threats that they were going to get Denzel. It was just a cold-blooded killing of a black man. Some pigs were trigger-happy and wanted to shoot somebody, shoot a nigger. They explained all this to us. Then the family took us over to the site where they killed brother Denzel Dowell, and showed us just where the bullets hit certain walls and the direction they came from, and how the pigs lied and said that he ran and jumped a fence. The blood was 20 yards away from the fence. They must have dragged his body over to the other side, and then over another fence. The blood was in 2 different places. We were investigating, and a lot of black people in the black community there came out. They had noticed us Panthers, with our guns and everything. I guess there were 10 or 12 of us who went out there together and went through the whole process of investigation, of looking over what had happened, and listening to the information that people were giving that contradicted all the crap that the pigs and the newspapers had run down. And the people were looking. We were standing on the corner there in North Richmond. There were about 150 people around, some in cars, some standing across the street. Some of the younger brothers, 15, 16, some 20 years old, were asking us about the guns, and we were explaining to them about the Black Panther Party. All of a sudden, some sister hollers out, oh, here come the cops. When the sister hollered, Huey jacked around off into the chamber of his 18-inch shotgun with a loud click and clack. When he did that, I unhitched the strap that held the hammer down on my .45, and it clacked too. People started moving back. Some of them went across the street. Some got in their cars and drove up the street. Then the pigs came down and Huey stepped to the curb. I followed Huey and stepped to the curb, a few feet down from him. The pigs were surprised all of a sudden. They looked and noticed who was ready and standing tall for them. The pigs kept driving, drove right on off, in fact, they speeded on up and drove on away. Then the people moved on back, and some of them jumped around across the street, figuring there was going to be a shootout, but we just stood tall, ready to defend ourselves. We were educating the people that we would die here for them. This was the position we always took with Brother Huey P. Newton. We told the people there that we were going to have a rally that coming Saturday, on the corner of 3rd and Chesley, right down the street. We said we'd run down and educate them about the fact that we'd have to start using guns to defend ourselves, because the racist pig cops were coming to our community and murdering our brothers and sisters. Brother Denzel Dowell was killed, and we'd found information out about 2-3 other brothers who'd been shot up back in December, in North Richmond there. The brothers had been shot in the armpits, which clearly showed they had their arms over their heads. 2 brothers were killed in December, and around April 1st Denzel Dowell was gunned down by those pigs. Huey told them we were going to have a rally concerning this, to tell the people it was necessary for us to arm ourselves for self-defense. We went forth to have this rally, and we got about 20 brothers together with their pieces and their uniforms. We had the rally right there on the corner of 3rd and Chesley. We got guns and a force to defend ourselves. Ain't no pigs going to come down here and stop our street rally. We're going to exercise our constitutional rights to free speech. And we're going to have a rally right here on the corner. Most of North Richmond doesn't have sidewalks at all. But for that section on the corner there, in front of this liquor store, there's an 8 to 10 foot sidewalk between the curb and the store. We got right out there on the corner, and all the brothers out there in this community saw us with the guns. We lined up all along the streets. Imagine an intersection now. On one corner we put 4-5 brothers, and they were spread out about 20-30 feet from each other, coming around the corner. Across the street, we put a brother on the corner, then 2 brothers down from him, 30 or 40 feet apart. Then on the corner where Huey and I were speaking, right there in front of the liquor store, we lined that corner up going east and west. Then we lined the other corner up as you go north and south. So the whole intersection was lined up with Panthers, all up and down the corners, going north, east, west, and south on both sides of the streets. And we had our guns, shotguns, pistols, and everything. The people began to line up and Brother Huey told me to go ahead and start blowing. So I started blowing to the brothers there, running down to them about the 10-point platform and program, what kind of organization we had now, about the fact that Brother Denzel Dowell had been killed by some racist dog Gestapo pigs. And the fact that we must begin to unify and organize with guns and force. That the Black Panther Party had come to North Richmond, and the Black Panther Party is there to serve the people, it's going to be a black people's party. I guess about 200 or 300 people gathered around. In fact, people in cars just stopped, and the whole section on the one side of the street was just a line of cars. And on the other side, coming right up to the intersection, there was another line of cars. Some cars were still moving, by going on the other side of the street, driving up the wrong side of the street. I was blowing there, and then all of a sudden they start sending some sheriffs in. The people had noticed that we were there with our guns, we were back again. The pigs started driving down the streets, the sheriff's pigs. Huey whispered, he said, "Run it down about the pigs, Bobby. About how we're going to hold this street rally, and how we're going to exercise our right of free speech. No pig's going to stop it." And he said, "Tell them about the reason why no pig's going to stop it. It's because we've got guns and force here to protect ourselves, to protect the people." So I ran it down to the brothers, and pointed to the pigs, and the pigs got nervous. I noticed one of the pigs stopped across the street and sat there, and started listening. 4 of the brothers came across the street and surrounded the pig car, standing about 9-10 feet away from it. One brother had a .357 Magnum, Warren Tucker had a .38 pistol hanging on him, and Reginald Forte had a 9mm pistol. One brother didn't even have a gun and he got up there too. Then the pig got nervous. He started trying to light a cigarette, but the cigarette just fell out of his hand, with all these people looking at him. The black people had guns and force, ready to deal with the pigs, and the pig couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't light his cigarette, he was so nervous. He just upped that we organize. I think the people respected the fact that Huey had all of the brothers organized, because he had them all stationed up and down the streets, covering the intersection, guarding the lives of the black people, while we went forth to organize the people. They respected this organization that Huey put down. Huey put down a form, a discipline, that the gun was for our protection, and not for bull jive. So the pig had to split. Another pig was sitting there. This other pig came up in a car and some of the people's cars moved along. But one man said, "Well, I ain't moving my car. I'm going to sit here and listen." And this cop got caught in between the cars and he couldn't move and he had to sit there and listen to everything. He couldn't do nothing. And that brother didn't move his car. He had a Cadillac too, and he and his woman were sitting in the Cadillac, sitting right at the head of the intersection. So this pig's car was right in between, and he couldn't move, he just had to sit there and listen, and look at 300, that's right, he had to look at 300 mad niggers, mad at the pigs for killing Denzel Dowell. And 20 Panthers out there armed with guns, disciplined, standing 30 or 40 feet apart, on every corner of the intersection. So it was tied down. The people dug it and they said, "Right on." And Huey went on and blew to the brothers and sisters and told them how we're going to get organized and how we're going to start using guns and force in an organized and disciplined manner. In a very revolutionary manner we're going to go forth, and we're going to defend ourselves against any racist attacks. And we're going to patrol these pigs, we're going to patrol our own communities, even the old people are going to have to patrol from their homes and houses. And everybody has to have a shotgun in their home, everybody. Then George Dowell blew about how his brother, Denzel, had been murdered by the pigs. We said we were going to have another meeting over on 2nd Street, and Huey said we're going to block the whole street off, and ain't no pigs going to be allowed up the street. At all. At the 2nd Richmond rally, 300 or 400 people came up. They drove their cars all inside the street, and brothers got on top of cars and top of roofs all up and down the street, from one corner to the next, and it was a pretty long block. The whole street was cluttered with cars. We were at one particular address, where I think some relative of George Dowell lived. This was right around the corner from George Dowell's mother's home. All the people came around and we had applications there for people to join the party. I guess just about everybody out there joined the party that day, from little young 14-year-olds and 12-year-olds. We blocked the whole street off. Brother Huey blew, I blew, Brother Eldridge Cleaver came over and he blew to the people, and the people dug it, and the people filled out the applications. One incident happened there. I noticed that one of the brothers moved some 4-5 guns to one of the corners. We were in the center of the block. Some more of the extra brothers had been moved down to one of the corners. The corner on the north end. The brother explained to me that one of the pigs had come up at the corner down there, so the brothers blocked the street off. One of the pigs was sitting there. So a couple of other brothers went over to a vacant lot and stood with their M1s and 30-.06, looking at the pig's car. They couldn't have been 30 yards from the pigs. Stood staring right at the pig's car, and the pigs looked around and one of them saw another brother walk up near his car, and stand there almost like at parade rest, but with his hand just a few inches from his .357 Magnum. And the pig looked at him when he got up there, then he looked at his partner, and he said, "That's a .357 Magnum he's got." And when he said that, the pig turned his engine on and he got out of there and didn't come back. Then a helicopter came around. We blocked off the whole street and held a people's rally, with power, gun power. Gun power's the only thing that backed it up. So all they could do was send a helicopter over, flapping all day long to try and bother us. This time it wasn't only the Black Panthers who came, but other people came there, with their rifles, with their guns, and with their pieces. I noticed some older brothers come out and they were shaking hands with a lot of us, and they had their pieces under their shirts. They just carried them concealed. And some sisters. One sister came out and jumped out of her car with an M1. We saw the black community people getting uptight and ready. And the helicopter kept flapping over and Huey pointed up at the helicopter as it was going over and said, "Always remember that the spirit of the people is greater than the man's technology." And the people said, "Right on." I remember we got way over 300 applications. The community people got together and George Dowell's sisters and brothers and friends got together and began to have a regular session. And everyone would come to the meeting with the people of North Richmond. The brothers had their guns on. They were sick and tired, and they loved Brother Huey. They thought Brother Huey was out of sight. He was a beautiful leader, and Huey began to instruct them on many things, on many ways they can go about dealing with the real problems. One of the sisters brought up the problem at one of the nightly sessions that one of those school teachers beat up and slapped down a couple of black kids in school. She wanted the Panthers, the Black Panther Party, to go to the school, and she was going to get a lot of mothers and parents to go to the junior high school where her kids went. We all got together and scheduled it for that Monday. On Monday we took 3 carloads of Panthers down to the school. All of them were armed down to the gills. We got out of the cars with our guns and stood on the sidewalk. Right at the sidewalk there's a fence to the schoolyard. All the little black kids ran over to the fence, and all the little white kids ran away from the fence, and went and hid somewhere inside the school. Then the mothers came driving up. They went inside the school building to patrol the halls of the school. They patrolled the halls during lunch period, and went and told the principal that they didn't want any more brutality upon their kids in the schools. "We're concerned citizens, and we'll whip your ass and anyone else's that we hear of slapping our children around." After about 20 minutes, while the mothers were patrolling the halls, the pigs drove up. This little, young, rookie, jive pig, trying to look mean and thinking he was bad or something, walked up to the car. The brothers were sitting there in the car, looking back at him, because Huey had trained his brothers, "Don't be moving in a rash manner." And they got shotguns, 4 motherfuckers, M1s. He looks in the car and sees all these pieces and he moves back in a hurry. He got all nervous. What? What? What the guns for? What the guns for? And I think Huey said, "We're the Black Panther Party, why? Duh, Duh, do you have any license? Do you have any driver's license? And Huey gave him his license. Well, you're Huey P. Newton. Minister of Defense Huey P. Newton, of the Black Panther Party. And the pig was just shaking. He didn't know what to do, so he gave Huey his license back and went and got on his radio and called up another pig. They kind of hung off, away from us, looking and not knowing what to do. Shook, because there's too many niggers and too many guns down there for them. They called up another car and the principal of the school come out, and tried to talk to the pigs. Their cars were parked a little way out in front of the sidewalk that leads into the door of the school, about 30-40 yards or so behind ours. All they could do was sit there and wonder. And that's all they did, was sit there and wonder. We went there with the mothers and they patrolled the halls for the lunch period, and then we left. About 4-5 days later, we got a call at the Panther office. There was a session going on up in the 6th Street office in Richmond, concerning the fact that the DA of the county had better do something, had better charge these cops who killed Denzel Dowell. Me and brother Huey and a number of other brothers all got together and walked off into the meeting there, with our guns. The DA was sitting there and he looked up and saw Huey, he saw Huey with that big shotgun. The pig could see that Huey's shotgun carried a whole lot of rounds. And Huey had a bandolier holding 26 shotgun shells across his chest. Huey had 00 buckshot, and the pig was definitely checking Huey out. Huey was decked out in the Panther uniform, and he simply walked in and sat down, and he and the brothers and the sisters who were there talked about this pig, this DA. Talked about him like he was nothing, running it down about how rotten he is and he is trying to give off some verbal sincerity. The people saw Huey, and they felt it was no time for them to be taking shit because here's a man that we respect, here's a leader. He's armed down to the gills and he's articulate, and he knows what he's talking about. They were ready to jump over there and snatch this D.A.'s throat out, concerning this whole situation and how Denzel Dowell was killed. We blew the dude away, and told him he wasn't doing anything, wasn't serving the people, that he was jiving, that he was a swine, and that he wasn't intending to do anything for the people, etc. But he came up and started talking about, why don't you go to the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department, up in Martinez, and if you go to the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department in Martinez, maybe you can get some results there. So the people said, we're going to go to the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department in Martinez. The mother and the father and the Dowell family wanted us to go to Martinez, and since we're a people's party, we generally go along with what the people want to do, to serve them. Especially if we think it will help them to raise their interests and unity, and get support and try to begin to attempt to change the system. So we said, yes, we'll go to Martinez, with the brothers and sisters here. We're concerned about this here. The Panthers will definitely be there. Somebody called the sheriff's department from the meeting and told them we were coming up and that the people wanted to come up and speak to them. The district attorney had to back it up. I think the people put so much pressure on him that he made the appointment for them within the next 2 or 3 days. They made him make the appointment, right there at the meeting. They wouldn't let him get out of there till he made the appointment. That's what it was. He saw all these guns, and the people's power, and he saw that the people were ready for Huey to use this gun on him, and, knowing Huey, he'll defend the people. We loaded up in our cars, the community people of North Richmond and Black Panther officers and members, and we headed for Martinez. A couple of carloads of brothers, and 3 or 4 carloads of community people, went to the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department. When we got there, they had sheriffs standing all down the doorways, and sheriffs all around. The brothers drove up, and the first 6 brothers got out. I think there were 3 shotguns, 2 or 3 M1s, and 1 brother with a pistol. I drove around the block, but Huey got out. The sheriff's car came up directly across the street, right at the corner. The pig jumped out of the car, took his key out, and unlocked that little thing that holds the shotgun in it. He got his shotgun out and jacked a round off into the chamber of the shotgun. When he did that, Huey just stopped and looked at him, and the brothers were kind of in line, right behind him, doing the same thing that Huey was doing, looking at the pig. Soon as the pig jacked that round off, Huey jacked a round off. And the brother next to Huey jacked a round off, and another brother jacked a round off, and another. And the only sound the pig heard was, clack cup, 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 right down the line. The sheriff looked at these panthers jacking these rounds off, took his shotgun, ejected his round out of the chamber, locked his shotgun back up, got back in his car, and drove away. That was the baddest set on the scene. I don't know who he thought he was. Those other sheriffs standing at the door were amazed and surprised, because Huey turned right around and turned on them, and walked up to the door. And they said, "You can't go in with no gun." And Huey said, "What do you mean, you can't go in with a gun? This is public property. This is people's property. We have a constitutional right to carry guns, and anywhere on public property anybody can carry a gun. So we're going to go in with some guns. If you go in, we're going to arrest you." So Huey said, "Okay, I'll tell you what we do. We take one brother who's going to volunteer to go in and take the arrest, because we're going to make a test case out of this." Huey knew the law very well, knew that they couldn't charge anyone with coming on public property with guns, because public property is paid for by the people's taxes. And since we have a right to have guns, a constitutional right, they can't charge anybody. Brother Reginald Forte said, "Here I am, brother." He jumped forward. As he jumped forward, to go in with the gun, the pigs all blocked up, about 6 of them. We were about 12 or 13 feet from the door, inside the building. Reginald was getting ready to go into the elevator, and the pig said, "No, you can't go in. No guns upstairs." Reginald Forte started saying, "All right, now look, let me go in, I'm ready to go in." As Reginald Forte attempted to go in the elevator, 6 pigs stood shoulder to shoulder, holding themselves against him. Reginald Forte has his shotgun with him. He walked right up to them and bumped right up into them. The pigs wouldn't move. Reginald Forte said, "Let me go in." He walked away and said, "What's the matter?" Then he walked right back, right up to them again, and bumped into them and said, "Will you get out of the way, so I can go through the elevator? What are you doing blocking the passageway where people go through?" And he bumped into them again. And the pigs are just standing there. Then Reginald Forte moved to go up the stairs, about 5 feet to the side. He moved to go up the stairs and some more pigs were bunched up together there. He bumped up into them and said, "Hey, what's the matter? Get out of the way so I can go in." They just held tight, and wouldn't let anybody go by. Another pig came up and I think he said he was a detective of the Martinez City Police, and if you need somebody to protect your rights, etc. He was talking to Huey. "Well, if you need somebody to protect your rights," he says, "well, the police department, the sheriff's department, will protect your rights." Huey P. Newton said, "We don't need racist dogs who murder and brutalize us to try and protect us, because we know you're brutal murderers. Get away from me. I can protect my own rights, because I have my own gun." At this point Huey got to arguing with him, and one of the pigs stepped on Huey's feet. Huey pushed him off and said, "Get off my feet. Who do you think you are?" Then this little jive who told us, "I can protect your rights," all of a sudden said, "Well, I think that all these people are disturbing the peace, that's what they're doing, and we're just going to have to place somebody under arrest." Huey got to telling about, "You're disturbing the peace," and Reggie was over there bumping into these pigs, driving his body into them, saying, "Move so I can go up," with a shotgun in his hand. Obviously, they weren't going to let anybody go up. So I called Huey back. I said, "All right Huey, come on." I said, "Let's go back in the car, let's put the guns up, and go up here for these people because the people do want us upstairs, and the sister there is explaining that she wants us to go upstairs. I think she wanted us to bawl the head sheriff out." So we went back, locked all our guns in the car, and went to the brothers and sisters upstairs. We left one brother outside to guard the guns. We got upstairs, and me and brother Huey and brother Eldridge all sat there, listening to this fool, one of those hog of hogs, with his fat belly hanging over his belt, talking about how he cannot do anything for us, that he does not make the laws, and the best thing that we could do was go to Sacramento, to the legislature, where the laws are made. He kept trying to pass off some verbal sincerity, and trying to double talk somebody. Brother Eldridge Cleaver got up and explained. He said, "Look, brothers and sisters, this dog, this swine here ain't going to do nothing for us. This swine is double talking and jiving. We know he don't care about us, so why don't we all just walk out on this set?" Everybody was disgusted and pissed off, after this pig talked about going to the legislature, and all this kind of double talking crap. So we got up and walked out of the building, and went back home. We went back and laid out the first Black Panther, Black Community News Service paper. It was 2 sheets of legalized mimeographed paper, printed on both sides. The headline was, "Why was Denzel Dowell killed?" We printed about 5 or 6,000 of those papers and took all the Panthers and went out to the black community in North Richmond. We got to passing the papers out and giving them to people, and children were following, about 150 kids on bicycles, and some of them walking down the streets, following the Panthers, walking all throughout the community, block to block, passing out leaflets. We gave a lot to the kids and told them to put them on all the doorsteps. One young brother drove up, on his bicycle, and I guess he hadn't seen the headlines on the paper, because he said to us, "How much will you pay me if I go and distribute all of them to the doors? Is them other kids getting paid?" And Huey said, "No, none of the other kids are getting paid, young brother." He said, "You see who's on the front page of this paper?" And he looked and he saw Denzel Dowell's picture. He had a paper route, and he was getting ready to do his route. The little boy looked at Huey, and looked at Huey's gun, and looked at Denzel Dowell, and he said, "Brother." He was very hurt. He said, "Don't pay me nothing. I ain't even going to do my route. I'm going to distribute these to every door." And he just snatched up a bundle of them, and you could see him going down the street, trying to give everybody one, because the brother was remembered. The Examiner came down to the Panther headquarters, and did an interview on a Tuesday. They said they were going to print it on a Sunday. That Saturday evening the headlines hit, about the existence of the Black Panther Party, who patrolled cops in the black community. They wrote it all backwards. They said we were anti-white and were black racists. After that Huey began talking about how we needed to go straight up in front of some city hall, as we did in Martinez, and talk to the people and hold a rally there, so we could get a message over to the mass of the people. And the mass media would come along and cover it. We saw another article in the paper about the Black Panther Party about 3 or 4 weeks later. We all read the papers and realized that the news of the existence of the Black Panther Party was being widely distributed, especially in the Bay Area. One Monday morning Huey called me up and said, "Bobby, come over to the house right quick." I went over to the house. Huey showed me the papers. He said, "Look here, Mulford is up in the legislature now, trying to get a bill passed against us. We don't care about laws anyway, because the laws they make don't serve us at all. He's probably making a law to serve the power structure. He's trying to get some kind of law passed against us." He said, "I've been thinking. Remember when I told you we have to go in front of a city hall, in front of a jail, or do something like we did in Martinez, to get more publicity, so we can get a message over to the people. This was Huey's chief concern, getting the message over to the people. So Huey says, "You know what we're going to do?" "What?" "We're going to the Capitol." I said, "The Capitol?" He says, "Yeah, we're going to the Capitol." I say, "For what?" "Mulford's there, and they're trying to pass a law against our guns, and we're going to the Capitol steps. We're going to take the best Panthers we got and we're going to the Capitol steps with our guns and forces, loaded down to the gills. And we're going to read a message to the world, because all the press is going to be up there. The press is always up there. They'll listen to the message, and they'll probably blast it all across this country. I know they'll blast it all the way across California. We've got to get a message over to the people." Huey understood a revolutionary culture, and Huey understood how arms and guns become a part of the culture of a people in the revolutionary struggle. And he knew that the best way to do it was to go forth, and those hungry newspaper reporters, who are shocked, who are going to be shook up, are going to be blasting that news faster than they could be stopped. I said, "All right, brother, right on. I'm with you. We're going to the Capitol." So we called a meeting that night, before going up to the Capitol, to write the first executive mandate for the Black Panther Party. Huey was going to write executive mandate number 1. This executive mandate was the first major message to all the American people, and all the black people, in particular, in this country, who are living in the confines of this decadent system. Eldridge and Huey and all of us sat down, and it didn't take us long. We weren't jiving. No time at all, not like some of the intellectuals and punks that have to take 10 days before they can write an executive mandate to put things together. I don't think it was 15 minutes before we whipped that executive mandate out, looked it over, and Eldridge corrected it, got things together. The executive mandate was to be the first message, the first major message made by the Black Panther Party, coming from the Minister of Defense, Huey P. Newton. Huey told me to organize the brothers, tell them to get their guns and be at the office tomorrow morning, at 9 o'clock. We're going to leave at 10 o'clock. We're going to leave at 10 o'clock sharp. One Beverly Axelrod was the lawyer who helped get Eldridge out of prison. Picking up the gun. Niggers with guns in the state capitol. On May 2, 1967, we went across the bridge to Sacramento with a caravan of cars. We wound up right in front of the Capitol building. There were 30 brothers and sisters. 6 sisters and 24 brothers. 20 of the brothers were armed. Huey P. Newton was not with us. The brothers felt we could not risk Huey getting shot or anything, so we voted that he would stay behind in Oakland. We voted Huey down and wouldn't let him come. When I first drove up, I didn't know where the steps were. The Capitol looked about a block or so away from me. I didn't know whether this was the right place or not, because we were specifically looking for the Assembly of the State of California. The reason I didn't know is because of an old thing they'd taught me in school about the Capitol in Washington, D.C. The dome, a round dome, you know, it was supposed to be the omnipotent area, as Brother Eldridge Cleaver puts it. It's the top, and it was supposed to be made up of 2 houses. So I assumed it was the same as Washington, D.C. I didn't know if I was going to the right place or not. But I said, "Look, there's some cameramen up there." Huey said there's always cameramen around these places, so I thought, this is probably it. The other brothers had parked their cars and had come back around to where we were. We got out of the car and got all our guns out. You know we always follow the laws. As soon as the brothers got out of the car, they were putting rounds into the chambers because Huey and I researched those laws in the past. We had to follow the law to the letter. There was a fish and game code law that you couldn't have a loaded shotgun or rifle in a car. That didn't refer to a pistol, but to a shotgun or a rifle. The loaded rifle or shotgun meant an unexpended cartridge in the chamber. The law also read that unexpended cartridges in the magazine do not constitute a loaded gun. That is, bullets that haven't been fired do not constitute a loaded gun, even if they are in the magazine. But if there is an unexpended cartridge or bullet inside the chamber of a rifle or a shotgun, then it is considered loaded. The brothers got out of the car, and you could see brothers, just jacking rounds off into the chambers. A lot of people were looking. A lot of white people were shocked, just looking at us. I know what they were saying: who in the hell are those niggers with these guns? Who in the hell are those niggers with these guns? What are they doing? One or two white people, they probably passed it off: oh, this is just a gun club, and this is where Bob Dylan gets down on Mr. Jones. You don't know what's going on. Because this was getting to be a colossal event and those people did not know what the hell was going on. Some of them did look at us like we were a gun club. But a lot of them only had questions on their faces of, what the hell are those damn niggers doing with these goddamn rifles? They actually stopped and looked at us and stood up there around the Capitol, and stared up from the grass and looked at us. I didn't pay a damn bit of attention to them because we knew our constitutional rights and all that stuff about the rights of citizens to have guns. The Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, and no police or militia force can infringe upon that right, it states that specifically. Anyway, all the brothers got up, and I said, all right, brothers, let's roll. We started walking and moving. We didn't walk in military form. We just moved. We were scattered all across the sidewalk. We were not in any rank, but we held our guns straight up because Huey had taught us not to point a gun at anyone. Not only was it unsafe, but there was a law against just the pointing of a gun. So all the brothers had that stuff down. They all had their guns pointed straight up in the air or pointed straight down to the ground as they carried them. We were walking up the sidewalk. I remember a brother in the background saying, "Look at Reagan run." I thought that he was just referring to something symbolic, but I did find out later on, after all this shit was over, that Reagan was over there with a bunch of kids. We'd walked almost up this long 20-foot wide sidewalk leading up to the first steps of the Capitol, and one of the dudes said, "Look at Reagan run." Now this is very important, because we found out later that Reagan had with him 200 future youth, future leaders they call them. He was speaking to them on the lawn of the Capitol. I was looking straight up at the front of the Capitol building and I saw a couple of cameramen running around up there. I found out later that Reagan had righteously spotted us. One of the brothers saw Reagan turn around and start trotting away from the whole scene because here came all these hard-faced brothers. These brothers were off the block, righteous brothers off the block. From what they call the nitty-gritty and the grassroots. You could look at their faces and see the turmoil they've lived through. Their ages ranged anywhere from 16, which was about the youngest we had there, that was Bobby Hutton, all the way down to myself, 31. I guess I was about the oldest. We righteously walked on up to the first stairs, and then we walked on up to the next stairs. Bobby Hutton was on my right side and Warren Tucker was on my left side. Bobby Hutton had a 12-gauge shotgun, and Warren Tucker had a .357 Magnum. We walked all the way up, and they stayed right next to me. We got to the stairs. Now personally I do not remember reading Executive Mandate number 1 on the stairs, as I was ordered to do. I don't remember reading it there, but the brothers told me and everybody told me that I did in fact read it. I'm on the stairs and I'm trying to make my mind up about going in. It wasn't any long process by which I had to make up my mind. Huey's emphasis on going into the Capitol was based on the fact that there might be a string of National Guards and policemen there, in case they found out we were coming. I heard the security guard over there talking to two brothers, when I glanced over there a second time, and I heard him say, "You aren't violating anything with your gun, so if you want to, you can go inside." And that made my mind up for me. But I also made up my mind in another context too. That I personally wanted to see the area where a citizen has a right to observe the legislature. I read in the paper that Mulford was an assemblyman from the 16th Assembly District in Oakland, so it was the assembly that I wanted to see. I waved to all the brothers. I said, "All right, brothers, come on, we're going in. Here. We're going inside." The brothers were scattered all out in front of the Capitol. One of the cameramen walked up to me. "Are you going inside the Capitol?" he said. I said, "Yeah, we're going inside." And I snatched the door open, and me and Bobby Hutton and the rest of the brothers walked through that door. Warren Tucker was on my left and brother Bobby Hutton, with his 12-gauge shotgun, was on my right. We walked off into the lobby area. All around, to my right, to my left, everywhere, there were people, predominantly white people, who looked shocked. Man, they were shocked. As we began to walk, I noticed one thing. They moved and stepped aside, and I saw some with their mouths hanging open, just looking, and they were saying with their eyes and their faces and expressions, "Who in the hell are these niggers with these guns?" And some of them were just saying, "Niggers with guns, niggers with guns," and I pointed those out as enemies because they were confused. I saw 3 or 4 faces that really caught what was going on. They must have been in the assembly and heard Mulford talking about us because they frowned their faces up and looked at us like a bunch of pig racists, like I've seen racist pigs look at me and Huey, like they wanted to kill us. I saw a long hall in front of me, a very long hall. I said, "We're looking for the assembly." I saw a sign that said Senate and had an arrow that pointed to the right. But I was looking for the assembly and I hadn't seen any sign. So I walked on. As we walked down the hall, cameramen were running from our left and from our right, around Bobby and around Tucker, jumping in front of us taking flicks and clicking flicks. Cameramen with movie cameras were shooting, but that didn't make any difference. I just tightened up and squeezed the mandate I had rolled up and kept walking. I stopped and said, "Where in the hell's the assembly? Anybody in here know where you go in and observe the assembly making these laws?" Nobody said anything. Then somebody hollered out, "It's upstairs on the next floor." We went up to the second floor and started walking again. By this time there were many cameramen in front of us, backing up and taking pictures of us walking down the hall. Movie cameramen, still cameramen, regular cameras. Bulbs were flashing all over the place. I got about midway down the hall when I saw a gate. I didn't relate to the gate at first, but I turned around and asked a reporter, "Could you please tell me where I go to observe the assembly making the laws? I want to go there. I want to see Mulford supposedly making this law against black people. That's what I was thinking to myself, I want to see this." So he said, "Straight down, sir." I went ahead and saw this gate. As I was approaching the gate, when I was about 5 or 6 feet from it, this pig jumped out, this state pig, and said, "Where the hell are you going?" I said, "I'm going to observe the assembly." "What about it?" "You can't come in here." "What the hell you mean, I can't come in here? You gonna deny me my constitutional right? Every citizen's got a right to observe the assembly. What's wrong with you?" And while the conversation was going on, the reporters were vamping inside the gate. And so many reporters were trying to get in there, they bammed and knocked the pig all up against the wall, trying to get pictures. The only thing that was in front of me was the pig, and just a little gate. Swing gate, like a swinging door, but it was only about 3 feet high. When the reporters vamped all over the pig, he just moved out of the way, and I just proceeded to move on. As I proceeded to move, the reporters always had a way for me to travel. I noticed the way to go was to the right, so I moved to the right, and as I moved to the right, I could see a kind of heavy-set short man, about 5 foot 6 inches or 5 foot 7. As I approached a big door that was 3 or 4 times as tall as I was, he was opening the door. He was opening the door in a manner of, "Yes, sir, you sure can come in. Come right on in, "Sir, you have the gun." That's what he was saying. "You have the gun. Come in." And he opened the door in a very humble manner. Like a servant. Like a vassal. That's the way he opened that door. He was scared. I walked inside, and as I did, I saw a lot of what we call back seats. Back seats in a theater. Inside the assembly, I looked to the left and I looked to the right. I walked to my left. There was an aisle over there. Cameramen and reporters jumped all in front of me. Something funny about the cameramen and reporters getting up in that aisle to my left. A lot of them came in another door. Because I know they weren't in front of me when I hit that door. They must have come in another door. As I was walking to my left, I remember hearing the speaker, the assembly speaker, saying, "Get those cameramen out of here, they're not supposed to be in here." As I got to the aisle, Eldridge Cleaver was there all of a sudden. Eldridge Cleaver was there, and Warren Tucker was halfway up the aisle with a .357 Magnum on his side. I glanced up, and I saw some so-called black representatives in the legislature who we refer to as Toms, sellouts, bootlickers. They were looking at the man as if to say, why did they have to come here? They hated us being there, those bootlickers. I looked at those bootlickers, those Uncle Toms, very intensely. I didn't care for them because they never represented us there. And this kind of humble-shoulderedness and looking back, well, here they are, they're here. What are they doing here? Someone was saying, this is not where you're supposed to be. This is not where you're supposed to be. We were trying to decide whether to stay there on the floor of the assembly or go upstairs. We were trying to discuss that in a very short span of time, in less than a minute. The next thing I know, a pig and Bobby Hutton passed behind my back. Bobby was cussing out the pig who had snatched his gun out of his hand. He had snuck up behind him and snatched his gun out of his hand. Bobby Hutton was cussing the pig back, "What the hell you got my gun for? Am I under arrest or something? If I'm not under arrest, you give me my gun back. You ain't said I was under arrest." He was remembering very well what Huey had taught. Always ask if you are under arrest. And if you're not under arrest, then you stand on your constitutional rights. So I turned and ran up to the side of the pig and said, "Is the man under arrest? What the hell are you taking his gun for?" He said, "You're not supposed to be in here. This is not where you're supposed to be." I asked him, "Is he under arrest? If he ain't under arrest, what the hell you got his gun for?" Another pig walks up and hands the same pig a gun, which I recognized as the same gun which Mark Comfort had had, a .30-.06. I walked out of those big doors, this pig, me, and Bobby. Bobby was on one side and I was on the other side. Bobby cussing the pig out, calling him all kind of motherfuckers, and telling them to give him his gun back if he ain't under arrest. Just as we got to the elevator, the pig grabbed hold of my right shoulder. I kept asking him if I were under arrest. He pushed me, and when he pushed I went into the elevator. I said, "All right, we're under arrest, brothers. We must be under arrest. Come on in, let's go." Because just before the pig grabbed me, he said I wasn't under arrest. So I think I accepted this kind of informal thing of him arresting us at this point. Then it flashed in my mind. The mandate. The message that Huey sent. I haven't read it. I gotta read the message, I gotta read the message. So 9 or 10 of the brothers just crowded in the elevator with guns, and some reporters got on that elevator too. We went down to the first floor and we went to the right, into a little room with a counter. The room was about 10 feet long and 6 feet wide. All of a sudden I saw all these cameramen poking their cameras in the doors. I said, "Yeah. The mandate. The message that Huey told me to read. The message. Gotta get the message over." So I pulled the message out and opened it up, and I read the whole thing. In the background Bobby Hutton was cussing the pigs out and telling them to give him his gun back. You give me my gun back. You ain't placing me under arrest. You give me my gun back. You ain't placing me under arrest. That might have been mentioned 3 or 4 times. He called the pigs all kind of motherfuckers, which even came over on TV, I heard later on. At this point, after I finished reading the message, right at this point, a black pig walked in. A nigger pig, a Negro pig walked in. As he was passing in front of me I said, "Look man, are we under arrest or not?" And he says, "No, you're not under arrest." Then damn it, I said, "Give these black brothers back their guns." At this point he said, "They're going to get their guns." I said, "Well, give them back to them." And Bobby Hutton tore into them, "Bastard, load my gun back up. You unloaded my gun. I seen you unload. You unloaded my gun. Load it back up, just like you had it. Give me my gun back." I glanced over at the counter there, and they were doing something to the guns, the 32.06 and Bobby Hutton's pump shotgun. Next thing I knew they had the guns back in their hands. I was looking at all these cameramen. They asked me some questions. Somebody said to read it again. Said he didn't catch it. I read the mandate again, right inside that little room. When I finished reading it, I figured it was time to go. So I said, "Let's go." We cut out and came out the door. Then some cameraman walked up to me and asked me to read the message once more. So I read it again. First I was on the upper steps in front of the Capitol. I read it and then I got down to the lower steps and read the message still another time. I said, "All right, brothers, let's go one." At that time I knew that what Huey P. Newton was saying about the colossal event had occurred. Because many cameramen were there. Many people had covered this event of black people walking into the Capitol, and registering their grievance with a particular statement. A message, Executive Mandate Number 1, that Huey P. Newton had ordered me to take to the Capitol, to use the mass media as a means of conveying the message to the American people and to the black people in particular. We walked out and got to the car and Brother Eldridge Cleaver came up behind me. And Eldridge said, "Brother, we did it. We did it, man. We put it over." I said, "That's right, brother, we sure did." So I said, "All right, brothers and sisters, let's go. Let's get out of this town." I remember telling everybody, the sisters and brothers cook some chicken. The brothers were crowding up. Some of them were slightly behind us, and I said, "Let's go. We gonna go eat all this fried chicken that we got here, 'cause I'm hungry and it's hot in this town. It's hot, brother." So I went and got in my car, and I looked back for those people who'd parked behind me. I opened the car door and asked the people if they were ready to go. "Let's go," they said. "All right, brothers and sisters. Let's go," I hollered. As I pulled out, I asked, "Where's everybody else?" "They're around the corner," somebody said. Some of them tried to park around the corner. So we drove around the corner. Further on, down a long block, I stopped and made sure that all of our people and all of our cars were in a line behind me. Warren Tucker, who was driving the second or third car, hollered to me, "Hey man, this car is hot." He was driving my '54 Chevy. "It needs some water in it, so we can cool it down." The engine was running hot because there was something wrong with the radiator. Later for that, I said, "We're going outside of town. We'll eat that chicken, and we'll get water later on." So I took off in the right-hand lane. Just before the corner, I noticed a sign. "San Francisco, turn right." I stopped for the light and noticed a service station across the street. I debated in my mind. I decided that we'd go ahead and get the water. Instead of turning right, I waited until the green light came on and went straight across the street, and turned up into the service station. The rest of the brothers and sisters rolled into the station and just sat there. It was very, very hot. It was burning up. I decided to take off my leather jacket, but to take off my jacket I had to get out of the car. As I was opening the door, I looked up and saw a pig at the corner walking south on the sidewalk from his car. He had his gun in his hand. I jumped out. I came on out of the car. I walked straight toward him. I stopped and he stopped. I said, "Now wait a minute." I said, "Now first thing you have to do is you have to put that gun away. Put it back in that holster. If you want to make an arrest you can make an arrest, but you better put that gun away." And the next thing I heard was brothers jacking rounds, jacking shells off into the chambers of their guns. When they saw the pig walking up with that gun, they started jacking rounds off. I said, "Put that gun away." I looked him dead cold in his eyes. He was a scared pig, with his gun out. He took his gun, after hearing all the rounds, and me telling him to put his gun back, he slid his gun back into his holster, and kept his hands off of it. Right on. Then I looked up and there was another pig who had walked up near. He'd parked his motorcycle, and jumped on his little radio. I can't remember what the hell he said on his radio, but he looked back at me. "We got a right," he said, "we got a right to have identification." I said, "Maybe you do have a right to identification, but you just make sure you keep your damn guns in your holsters." The next thing I knew, other pigs were driving up. I heard something come over that radio that said, "Arrest them all. On anything. Arrest them all on anything." That's what it said. Then he asked me where I had been. I said we'd been to the Capitol. "Why? What about it?" You know what he asked me? He said, "What are you, a gun club?" I said, "No, we're the Black Panther Party. We're black people with guns." "What about it?" As I began to move away, I saw a lot of pigs coming up, plainclothesmen jumping out of cars, cars in the middle of the streets, everything. I still wasn't disturbed by them at all. I was just walking. Some plainclothesman came up. "You got any identification?" I said, "Yeah, I got identification." I saw a pig opening a door of one of the cars. I ran over to the car. I said, "Keep your hands off." I turned around and two pigs were sneaking up behind Sherman Forte. Before I could say anything, they grabbed hold of both of his arms, and one of the pigs snatched his pistol out of his holster. And I said, "Is he under arrest?" "Yeah, he's under arrest." I said, "Take the arrest, Sherman." The pig asked me again about identification. I went to my back pocket to pull out my wallet, and when I did that the pig, almost simultaneously, grabbed my right arm, and another pig grabbed my left arm and said, "You're arrested for carrying a concealed weapon." Then he snatched my gun out of my holster, holding my arms. They handcuffed me readily, and began to move me to the car. They drove me to the Sacramento police station. As we came out of the elevator there, one pig grabbed the handcuffs and pushed them up real high, so it hurt and pained. And he ran me right up against the wall and said, "Now you stand there with your face against the wall." That's what the pig said. And my face hit that wall. The wall was very cool. It was a soothing cool. I was glad to lay my face against this cool wall. Sherman Forte was to my left. I looked over at him. "What about it, brother?" "Ah man, it's nothing," he said. "It's all right." "Yeah," I said. "Going to be all right." They took me to a cell. I asked myself, did I fuck up? I didn't know. I was very tired. I got on the other side of the door, 3 or 4 feet away from it, lay down, and righteously fell off to sleep. Somebody was unlocking the cell. There was Eldridge. Oh, God damn it. That hurt me. That hurt me bad. I said, "Goddamn, Eldridge is arrested." I knew that was bad. Eldridge was on parole. I said, "Eldridge isn't going to get out of jail." I felt so bad. I said, "Man, they got you arrested. You might have to go back to prison." Eldridge said, "Fuck it. It was worth it, because we did it." Sacramento jail. Eldridge spotted a brother down inside the cell. He was bleeding. Somehow Eldridge detected more than I detected, when I first looked at him. Eldridge could see that his face was all fucked up. Then he began to groan. Eldridge said, "Hey brother, what's wrong?" He got down, looked at him, and saw that the brother's eye was almost hanging out of his head. His face was swollen all up around his right eye. The pigs had beat up the side of his head. His nose was bleeding, too. A pig come to the door later on and Eldridge told that pig that he'd better get this man to hospital. "You get this man to a hospital. Look at his eye. Look what's happened to him. His head's all swollen up and everything." Eldridge knows how to deal with the pigs and the prisons. The pigs went on and got themselves together, and called the ambulance and took the man to the hospital. That was very good. We got the brother out of there to the hospital. The pigs had whipped him all up inside and he was drunk too. The pigs beat cats up when they're drunk, just because they're sadistic motherfuckers, and they have somebody who's helpless and they can beat him. That was the way a lot of that shit went down in Sacramento. A little after that, they decided to move all 18 of us to this big tank, this big drunk tank. You had to take your shoes off, and you couldn't have any cigarettes or stuff like that. A couple of lawyers had gotten together, and they got up there from Oakland. We got one of the lawyers to go to the cigarette machine and smuggle us some cigarettes. They called me out to try to get me to sign some jive statement. I didn't have to sign a statement, nobody signed any statements. I think one brother almost broke down and got weak, and almost signed the statement, but he held on. I was out there refusing to sign the statement for quite a while, and when I came back in, the brothers had already smuggled some cigarettes in while I was out there. The lawyers wanted to talk to me, and I talked to them a long time. The pigs seen all the smoking there and began searching for the cigarettes, trying to find the cigarettes, but the brothers hid them in a loose piece of tile near the ventilator in the ceiling. Before they left, Eldridge and I said, "When are we going to get some food in here?" One of the pigs was talking about, "You ain't gonna get no food," and Eldridge vamped on him. "What you talking about? We ain't going to get no food. We're going to get some food in this motherfucker, or don't you motherfuckers never come up to this door no more, because you come to this door, there's 18 of us and maybe 3, 4, or 5 of you." Big Willie walked up, and the pigs looked at him. Willie was a bad-looking cat. He looked like he could knock a dude out of the picture, which he could. We were mad because when the brothers started getting hungry, they got to remembering the big pans of chicken everyone was going to eat. The brothers were mad about that chicken. That's when we told them, "Don't you come back in here, because if you come in here you might get your heads whipped." And Big Willie walked up and put his arms up. That was a righteous protest. Personally, I thought they weren't going to feed us. I thought they were going to lock us up and just never come back. But 45 minutes later the dudes said, "All right. Line up. Line up. Line up. Let's go. Hit the food. Hit the food." All the brothers lined on up to get that food because you gotta live. Everybody lined up and we had a bag apiece. We had a carton of milk, a cheese sandwich, a hamburger, and an orange. We were hungry, man. We hadn't eaten all day and it was 5 or 6 o'clock that evening. We knew they weren't going to feed us and we were getting mad, remembering that chicken. It wasn't only Big Willie jumping up talking about, "I'll knock you out," but everybody was saying, "You'd better get some food in here, you goddamn motherfucker. Who the fuck you think you are? You better bring some goddamn food in here. We've had this shit." That was a little power play we made on them. They went out and bought our food. That's the way you have to do it. Use them tactics. That was very important, to revive the spirits. Everybody was kind of down. Except for Eldridge, most of the other brothers hadn't been to jail. Some of the brothers were sloughing in the corner while we were busted. Mark Comfort's boys, 2 of them sloughed out, jumped up talking about, if I'd known this was gonna happen, I'd never come along. Just got to jiving. They hadn't been in enough situations with Huey P. Newton out there on the streets. There were a couple of other brothers who had been in jail before who could relate to the situation because that's all there was to it. I personally had this goddamn feeling that I had just made a big mistake. I kept running over it. But it made me feel good, too, because we were vamping on these pigs, and Eldridge just knew more about how to vamp on the pigs than I did. I'm glad he was there that day. I'd been in jail before, but that was in a military stockade. I'd been in the stockade twice when I was in the Air Force, and the most time I'd been to jail in between those times was 10 days here, 12 days here, or 30 days in Los Angeles on some bullshit. But Eldridge knew how to deal with the pigs. He was vamping on them in a minute, and it always made me feel good, to know that he was there, because he wasn't going to let pigs mess over any of us. He'd remember things like food, and know how to talk to the motherfuckers. All the brothers' spirits revived. I know most of the brothers must have thoughts about what we said in the last point of the program. We wanted land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. But the brothers knew that bread was food. Righteous food. I know they must have remembered that, because I remembered it. We were off in jail there, and the man was talking about how we weren't going to eat. Shit. He must have been crazy. Burn that padded cell up, one way or the other. We had no matches or anything, but we would have found something to burn it up with, and cause shit. Brothers started ripping those iron strips on the wall. Big Willie started ripping them off. Big Willie had lifted some powerful weights and his muscles just rippled all over his arms. He'd been in the joint before. He got most of that in the joint. He got a lot of it, I found out later on, outside on the streets. Anyway, Big Willie Thompson, the Black Panthers, and Eldridge Cleaver were all in jail there. We finally ate, and after we ate most of us laid out across that padded cell floor and went to sleep. I went out and made a phone call. A lot of brothers went in and out making phone calls. I called the bail bondsman. I called Williams Bail Bonds. He's an older cat, about 45 years old. He's a boyfriend of my sister's, and he told me on the phone that Huey had already been to the office and he had gone somewhere to do a radio program to get some support, saying that we should be set free, we were political prisoners. I told him that I wanted him to bail out all the brothers. All the brothers now. Just bail us out, and we'll raise the money for you. He said he'd see what he could do about getting on up there. So I said, if you can't bail out all of them, then bail out me and Eldridge, right now. The reason I wanted Eldridge bailed out was because Eldridge was on parole. When a dude's on parole or probation, the teletypes get to working, from city to city. They find out about the person being on parole and they'll call up the parole officer and make him put a hold on him right away. One time Huey was getting out of jail in Berkeley. He was on his way down the stairs, coming out of the front door, and the teletypes got to working. 10 pigs ran downstairs and grabbed him and said, "Your probation officer put a hold on you so you can't get bailed out." That's why I told Lionel Williams to try to bail out Eldridge, me, or anybody right away, right quick. But he didn't do it. Anyway, we went and got some sleep. It had been a long day. We'd done a lot of revolutionary work for the party. Revolutionary and political work. I remember George Dowell talking about how he never was going to jail no more. He didn't like jails. I can relate to that brother's feelings about jail, because George Dowell had 5, maybe 6 children. The youngest one was about 3 or 4 years old. His wife was at home in North Richmond. His brother Denzel had been killed. He readily joined the Panther Party, because he knew it was the right thing. He understood that you couldn't call on pigs to help you. He related to that unity we were talking about, the unity of black people defending themselves against these pigs murdering us in our community. But with his wife and his kids home there, he just couldn't see being locked up in jail. George also talked about how he was supposed to have been back to work that night. That job, of course, was directly related to his family, and he just hated to be locked in jail. He never was going to jail no more. He just didn't like it. But I kept reassuring the brothers, and I began to ask the brothers their names, because with some of the brothers, I didn't know their full names. I wanted to remember their names, so that if I got bailed out right away, I could tell the bail bondsman which names to ask for, because sometimes, if you come up and say you want to bail some people out, and you don't know their names, the pigs won't bail them out. I asked them their names for that specific reason. Pigs will withhold information on you, while you're inside the jail, in a minute. Anyway, we fell asleep. I guess it was about 12 or 1 o'clock at night and somebody came in there and called me. One of the brothers shook me, to kind of help wake me up and said, "You getting bailed out? Let's go." I looked around. I saw all the brothers asleep. I said, "Well, I won't disturb them. The best thing to do is get on out of here and start working to get some bail money to get these brothers out of here." So I got out and went downstairs. Mark Comfort was there with the lawyers. One of the lawyers was Beverly Axelrod. I explained to her the best thing to do was to run back to Oakland and get Huey, so I could get with Huey and figure out a way to get the bail money together and get all the brothers bailed out. We jumped in the car and drove on down the 90 miles to Oakland. I didn't even go to sleep. We drove all the way down. In fact, I drove. I'd already had some sleep. They were pretty tired, and I drove all the way in. We got to my house, on 57th Street in Oakland. Huey was waiting there and handed me a cold 45 beer. Huey greeted me and said, "Brother, you were good. You were beautiful. You were a true revolutionary. You did the job you were supposed to do." He shook my hand, wrapped his arm around my shoulder like the brother will do when he knows we've done righteous revolutionary work. We sat down, and I explained a few other things, other than what the TV had put over. We talked a little bit, talked to Beverly about the fact that we had to get these brothers out on bail. I guess it was about 3 o'clock in the morning by then, so we decided to take off at 6 o'clock to make sure we were back in Sacramento by 8 o'clock. I went to sleep, and somebody came back over to my house and got me up. Huey, Beverly, and I jumped into the car about 6:15 and cut out, back to Sacramento. Bailing out the brothers. There was supposed to be a court hearing at 9 o'clock concerning the lowering of the bail, which had been arranged by Beverly Axelrod and another lawyer. Huey held a press conference. And he blew those pigs away. He talked about the power structure like it had never been talked about before. He brought out significant things about why we had guns, the reason we had guns. We had guns to defend ourselves against the 400-year-old brutality and oppression. They were asking him if he was anti-white. He said, "No, we're not anti-white. I don't hate a person because of the color of his skin. I hate the oppression that we're subjected to daily by racist pigs and other racists who attack and murder and brutalize us. Those who have been brutalizing us for 400 years. And Huey just ran it all down about the wars. Politics is war without bloodshed, and war is a continuation of politics, with bloodshed. You talk about antagonistic contradictions and non-antagonistic contradictions that exist between the people and those who are supposed to represent them in the government. I remember him running down that antagonistic contradictions are created by the power structure attacking the people, or attacking those who disagree with the basic political decisions that have been made by the power structure and put on the people's heads. And when the people disagree with those political decisions made by the power structure always sends in guns and force. By sending guns and force, attacking the people, the contradiction becomes very, very antagonistic. Therefore the people should always stand, and they do stand, for peace. The people, the masses of the people, want peace. The masses of the people do not want war. Huey, quoting Chairman Mao, said the Black Panther Party advocates the abolition of war. But at the same time, we realize that the only way you can get rid of war, many times, is through a process of war, because war has been unjustly waged against us in our communities. Therefore, Huey says, the only way you can get rid of guns is to pick up a gun and get rid of the guns of the oppressor. The people must be able to pick up guns, to defend themselves against all forms of aggression, all forms of racism, all forms of real racism. We went off in the courtroom to sit down, and the lawyer from Sacramento and Beverly Axelrod were making motions for lowering of bail, and we looked and listened. The judge didn't want to lower the bail. He started citing off the records of brothers who had been arrested before, the hardcore brothers off the block. Even Emory Douglas, an artist, who went to art college of some kind for 2 years, had a record on him. He'd been arrested 3, 4 times, spent 5, 6 months in jail. They came down to Eldridge Cleaver's record and Beverly Axelrod began to explain how Eldridge Cleaver was arrested. That he didn't have a gun or anything. That in fact, and it was true, Ramparts had sent him up there. That he was a writer for Ramparts, and he knew that the Panthers were going, so Ramparts sent him up there to cover the story as a reporter. And Beverly Axelrod blew so beautiful about how Eldridge Cleaver was snatched up off the corner just because he was black. She went further to prove this to the judge about how everybody had witnessed a black woman, who was a citizen of Sacramento, and not a Black Panther, being snatched up by the pigs and taken apart just because she was black. That was very important, I think. And she said that's why Eldridge Cleaver was arrested, a man with a camera in his hand, without a gun, who was taking pictures just like 20 other cameramen took pictures on that corner, the same corner where the Black Panther Party got arrested. She blew a beautiful set, Beverly Axelrod did, in defense of Eldridge, that they should release Eldridge, that he's on parole, and there's no reason for them to hold him. They arrested him erroneously, etc., which they did. Because that's exactly what Eldridge was doing. Eldridge was righteously covering. Although Eldridge was a Panther at the time, he didn't have a gun, and he was functioning as a reporter. And so she blew. They announced that the brothers were supposed to appear the next day at the municipal court across the street, and me and Huey went home and came back the next day and we appeared in court and we vowed that if the brothers weren't out by Friday at 2 o'clock, that by hook or crook, any way we can, we gonna get that money, to bail the brothers out. We were worried about the money. We figured we had a few funds coming in, but we were going out to get that money, we were going to bail all the brothers out. But our most extreme worry, our major worry, was Eldridge Cleaver, because Eldridge Cleaver was on parole. He just spent 9 years in prison and he could possibly go back to prison. And that's what we worried about the most. Huey said, the reason we're going to get those brothers out is because those brothers off the block who stuck with the organization, who took time to learn the principles of the organization, and who took time to understand and follow the leadership of the organization, they are the real true heroes, not us, Bobby. I said, you're right, Huey, I know that, you're right. By hook or crook I'm with you. We going to get the money to get the brothers out of jail. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day we came up early in the morning, and before the brothers came to court, we cornered a bail bondsman, a jive motherfucking bail bondsman. We found him out later to be a really jive dude. He was a black one. Name was Glenn Holmes, who was in Sacramento. He had a statewide license. He could bail out anybody all over the state. We called on him and started talking to him. And Huey got on one side of him and I got on the other side of him. And we got to rapping to him. We got to talking to that brother so strong and so hard and so fast, and running it down to him why he should bail these brothers out of jail, the fact that we have enough publicity to raise the money, just that we have to get these brothers out of jail now. And these brothers, their feet have to hit the ground. Work hard. This is something that Huey always stressed, and I really learned this from Huey, the meaning of being dedicated to pulling brothers out of jail. Huey was rapping to that dude, Glenn Holmes, and running it down to him about how he should go forth and bail the brothers out on credit. Glenn Holmes was the dude who went on and bailed me and Mark Comfort out initially on half credit, because all they had put up was half the bail. But we talked to him before the court appearance came about. He says, "All right, I'll do it." And Glenn Holmes did it. He said, "They'll be out by 6 o'clock this evening." And Huey said, "Well, we said 2 o'clock, but if they can hit the ground free like this by 6 o'clock, good." We waited for the court appearance, for the arraignment, and they arraigned the brothers, charged us all with conspiracy to commit a misdemeanor, the said misdemeanor being disturbing the peace. Disturbing the decorum of the legislature. Conspiracy to break any law. A conspiracy is that you conspire to break a law. But we weren't guilty of any such thing. Huey only told me to go to the steps, and we went inside the place to observe the legislature. But who disturbed it? The fact that we were running down, was that the TV cameraman disturbed it. The first thing that the speaker said when we walked inside, and when the cameraman flushed through another door and ran all up the aisles, the speaker said, "Get those cameramen out of here. Who brought those news reporters in? Get those cameramen out of here, they have no right to be in here," and bloppity bloppity blop, that's what he said. He never said get those Panthers out of here with those guns, never said that all through the whole set. It never was said. I mean, that's the legal technicality of the whole thing. Of course I served 5 months in jail, and Tucker served 6, along with some other Panthers who served some other misdemeanor time for doing nothing illegal. Anyway, we got the brothers out of jail. 6 o'clock, we were waiting for them. They start filing them out. They filed the brothers out, and as each brother would come out, Huey would give him a big hug and pat the brother on his strong, revolutionary back, hit him on his strong, revolutionary back, and say, "Brother, are you glad you did it?" And the brother would say, "Right on." Huey said, "We did a good job," and hit every brother on the back that come downstairs. And Warren Tucker, the man on my left, with the .357 Magnum, was the last one to come out. He said, "Well, goddamn. I was getting ready to say, these motherfuckers better let me out of this motherfucker." He saw everybody else leaving. We got those brothers out, and Huey greeted them as revolutionaries. Huey greeted them as dedicated brothers. We piled them in the cars, and we took them back home, to their home, in the confines of a decadent ghetto that we live in Oakland. We bought them a beer or two, and let them drink the beer. Our juveniles were still in jail. Bobby Hutton, Orlando Harrison, one other brother who was in North Oakland working on the poverty program with me, and 2 other brothers of Mark Comfort's. The Black Panther newspaper. A colossal event had occurred, that Huey P. Newton had put in motion. A colossal event had occurred that had significant meaning to the Black Panther Party. News of the existence of the party went all the way around the world. A few days after we came back from Sacramento, Huey found out that the fact that we went to the Capitol was plastered across the front pages of the London Times. Things developed from there. We now had a case where some 24 brothers were charged with conspiracy, $2,200 bail apiece. When we tried to raise the money at the time, we found that the Black Panther Party was known everywhere. After we brought the brothers home from jail, we went over to the Black House, which had actually been named and established as the San Francisco headquarters of the Black Panther Party. Eldridge Cleaver had named it that, and Huey and I had agreed to it. Black House was where Brother Eldridge had been living. The objective was to get out the Black Panther. Huey and I had been around the Black House all day, that third day after Sacramento, and news reporters were calling us and trying to get in touch with us, and calling Eldridge Cleaver. Everyone was trying to vamp in on us to see what was going on. They called all day. One call told us that the next morning they wanted us on Channel 7, on the AM program. We agreed to be there. That night, we got set to lay out the 10-point platform and program for the party newspaper, and to lay out the second issue of Volume 1 of the Black Panther, Black Community News Service. We had a lot of things set up to lay out the Black Panther. Emory Douglas, who's now our Minister of Culture, had brought over all his materials, and Huey was explaining to him about revolutionary culture, explaining that the only real culture is revolutionary culture. Huey told him that if he was going to be an artist for the Black Panther Party, he had to relate specifically to the revolutionary culture, the black people. Emory explained that he had related to revolutionary culture. I asked him a couple of questions myself. I remember trying to explain to Emory that culture is basically learned behavior, and what is involved in learned behavior, especially when you speak of black people and a revolutionary culture. The Molotov cocktail had become a significant part of black people's culture, and now Huey P. Newton had brought forth the meaning of guns, organized guns, and force as a significant part of black people's culture. They had to graduate from rocks and bottles and Molotov cocktails, Huey was saying, to a level where they understood the proper use of organized guns and force, and where they understood what a political party represented when it started to go forth to liberate black people. I was hoping that he understood that the Black Panther Party was concerned specifically with the basic political desires and needs of the people and seeing that those be answered in a revolutionary fashion. The brother was all head shaking and yes saying, "Yeah, I can understand it, I can dig it." He just wanted to do some art. So we sat up that night, and I sat down myself and laid out the first little Black Panther headline, "The Truth About Sacramento." Many people ask us where we get our money from. The power structure has been accusing us of being robbers and thieves. This is not the case. A large portion of our money comes from many groups and people who support us. That includes different sources, lawyers groups, church organizations, other types of organizations, and many people who sympathize with the party because they have taken time to read our newspaper. Speaking engagements are another way we get funds. Sometimes we get $500 and $1,000 for speaking, especially when Eldridge, myself, and Kathleen were moving around, but they still are being given to other leaders of the party, and these funds help the party function. One of the main sources of funds is the party's newspapers. It is an organ which lumpen proletarian brothers and sisters produce. Eldridge Cleaver is the chief editor of the paper, but the quality and development of that paper has come from brothers who have previously been in jails, brothers who have previously just been on the block, lumpen proletarian everyday Afro-American brothers who became politically organized and politically conscious, and learned their skills in producing that paper. The brothers in the party don't receive any kind of salary from the Black Panther Party, but for every paper that they sell, they keep 10 cents. We give a lot of the young brothers, the little brothers in the community, 10 cents for every paper they sell. Some of the brothers were able to buy themselves bicycles from selling so many papers. This is very good because it's constructive, it helps them work, and at the same time it helps the party get correct information about the party to many more people. The paper has the highest circulation of what are generally called underground newspapers, although we are not really underground. We're very much on top of the ground. Underground is a way to distinguish us from the establishment press. Our circulation is 125,000 copies per week at present and is rising rapidly across the country. The brothers in the party, the paper's staff, and all the brothers and sisters who work to help produce that paper are the ones who deserve credit for seeing to it that that paper consistently moves, for gathering the news, and for becoming reporters of news in the community where they can serve the people with the truth of what's happening. So it's not a case of some white people behind the scenes putting our paper out or some special Jewish money being the sole source of the party's existence. This is not the case at all. It's a thing where the Afro-American lumpen proletarian has become the vanguard, and the newspaper in itself is key in teaching the people that the brothers in the community who are revolutionaries, who want revolutionary change, are not about to step back from the power structure, but in fact the party's going to go forth, and is consistently going forth. Some very tricky methods have been used to try and stop our paper from being published. We received a letter from the Printers Union of America, which stated that since our paper had become of such professional quality, they demanded that we have our paper printed and put together in a union printer's shop. We understood that this was part and parcel of FBI and police attempts to try and stop the Black Panther Party newspaper. Howard Quinn, the place where we print the paper, is a union shop, but the Printers Union was referring to the people who lay the paper out, the members of the Black Panther Party. Since we understand the workers and we understand that we are workers, 4 or 5 of the brothers and sisters who actually do the layout of the paper, and who are party members, joined the Printers Union, and that stopped all of that noise. In the past, a large number of papers have been stopped, and thousands of issues were received soaking wet. This went on for a year off and on. In the process of shipping the papers, the airlines would hold them up in their freighting operations for a week or two. This included American Airlines, TWA, and United. We've got the records to prove it. We also have records of the notices we sent to the airlines saying we were going to sue them for holding our papers up like that, and sometimes causing 50 or 60,000 papers not to show up at all, or to show up when they couldn't be sold, 2 and 3 weeks after the date on the paper. There were also numerous attempts to factionalize the workers inside of the Howard Quinn Printing Company, where they roll our paper off the press. Half the workers got on our side and the other half were on the side of the CIA FBI operation, who said they were going to quit Howard Quinn if they didn't stop printing the Black Panther Party paper. The other half, the workers who were on our side, were the ones who run the press downstairs. They were getting along fine with us because we were helping them make more money. We were running off more papers than any other underground newspaper printed at Quinn's. They said they would quit if Quinn didn't continue printing the Black Panther Party's newspaper. Well, we survived through that, and we finally started sending the papers on a COD basis, so as to be able to collect insurance from the airlines. Suddenly a lot of our papers began to arrive on time, although there are still some cases where they're holding them up. In the past there were actually cases where the police department would be out at the airport waiting for the particular plane that our papers were coming in on. The airlines were checking out the papers and giving them to the police, and the police would take our property somewhere and destroy it. It costs about 8 cents to produce the paper, but with mailing and shipping costs it comes to about 10 cents a paper. The paper sells for 25 cents, but we only receive about 5 cents from every paper. This money goes back to pay rent on our offices, phone bills, and other expenses. We are very proud of our paper. It comes from the hardcore of the black community, the grassroots. This should let people know that we have a national organ that they can read to keep themselves informed about the Black Panther Party and what's going on in the world, in these changing revolutionary times. Huey digs Bob Dylan. Later we moved to Beverly Axelrod's house to finish the paper. This was about 8 or 9 blocks south of the Haight-Ashbury district over in San Francisco. It was a nice, big house, and we moved over there for room and space, and to get things together. We righteously got it together. Eldridge and Barbara Author were pounding out some articles. We called up a white mother country radical photographer, got him together, and asked him to shoot some pictures of Huey because we knew it was necessary for us to try and get a centralized symbol of the leadership of black people in the black community. We had to centralize it in some way, so we decided on a picture of Huey. This photographer came over with his cameras and his tripods, and Eldridge set the scene. The photographer took a number of different shots. We got a wicker chair and African shields, and we had a shotgun over there, and Eldridge said, "Take the gun and put the spear here." He artistically put that picture together that everyone sees of Huey P. Newton sitting in the chair, with the shotgun and the spear, and the shields sitting on each side of the chair. The shields were very important, because Huey was articulating that we use the spear and the shield, and the shield is very significant. Huey would say many times that a long, long time ago, there was a man who invented a spear, and he frightened a whole lot of people. But, Huey said, the people invented a shield against the spear. The people weren't so frightened after all. So this is really what Huey P. Newton symbolized with the Black Panther Party. He represented a shield for black people against all the imperialism, the decadence, the aggression, and the racism in this country. That's what Huey P. Newton symbolized with us. That's the way we projected it. The headline of the party paper was "The Truth About Sacramento," because there were so many lies about the Black Panther Party, and the Black Panther Party in Sacramento. Lies by the regular mass media, television and radio and the newspapers, those who thought the Panthers were just a bunch of jive, just a bunch of crazy people with guns. Many an Uncle Tom and our backward brainwashed black men had a misconception about the whole thing, when you get down to it. While we were laying that paper out, in the background we could hear a record, and the song was named "Ballad of a Thin Man" by Bob Dylan. Now the melody was in my mind. I actually heard it, I could hear the melody to this record. I could hear the sound and the beat to it. But I really didn't hear the words. This record played after we stayed up laying out the paper. And it played the next night after we stayed up laying out the paper. I think it was around the third afternoon that the record was playing. We played that record over and over and over. Lots of brothers stayed right over there with a lot of shotguns for security. It was a righteous security in those days. There wasn't any bullshit. Huey P. Newton made me recognize the lyrics. Not only the lyrics of the record, but what the lyrics meant in the record. What the lyrics meant in the history of racism that has perpetuated itself in this world. Huey would say, "Listen, listen, man, do you hear what he is saying?" Huey had such insight into how racism existed, how racism had perpetuated itself. He had such a way of putting forth in very clear words what he related directly to those symbolic things or words that were coming out from Bobby Dylan. The point about the geek is very important because this is where Huey hung me. I remember that the song got to the point where he was talking about this cat handing in his ticket and he walked up to the geek, and the geek handed him a bone. Well, this didn't relate to me, so I said, "Huey, look, wait a minute, man." I said, "What you talking about, a geek? What is a geek? What the hell is a geek?" And Huey explains it. He says, a geek is usually a circus performer. Maybe he was an experienced trapeze artist who was injured. He's been in the circus all his life and he knows nothing else but circus work. But he can't be a trapeze artist anymore because he's been injured very badly, but he still needs to live, he needs to exist, he needs pay. So the circus feels very sorry for him and they give him a job. They give him the cruddiest kind of job because he's not really good for anything else. They put him into a cage, then people pay a quarter to come in to see him. They put live chickens into the cage and the geek eats the chickens up while they're still alive. The bones, the feathers, all. And of course he has a salary, because the audience pays a quarter to see him. He does this because he has to. He doesn't like eating raw meat, or feathers, but he does it to survive. But these people who are coming in to see him are coming in for entertainment, so they are the real freaks. And the geek knows this, so during his performance, he eats the raw chicken and he hands one of the members of the audience a bone, because he realizes that they are the real freaks because they get enjoyment by watching what he's doing because he has to. So that's what a geek and a freak is. Is that clear? Then to put it on the broader level, what Dylan is putting across is middle-class people or upper-class people who sometimes take a Sunday afternoon off and put their whole family into limousine, and they go down to the black ghettos to watch the prostitutes and watch the decaying community. They do this for pleasure, or for Sunday afternoon entertainment. Of course the people are there and they don't want to be there. The prostitutes are there because they're trying to live, trying to exist, and they need money. So then that makes the middle class and upper class people, who are down there because they get pleasure out of it, freaks. And this goes into the one-eyed midget. What is the one-eyed midget? He screams and howls at Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones doesn't know what's happening. Then the one-eyed midget says, "Give me some juice or go home." And this again is very symbolic of people who are disadvantaged. They're patronizing Mr. Jones, the middle-class people. You know, they're not interested in them coming down for entertainment. But if they'll pay them for a trick, then they'll tolerate them, or else they'll drive them out of the ghettos. This song is hell. You've got to understand that this song is saying a hell of a lot about society. The white society and the middle-class society are surprised to see that black people will pimp chicks on the block. They come down that way because they looked at black people as freaks. They thought black people were in a big freak bag. They thought they had niggers all figured out. But black people were not even niggers. Black people were not backward and apathetic. Huey says that whites looked at blacks as geeks, as freaks. But what is so symbolic about it is that when the revolution starts, they'll call us geeks because we eat raw meat. But the geek turns round and hands Mr. Jones a naked bone and says, "How do you like being a freak?" And Mr. Jones says, "Oh my God, what the hell's going on?" And Bobby Dylan says, "You don't know what's happening, do you, Mr. Jones?" And to hand him the naked bone was too much, was really too much. Eldridge Cleaver explains in Soul on Ice that the black man has been led around by the white man, the white omnipotent administrator primarily, big businessmen who manipulate and bullshit and control the government. The black man has been led around, and was projected as being led around, with a little piece of string, cord string, that could be broken in a minute. The string was tied around the black man's neck, and the black man was projected as a big gorilla. He was a gorilla. He was inhuman, and he couldn't talk. He's not supposed to be able to think. But the gorilla beats on his chest and says, "I'm a man." One of the symbolic things that Eldridge was pointing out with this thing was that Cassius Clay said, "I'm the greatest," the symbolic thing of him beating on his chest. He said in fact, "I'm a man." He said, "I'm a strong man." What shocked the racists, what shocked the omnipotent administrator, is that he looked up at the big gorilla. The string had been broken and he saw this gorilla beating on his chest saying, "I'm a man." That was Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay would brag. People misunderstood the bragging. All Cassius Clay was saying was that he was defying all this omnipotent, racist bullshit by stepping forward and saying, "I'm the greatest. I can't be hit." He beat on his chest, and when he said that, the white racist omnipotent administrator who had a hold on the string had to ask himself, "Well, if he's a man then what the hell am I?" And that's what Bobby Dylan meant by the geek handing Mr. Jones the naked bone and saying, "How do you like being a freak?" And that's the whole meaning of the question. If he's a man, if he's not a freak, and he tells Mr. Jones he's a freak, then Mr. Jones has to ask, "Am I that?" That's symbolic of saying that if he's a man, what am I? This song Bobby Dylan was singing became a very big part of that whole publishing operation of the Black Panther paper. And in the background, while we were putting this paper out, this record came up and I guess a number of papers were published, and many times we would play that record. Brother Stokely Carmichael also liked that record. This record became so related to us, even to the brothers who had held down most of the security for the set. The brothers had some big earphones over at Beverly's house that would sit on your ears and had a kind of direct stereo atmosphere, and when you got loaded it was something else. These brothers would get halfway high, loaded on something, and they would sit down and play this record over and over and over, especially after they began to hear Huey P. Newton interpret that record. They'd be trying to relate an understanding about what was going on, because old Bobby did society a big favor when he made that particular sound. If there's any more he made that I don't understand, I'll just ask Huey P. Newton to interpret them for us, and maybe we can get a hell of a lot more out of brother Bobby Dylan, because old Bobby, he did a good job on that set. Serving time at Big Greystone. After Sacramento, we made a deal. Myself and a few other brothers who had no previous records would serve some time for disturbing the peace or something like that, and all the other brothers who were on parole or probation would be cut loose. We weren't guilty of anything, but we made that deal to save the other brothers from going to state prison. Warren Tucker and I served the longest sentences, 6 months each. At first they had me in Sacramento County Jail, but later they transferred me to the Alameda County Jail at Santa Rita. I was in a maximum security wing of a place everybody calls Big Greystone, because the buildings are made of this drab gray stone. Huey tried to visit me in Sacramento County Jail shortly after I went in to serve my sentence in August 1967, but when Huey arrived, I had been transferred down to Greystone. I remember Huey saying to me, just before I went to jail, "You can do 6 months for the party, can't you?" "Sure I can," I told Huey. "I can do it easily." On the morning of October 28, 1968, I was lying on my bunk inside one of those jive cells they have at Big Greystone. Suddenly someone hollered, "Bobby Seale, Bobby Seale." It was one of the trustees, walking on the catwalk above me. "Bobby Seale, where you at?" he called. I said, "Over here, in cell 82. This cat walked up and said, "2 Panthers had a shootout, and 1 cop is dead, and one of your boys got wounded, I think." I said, "What? You know who it was?" He said, "No, we don't have information on who it was, yet. They shot him, though." That's what one of the bulls said. A lot of names flashed in my head, but not Huey's. I thought it might be Sherman Forte, Bobby Hutton, Reggie Forte, Orlando Harrison, any one of the brothers who went to Sacramento with us. Who could it have been? Who could have been shot? I remember saying to myself. I knew the Oakland Tribune would have the information. That's the only thing they let you read in jail, they just cram that junk right down your throat, and they won't let any other papers in. I waited, reading some portions of a book, waiting for the newspaper. Finally around 12 o'clock, the trustee brought me the paper. There was Huey P. Newton's picture on the front page. He was on a stretcher. The paper said he had been shot. At first I worried if he was all right. I read the pig's lying story. Then I thought about getting the brother out. They were going to charge brother Huey with murder. All kinds of schemes went through my mind about busting up the jail or busting up the court. He had to appear in court, and I thought about walking in there, and blasting away at every judge, every bailiff, and the clerk, just blasting at all the pigs, walking over to Huey, and walking out. I had scenes in my head, of crowds of people in the court, and while Huey was there in the crowd of people, I would dress him up like a woman. I'd put some kind of dress on him and let him walk out with another dude, disguised as man and wife. The pigs would never figure that out, I thought. I remembered that Huey had told me many times that he never wanted a murder charge where you have to be on death row. Huey described death row as a form of righteous torture. You sit on death row 3, 4, or 5 years, not knowing when you're going to die. That in itself is torture, but the real torture comes, he said, when they're about to walk you up to the gas chamber, and 5 or 10 minutes before the time of execution, somebody would give you a stay of execution for 1 month, or 1 year. He said that's righteous torture. I began to intensely count my days left in jail, so that I could get out and work to get Huey free. I was scheduled, as far as I knew, to get out of this jail sometime between January 8 and 15. It wasn't very clear. I'd gone into jail on August 8, on that Sacramento bust. It was now October 28 and I had to wait all the way till January 8 to get out. I had read the papers. I had also read about the protest over police brutality about a week or two before, in which the pigs busted up the heads of the anti-draft demonstrators who went forth to close down the draft office in Oakland. Chief Gain and his pigs, the highway patrolmen, and others from surrounding cities beat the heads of all these peaceful demonstrators. They were peaceful demonstrators. They'd sit down in front of the draft office and say, "If I'm violating the law by sitting down, then arrest me." And they would go to jail peacefully. But Chief Gain and the pigs wanted to beat their heads. These demonstrators called a press conference after what had happened to Brother Huey and said that the racist dog policeman who attacked Huey P. Newton must be removed and Huey must be freed. Solidarity and support were shown in this article. They said that the pigs who jumped on the anti-draft demonstrators in Oakland there were the same pigs who vamped on Huey. I also read that Judge Stats held court to arraign and charge Huey in the hospital room where he was getting better from the gunshot wound. Some Panther brothers had also gone to the hospital, but it was surrounded. The pigs asked them what they wanted, and the Panther brothers said, "We come to get Huey." 6 or 7 brothers got busted. These brothers really loved Huey. They came to get the Minister of Defense, they came to see about Huey, to set Huey free. A pig jumped up with a shotgun in front of them, stopped them, and asked them, "What you want?" And one of the Panthers dedicated to the revolutionary struggle, dedicated to the liberation of black people, looked at this pig and told him, "We come to get Huey." That pig must have shit. These were crazy Panthers. Sunday mornings, when you're in jail, you have to go to the day room to hear some puritanical thinking, Christian preacher preach a bunch of bullshit about how we were wrong and we must seek for the Lord. How ironic can this shit get? Here's some preacher in the day room cell, with over 200 cats crowded in. This guy is just blabbing out of the mouth and the brothers aren't even listening to him. There are guards standing on each side, telling you to be quiet and listen. You get mad at those pigs, especially when you've got a Minister of Defense like Huey P. Newton. You get real mad when you know there's a hell of a revolutionary leader who wants to give the land and bread back to the people. You just want to break out of that joint, you want to go and do something about Huey. That's the way you feel. There were a lot of brothers in jail who suddenly all wanted to be Panthers. They had listened to me before, but now they wanted to be Panthers. They saw there was hope. They looked at Huey as a hero of the people. Huey was so beautiful, he'd turn around, and tell the people, you're the heroes, people. So let's unite, go forth in unity, so we can get land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and some peace. I thought and wondered, and read the papers, and schemed about what to do for Huey. There were demonstrations for Huey, and people showed up in court. Panthers jammed into the courtroom, and 200 people besides jammed the hallways. They had literature and information concerning Huey P. Newton. They wanted him to be set free, cut loose. They ran down how unjust this racist decadent system is, and said it couldn't do this to Huey. I made up my mind and said that when I got out I was going to work myself to the bone, harder than I ever had before. Our first objective and first goal, working with Eldridge and the other Panthers, would be to mobilize 5,000 people, standing around in the courthouse for Huey. Then if necessary, we might have to bust him out of jail, because Huey's gotta be set free somehow. That's what I was saying. That is the way I felt. That's what I became dedicated to as I sat there in jail waiting to get out. 5 weeks later, I was talking to Huey. I had to appear in court a couple of times, somewhere around the latter part of November. They transported one from Greystone to the county jail in downtown Oakland. I was in Tank B, and Huey was in Tank A. He sent a couple of messages around to me, like power. Power to the people. The brother also sent me some cigarettes. That was kind of funny when I thought of it. Here's this brother, on a murder charge, which Huey never wanted, and he sends me cigarettes. I had another court date, December 8th. Once again they drove me from Greystone to the jail in Oakland where the court was, and they put me in Tank B. I knew Tank B was next door to Tank C. That's the hospital tank where I figured Huey was. I knew that you could holler from Tank B to Tank C, although you couldn't see anybody. I asked the trustee, is Huey P. Newton still in Tank C, the hospital tank? He said, yes he is. Then I went to the bars, as close as I could get to Tank C, and started hollering, hey, Huey. Yeah, he said. This is Bobby. Hey, man. The brother was glad to be able to talk, and I was glad to be able to talk to him. He told me about a few things that happened, a few things that he'd read in the paper, about some brothers getting in a shootout with some pigs, and how the pigs rammed their car. He ran down how I wasn't to say anything around a couple of jive trustees who, he knew would turn words around and snitch to the man. And I told him how the pigs came out to the jail, 3 days after he'd been shot, and how they were trying to say that I knew where the 9mm gun was, that Huey was supposed to have had the night he got shot. I told Huey I had nothing to say to the pig, that I took the Fifth Amendment on it. One of them was a nigger pig, a bootlicker pig, who acted like he wanted to jump me, so I just backed up against the wall, and braced myself, and got ready to fight the pig, right in the middle of this jive 7x7 Greystone cell. Huey and I hollered around there in the Oakland jail, talking to each other for a long time, and then I had to go downstairs and appear in the court. They brought me back upstairs around noon, and one of the trustees told me that I would be able to see Huey in a few minutes. I said, what? He said, yeah, because they bring him around to Tank B, in the aisle over there. The entrance is to the side. I said, right on, brother, right on. I get to see brother Huey P. Newton. That's good, that's good. I was really happy. I really wanted to see the brother because I hadn't seen him since August 8th, the day I went to jail. I wanted to see how he was doing. He walked around and he looked like he was in pretty good shape. He lifted his hands to the bars, and we grabbed each other's hands, shook each other's hands real tight and hard. I mostly just wanted to look at the brother, and see if he was alright because Huey was out of sight. It was just good to see him. It was just a filling thing for me. I felt like we were close to some kind of freedom for Huey, when I saw the cat. We had to free Huey. The next time I came up to court, I saw him again. I was in the day room and he was locked in an aisle in the hallway. He walked up to the end of the aisle, and spoke through that chicken shit hole that the pigs set up for visitors. I said, go on and take your visits, brother. It was good to see him. I looked and saw some of the visitors, his girlfriend Laverne and Orlando and the others through that little hole on my side. They all came over to see me after visiting with Huey. When we were hollering, before the visitors came, Huey had asked me how long I had to go. I told him that I might be out January 8th or January 15th, as close as I could figure. I said, well, brother, you've got to be set free. Something's got to be done, and we're going to have to do it. I hope I can do it. He reassured me, you can do it, Bobby. You can put it together, you and Eldridge and everyone. You can do it. It made me feel good. I had to relate to that, because I had to believe and understand I could do something to help the brother get free. You sit in Greystone, in a cell, all day long. Then they move you and put you in another 7x7 cell. They let you go to the day room every 3 days. In the course of an hour, you go to the day room, take a shower, shave, and then they put you in another one of the same 7x7s, somewhere. You get used to it, especially when you know you haven't got too much time to do. A lot of cats naturally get pissed off at Greystone. I took mine out on thinking about the organization, and what I could do for the organization, and for the revolutionary struggle. During those last weeks, October 28th to December 8th, I thought about ways to free Huey P. Newton, and about the fact that we have to get this brother free somehow or other. This brother's got to get cut loose, he's got to beat this case, because these pigs are trying to jack him up, and they're trying to jack the Panther Party up. On December 8th, after I came back from court, they called me out of the bullpen, and I walked back down the hall, to change out of my civilian clothes, that I used to appear in court, back into those regular jail clothes. There are 3 security prisons there really: Big Greystone, which is maximum security, 7x7 cells, and Santa Rita, or Little Greystone, where there's barracks and compounds, maximum security, and you can walk around. Most of the cats in Big Greystone have felony cases, or have gotten into fights and have been put over there. Mostly, those in Little Greystone have smaller cases and are unsentenced. I knew one thing through that routine of going back and forth to court: if you go to Big Greystone, you aren't allowed to wear any shoes. When you go to Little Greystone, you put on shoes, because you walk around. The shoes are very significant. I stepped forward, took off my coat, and the pig wrote down the color of my jacket, my slacks, and my pinstriped brown shirt. He looked at a list of the jail clothes I was supposed to get and said, "Shoes." I said, "No, you got it wrong, no shoes. I'm at Big Greystone." "Nope," he said, "here it says, shoes." I said, "I'm in Big Greystone." "You got it wrong." He said, "Shoes, Seale." I said, "All right. They have some special shoes they give you, brogans." I told the pig, "Wait a minute, I have to wear shoes." He said, "Yeah." I said, "Am I going to Little Greystone?" He said, "Yeah, I guess so," in a real snotty way. I said, "Well, then, I can't wear those brogans." I took my sock off and showed him my left foot. My left foot is about 3/4 of an inch shorter than my right foot, because I was hit by a car when I was 13. I said, "This is a skin graft you see on the top of my foot. Those brogans will rub the skin graft, and the next thing you know I'll run around infected. The shoes are too heavy. I'd rather wear my regular civilian shoes." So he said, "Okay, let's go." So I dressed, put my shoes on, climbed on the wagon. He took me over to Little Greystone, dropped me off, and assigned me to one of those jive-assed barracks with barbed wire fences around it. I went inside, looking for Warren Tucker, because he was supposed to be serving time there. I couldn't figure the whole switch out, and I really wanted to talk to Tucker. I inquired around, asking all the brothers if they had seen a brother, a Black Panther, named Warren Tucker, but they didn't know him. So I settled back to get my bunk straight, and get bedding from the trustee. Some brothers were singing some soul music. It was nice the way they were putting the harmony to it, putting the real soul into it. I lay there listening to them about 45 minutes, thinking about Brother Huey, and about how we were going to get him out. Then one of the guards walked inside the barracks, and said, "Seale." I said, "Yeah. Let's go, you're bailed out." "You're out on bail." I said, you got the wrong man." "Seale." "My name is Seale, that's right." "Well, it's supposed to be Seale." "You got the wrong man, I can't get out of jail till January 8th. Maybe you're looking for somebody else with the same name as mine." "Who's got a name similar to mine?" Some brother said, "There's a cat in here named Scales." "That's who you're looking for, man," I said. "Well," the bull said, "I don't know, let me go check." I rolled over and almost fell asleep, and about 5 or 10 minutes later, the pig came back. "Let's go, Seale, it's you." "Now wait just one goddamn minute," I said. You dudes got Huey P. Newton in jail. You dudes pull all kinds of schemes, to mess up our party, to mess up black people. To kill them and murder them. I don't have nothing to do with that, he said. Regardless of that, I ran on, you're telling me I'm supposed to be out on bail, and I say I can't be out on bail because I can't get out till January 8th. I'm going to be honest. You know that me and a lot of the people want to free Huey P. Newton. We want to do a lot of work in the black community. Get rid of you pigs. All you cats want to do is to say I'm out on bail, take me somewhere, say I escaped, and then give me a year and a half, so later. I don't know anything about that, Seale, you just come on. Alright, goddammit, let's go. But I know damn well I can't get out of jail till January 8th, and that's even with good time. I can't get out of jail till January 8th. I ran it down to him, I got sentenced to 6 months. It's impossible for me to get out. I went in August 8th, and now it's only December 8th. The only time I can get out, is by January 8th. And that's with 30 damn days of good time. I argued with the cat. I didn't believe him. But I jumped up and put on my shoes. We walked all the way up to the discharge place. I argued with the lieutenant. I argued with the captain. I argued with the sergeants and everybody else. I wanted to see some definite proof. They showed me a teletype message from Sacramento, where I had been sentenced, which said that they couldn't hold me any longer, that my time was up. I snatched that teletype message and looked at it. Meanwhile, some more brothers were coming through the bullpen. I told them, hey, brothers, remember. You see this discharge here? It says I'm out of jail, and I wasn't expecting to get out of jail till January. But you remember that all these cops came down here and said I was supposed to get released. You remember that, you hear? The brothers said, right on, Bobby. Right on. We understand. Brothers, I'll catch you later on. Then I said to the pigs, okay, let's go. The pigs were very upset about why Bobby Seale wasn't going to leave jail. I was tired of the pigs and the power structure scheming on us. I was very apprehensive about them saying I was discharged, because I didn't really believe it. I called my father and waited for an hour and a half. He came out and picked me up, and took me home. My wife was in the car. When I saw her, I remembered that I told her that she was going to have to be ready to sacrifice, when I got out of jail. She said she understood. Now she was in the car, and she'd brought little Stigoli with her. He was about a year and a half old. I had to get used to the idea that all of a sudden I was out of jail on my way home. I had to do a hell of a lot of things now, to try to help get Huey out of jail. Before I'd just been sitting in the cell, day after day, thinking about things to be done, but now it was time to implement them. Huey P. Newton always said, unite theory with practice. Unite your ideas with practice, by applying those ideas. Of course, the first thing I decided to do when I got out of jail was to make love with my wife. Then I'd call everybody else up. It can be bad for a man's mind when he's locked up and taken away from good loving and good screwing. One Executive Mandate No. 1 statement by the Minister of Defense delivered May 2, 1967, at Sacramento, California, State Capitol Building. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense calls upon the American people in general and the black people in particular to take careful note of the racist California legislature, which is now considering legislation aimed at keeping the black people disarmed and powerless at the very same time that racist police agencies throughout the country are intensifying the terror, brutality, murder, and repression of black people. At the same time that the American government is waging a racist war of genocide in Vietnam, the concentration camps in which Japanese Americans were interned during World War II are being renovated and expanded. Since America has historically reserved the most barbaric treatment for non-white people, we are forced to conclude that these concentration camps are being prepared for black people who are determined to gain their freedom by any means necessary. The enslavement of black people from the very beginning of this country, the genocide practiced on the American Indians and the confining of the survivors on reservations, the savage lynching of thousands of black men and women, the dropping of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and now the cowardly massacre in Vietnam, all testify to the fact that toward people of color the racist power structure of America has but one policy: repression, genocide, terror, and the big stick. Black people have begged, prayed, petitioned, demonstrated, and everything else to get the racist power structure of America to right the wrongs which have historically been perpetrated against black people. All of these efforts have been answered by more repression, deceit, and hypocrisy. As the aggression of the racist American government escalates in Vietnam, the police agencies of America escalate the repression of black people throughout the ghettos of America. Vicious police dogs, cattle prods, and increased patrols have become familiar sights in black communities. City Hall turns a deaf ear to the pleas of black people for relief from this increasing terror. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense believes that the time has come for black people to arm themselves against this terror before it is too late. The pending Mulford Act brings the hour of doom one step nearer. A people who have suffered so much for so long at the hands of a racist society must draw the line somewhere. We believe that the black communities of America must rise up as one man to halt the progression of a trend that leads inevitably to their total destruction. 2 On October 28, 1967, there was an early morning gun battle between Huey P. Newton and two policemen. Huey was wounded seriously. One policeman, John Frey, was killed, and the other, Herbert Haynes, was seriously injured. Ed. The shit comes down, free Huey. Free Huey. I got out of jail on December 8, 1967. I came out with the feeling and desire to get brother Huey P. Newton out of jail and to keep them from sending him to the gas chamber, because this was the party, and the party was my life. It was like a musician learning how to play a horn and blowing some jazz and really being with it in such a way that it's your life, it's part of you. This is the way I always felt about the party. I don't generally go into things about the party from the way I might subjectively feel about them, I try to project them objectively. But I also came out of jail with a feeling that I had a wife and I had a little baby. My wife wanted me to go to work. I have 9 trades: musician, comedian, community organizer, carpenter, builder, draftsman, journeyman sheet metal mechanic, general machine shop work, and non-destructive testing of machine and aircraft parts. I have a number of trades like that. But going to work wouldn't give me enough time, I felt, to work to free Huey. Before Huey had gotten shot, I was contemplating that half of my time would be taking care of my family, and the rest of my time would be used to work diligently in the party. I felt that we would have to have some kind of financial support that would help back up the party. I knew I was a good draftsman, so before Huey got shot, I made up my mind to do the kind of work that I'd need to support my family, at home. I would try to get private drafting jobs that I could do at night. If I could do private drafting at home, I could make money to take care of my family, and the rest of the time, if I could be flexible and be my own boss, I could do work for the party at any time, and in any way it called upon me to do so. I was only into having a family for 2 years at that time, but I really related to my family. This was my first experience at being married and having a family, and having this responsibility. I never really was afraid of the responsibility, but at the same time, I knew that life and living were not really secure with all the racism and all the exploitation black people were subjected to. After I had been out of jail a couple of days, I was riding down Grove Street with Eldridge, David Milliard, Artie, and a couple of other people. I told Eldridge that we had to do something for Huey, but said that I also felt that I had to go to work, get a half-assed job, and possibly do some drafting at home to make some money on the side, and put some specific scheme together to bust out Huey. Eldridge ran it down that our real work was organizing people. Man, don't worry about doing any work, Eldridge said. We've got a lot of work to do. This isn't like leaving your family. Well, take care of that, all together. But let's organize the people to free Huey. You're right, man, I said. I don't have time for a job. Before I came out of jail I had actually known, deep down inside me, that we didn't have any more time to be hung up on jive jobs, with all this stuff happening to us, and these pigs trying to railroad brother Huey. So we really went into motion, using every means we had, taking every speaking engagement we could, and rallied the community. The party moved rapidly to the campuses, and held rallies and forums. We had funds and donations coming in. A lot of brothers were flocking to the party. There were a lot of brothers, a lot of party members who worked doing leafleting, announcing rallies, raising money, and stuff like that. Brothers and sisters would come back and report how they went out to collect funds on the streets of the Fillmore district. They would have buckets and cans to collect donations and funds. Some of the pimps would throw a $5 or $10 bill in, and some would drop $2 or $3 in. The pimps would say, "Is this for Huey Newton?" "Yeah, brother," the brothers and sisters would say, "You know you're making money. You gotta come on and cough up some of them coins, so brother Huey can have some righteous legal defense." The brothers threw the money in. I think Huey knew 3 main pimps very well. You know, there's no really successful pimp, but there were about 10 of them who you could call successful in the Bay Area at the time, and I think Huey knew most of them. He knew most of the cats in and around the black community. So Eldridge, David, and I were all working, and figuring out different things that were necessary to be done. A couple of days later, there was a court appearance for Huey. We went there and I did a couple press interviews about how we were trying to mobilize people for the defense of Huey, and that's how we launched our campaign to free our Minister of Defense. A white lawyer for a black revolutionary. Shortly after I got out of jail I went over to San Francisco to check out Charles R. Gary, the lawyer the Central Committee had tentatively chosen to defend Huey. I had never met Gary before, and I guess, to be honest about it, I had a little tingling bit of racism still hanging onto me. It wasn't that I hated white people, but I had to find out if I could trust this white lawyer to fight for Huey's freedom. Everyone had said that he was very good. He was recommended to us by Beverly Axabad. We had been considering a number of lawyers, Donald Warden, Clinton White, and a couple of others. White and Warden were both black cats, but Warden had too many guys who went to jail, some of whom we thought were on death row. The way Warden operated wasn't cool, we thought, because he would tell you one thing out of the side of his mouth, and then go and do another thing behind the scenes with the police department and the people downtown. Clinton White had the reputation for being a good lawyer and a good fighter, but I was fearful that they would try to manipulate him, and Huey and the party would become political football. I really don't know if he decided not to take the case, or if the party decided not to hire him, because when I got out of jail, Gary had already been tentatively chosen. So I went over to meet Gary. He told me about the kind of law firm he was running, and why these political cases related to him. I popped up right away and asked, "How much money is it going to cost?" "Let's not worry about that," Gary said. "Let's worry about the fact that we want to free Huey." He seemed to be a very honest person, from everything I could detect about him. Well, let's see how he works out in practice, I said to myself. I generally hold back on my judgment of people until I see how they work out in practice. A couple of days later, another lawyer was being considered. We went up to see him, and right away we decided that we didn't like him because he wanted $10,000 to $12,000 in advance, off the cuff. We judged that Gary's firm was a better firm and that Gary himself was a better lawyer. We looked at the man's record, the number of people he had kept off death row, the number of murder cases that he had won, and those in which he had actually proven people innocent. From all this, and because of our concern for brother Huey, we felt that it was Gary who was needed. 3 or 4 days after we made our final decision, I went to a meeting of the Defense Committee for Huey P. Newton, and there were less than 10 people there. I had read in the papers that there were hundreds of people on the committee. The problem was a bit of black racism which was hanging on and which was very bad. The people who were originally on Huey's defense committee were all black people, naturally. But it turned out that they were mad because Huey's family and the Black Panther Party had decided that Charles Gary was the best legal technician available. Our argument was that we couldn't judge the man by the color of his skin. We wouldn't choose a lawyer just because he was black. We would choose him on the basis of his ability. We said that if you had cancer or another bad disease, you would want the best medical technician that you could find. This was our argument, but they didn't understand it. We tried to show them that you could not judge Gary by the color of his skin. We tried to show them that Gary had no reason or desire to be a tool or a puppet of the power structure. We had to remind them that Gary had been viciously attacked by cops in the past when he fought for the labor unions in San Francisco, and that a lot of corrupt people in the local power structure didn't like him. The man had integrity, we said, and his record and everything else about him were all in Huey's favor. But they still wanted to hinge it on a little old thing like, he's not black. Someone even had the nerve to say that we should hire John George, a man who had never handled that kind of case. Those two kinds of politics developed in the black community, one on the basis of a racist line, another on the basis of our progressive line. Later, we didn't get along with John George at all, because opportunistically he sided with the 100 or so people who only wanted a black lawyer and were trying to form a Huey P. Newton Defense Committee, but who didn't really have any power in the community. When it turned out that there wasn't going to be any black lawyer, most of them stopped worrying about saving Huey's life, but some worked to free Huey. So the Black Panther Party hired Gary, and when I went to this first meeting of the Defense Committee, there was only David Hilliard, Eldridge, myself, Huey's brother Melvin Newton, Sid Walton, and 3 or 4 other people who showed up. There were only about 8 or 9 people actually functioning on Huey's defense committee right after we hired Charles Gary. Eldridge and I were very pissed off at some of those people who had their little racist hang-ups. So many of them, about 60 or 70, used to crowd into meetings before I got out of jail, Eldridge told me. They used to stand near the door trying to get out what they had to say, just running off at the mouth. They weren't really interested in doing any work. When we hired Gary, they all dropped away like a bunch of little scared rabbits and racists. I didn't like that at all. Some of those people had been to college, and had talked about all of the oppressive conditions black people were living under. The way I looked at it, their actions were tantamount to selling out the black community. Some of the local black lawyers and black cultural nationalists tried to attack Gary publicly. You guys have got to have a black lawyer, they told us. We just wanted the best one we could get. Those black lawyers had some kind of a meeting in Berkeley and tried to condemn Gary. That kind of stuff even hit the newspapers. We realized that half of those lawyers were just thinking about money. They were thinking that we were going to raise a lot of funds for Huey's defense, and they wanted to get their hands on those funds and stick them in their own pockets. When we hired Gary, we didn't have any money. Gary's firm didn't get any money from us for a long time and went into the hole on Huey's case. Most of those black lawyers who condemned Gary never would have stuck with us when we were without funds. They would have gotten rid of us. But they really had to get up off Gary's back after he got Eldridge out of Vacaville in June, and later on when his legal and political work together with our community efforts kept Huey out of the gas chamber. Black racism is a fault of a few within the black community. Black racism is a very selfish thing. It is definitely not a progressive or a productive thing. Coalitions. 3 weeks after I got out of jail, we formed a coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party. Eldridge called me and told me to come over and meet some people who wanted to give us money to help Huey out. When I got there he told me an organization, the Peace and Freedom Party, was trying to get on the ballot, and they wanted to know if they could come into the black community and register people into their party. We thought about it, and talked about what Huey had said. Huey thought that we should not become an official party on the ballot at that time, because he knew political repression was going to come down. The Black Panther Party wasn't massive at that time and hadn't yet spread across the country. Remembering what had happened to the American Communist Party, he was afraid that the government would take every person who was registered or attempted to register as an official Black Panther Party member, and try to trump up charges on them. At the same time, we wanted to spread out a lot more and get a massive group of white people to work in their communities, because Huey had always held the position that white people should work to end racism in their own community. Eldridge told me that the Peace and Freedom Party would give us money and also give us $3,000 for Huey's defense fund. They not only wanted to register people for the Peace and Freedom Party in the white community, they also wanted to do it in the black community and saw us, the Black Panther Party, as representatives of the black community. I thought that that was correct and right, in line with White Mother Country Radicals, an article written by Eldridge. I decided we should form the coalition. Eldridge agreed that we should form a coalition for a specific purpose, which was an idea Huey had talked about. Later we went to the jail and asked Huey about it, and he agreed. We had a number of rallies in the black community, in Hunters Point, the Fillmore, and West Oakland, with the Peace and Freedom Party supplying sound and technical equipment which the Black Panther Party did not, at that time, have at all. With the $3,000, we were able to pay a fair retainer to Charles R. Gary for Huey's defense. In the white community as well as the black, we initiated a broad campaign for increased concern about the problems of the black community, centered around our leader and Minister of Defense, Brother Huey P. Newton. There were a few black members of the Peace and Freedom Party, and they always said they represented the black community in the Peace and Freedom Party. We would look at them and say, "What do you mean? Huey P. Newton represents the black community." It got to be a hassle, and they would sometimes ask us what we thought they should do. We would say that they should join the Black Panther Party. We looked upon the Peace and Freedom Party as a predominantly white organization for the white community. At the same time, we saw that it was valuable to form a coalition for the specific purpose of encouraging black people to register in the Peace and Freedom Party instead of the Republican or Democratic parties who were oppressing us. With this understanding, we formed the coalition and later announced that we would run Brother Huey P. Newton for Congress from the 7th Congressional District and myself for the Assembly from the 17th Assembly District, districts that were half white and half black. There were attempts by the power structure to limit the party's activity with this coalition. We had a lot of clashes with a lot of different groups of people, but there were thousands of black people coming into the Black Panther Party because of what was happening. The coalition was a working coalition, not just a verbal one. There was some very good work done in the community. When the university students were being viciously attacked by the Berkeley police, the students understood that the people in the black community were being attacked, murdered, and brutalized all the time. The Peace and Freedom Party came to the realization that we had to do something about the police, on a political level. The Black Panther Party agreed, and they asked us what we thought should be done. Eldridge talked to Bob Avakian, Rick Hyland, and quite a number of others about the concept of community control of police. We began to work jointly on this with members of the Peace and Freedom Party, because it would not only be community control of police in the black community, it would also be community control in the white community. It was at this time that I began to think that some members of the Peace and Freedom Party weren't really concerned with Brother Huey P. Newton as a political prisoner who needed to be free. Many people worked on our campaign, and showed concern, but some of them just weren't interested. Some of the leaders looked at it as a political lever, or something to use, but others were earnest and really wanted to free Huey. It became apparent that many Peace and Freedom Party members would have to become more radical and more revolutionary. Many people did not understand that the very police who attempted to kill Huey were controlled by the Democratic and Republican parties, so they weren't very concerned with community control of police. They didn't understand that Huey's situation was inseparable from the needs of the community. We also saw that they didn't have a real interest in the community control of police. We weren't in good communication about it, so we just naturally worked on our own with the petition. This didn't make us against coalitions. It mostly placed us against people who allow themselves to stagnate, who think they don't have an issue, when there's a lot of hard work to be done. There were some 25,000 votes cast for Huey P. Newton for Congress in the 7th Congressional District. For the people who still thought like the old politicians, if a candidate lost, it was over. Some of the leaders felt that running Huey was a losing tactic, but that was not the case. They misunderstood how much Huey was interlocked with every black man in the black community who suffers from oppression. We'd run Huey again because ours is a revolutionary struggle. They acted like social democrats and were not able to advance to a higher level and continue working. The coalition began to split up. I still believe that if the Peace and Freedom Party would really rally its people together, then membership alone could place the community control of police issue on the ballot, but they wouldn't push for it. We will continue to have working alliances with other groups like Los Siete de la Raza, a group supporting the 7 Latino brothers who are accused of killing a cop in San Francisco. Alliances with groups like Los Siete have worked out a lot better than coalitions with white liberals because the brown American people are suffering from the same things black American people are. The Young Lords, a Puerto Rican gang that turned political, works in alliance with the Black Panther Party in Chicago and New York. They're suffering the same oppressive conditions that black people are subjected to. There's also the Young Patriots who are a vanguard in the poor white communities. We can relate well with them because they are in opposition to the power structure's oppression. Alliances between poor oppressed peoples work out readily. It is the poor oppressed people who have to dictate their political desires and needs, and explain what should be done and what should not be done. The organizations of the lumpen proletariat are the ones we can relate to. We even have a problem with black students sometimes because they tend to have a detached understanding of the realities in the black community. A lot of people don't understand that when we make coalitions, we're not trying to shuck people. We have no time to be shucking and jiving. When we get 3 or 4 brothers shot up and killed, we can't say that it was bad, and forget about it, because we know the pigs are coming back tomorrow. They'll try to attack us again. We know that because of our historical experience as black people. We are not against intelligence. The party is very intelligent, and we read the same materials that the college students have read. But it's different when cats like Huey P. Newton and Eldridge Cleaver write and talk, because it is coming out of a lot of experience. It comes from the guts of their souls. Stokely comes to Oakland. Early in January of 1968, we decided to have a huge rally in Oakland in support of Brother Huey's freedom. We knew that a rally for Huey would fill the Oakland auditorium, and we went about securing it. The auditorium is owned by the city of Oakland, and they said they couldn't rent it out to us because they didn't want black power advocates coming to Oakland to cause riots. We went back down there with a lawyer, and he told the auditorium manager that he should rent the place to us for any date he had open. Well, I can't give it to them, he said. If you don't give it to them, our lawyer told him, we'll get a court injunction on you for violating the right of the people to be able to assemble in the auditorium. Now there must be some date open, so you'd better just cough up a date. He decided to cough up a date, so they arbitrarily said, well, the only date we have open is next month sometime. February 17. Eldridge quickly said, we'll take that date, any date. When we came out of the auditorium, Eldridge ran back across the street to the county jail, where Huey was being held, and told him we were going to have a big rally for him and his freedom, and that we were going to pack the Oakland auditorium. The rally is going to be on February 17, Eldridge said. Huey looked up at him and said, hey, that's my birthday. Eldridge had no idea Huey's birthday was in February. So right up there in the county jail is when Eldridge got the beautiful political idea that it would be a birthday rally for Huey, a birthday rally for the freedom of our Minister of Defense. I wasn't allowed to go into the jail to visit Huey. They have some kind of jive rule, that after you get out of the county jail, you can't go back in to visit someone else. I didn't go up that time with Eldridge, but a number of times after that, I disguised myself, and went up and saw Brother Huey. They have a little booth up there where you're supposed to identify yourself, but sometimes when I came up in the elevator, there were so many visitors and supporters of Huey that the brothers just shifted me sideways away from the booth, and I went in and visited Huey. I don't think it's illegal, but they have this jive rule. If they want to try to prosecute me on it now, let them try it. Eldridge came out of the courthouse and ran it all down to me about how we were going to have a birthday party for Huey. We only had about a month before the rally. We went down to the Peace and Freedom Party and told them that we needed some money because we wanted to go see Stokely Carmichael in Washington, D.C. Stokely had just come back from his world tour of Vietnam, Cuba, Africa, and other places. We felt that Eldridge and I should go directly to Washington, D.C., and sit down and talk to him, and run it down to him because he really hadn't committed himself to coming to the rally yet, although we had told him about it. We asked the cats in the Peace and Freedom Party to finance that trip for us. They financed it, but not before we went through a few changes. When we first asked them, they said that they didn't have any money. Eldridge and I told them they were a bunch of liars. How can you tell us you don't have any money? We asked them. If you don't have it, you can raise it. We said, we need $500 in plane fare and $100 in expense money to go and see Stokely so we can secure this whole rally. So they said, well, we can get about $200 but we can't get any more. Well, you're damn liars, we said. You cats are talking about working with us in a coalition and you want to go into the black community and want us to be key spokesmen there for the Peace and Freedom Party. But at the same time, we are talking about Huey's freedom. The reason we entered into this coalition was to talk about Huey's freedom. That's what this rally is all about, politically educating the masses of people that Huey P. Newton must be set free now. Are you cats going to be racists and jiving around and go back on your word, or are you cats going to be able to go out and hustle that money? We don't have much time because we want to start getting some other things together and we want to raise some more money to print our posters. Then I got mad and I told them I didn't want to talk to them. Don't talk to me, I said. Eldridge would do this all the time. He would get mad and cuss them all out and say the hell with them sometimes. Later on I didn't do that, but at that time I was overtly concerned with Brother Huey and I didn't want to be jiving around with anybody that was going to be bullshitting. We knew they had enough money to help us out. We were so concerned about Huey and the organization and black people that we felt that we had to use these tactics to make those cats see that it was important. Eldridge came back out of the office and sat in the car. Then they went back inside the office and got $500 and brought it out. I said, no, no, no. We can make it with this, Eldridge said. We haven't got any expense money. I said. We can get some. If they're going to have a coalition with us, I said, then they can get the other $100. I'll be they've got it with them. So Mike Parker and some other cats raised that extra $100 in 30 minutes. That night, Eldridge and I got on the plane and split when we got to Washington. We rented a car to get around with. We drove to this address we had for Stokely, and when we got there we went up and knocked on the door. It was kind of early in the morning, about 8 a.m., but when we knocked on it the guy who answered it was uptight. The FBI and the CIA had been trailing Stokely consistently. But the cat looked at us and he had to know that we weren't FBI or CIA agents. Eldridge told him we were from the Black Panther Party. So they said, Stokely is sleeping now. Come back later on. Well, wait a minute, we said. We've come to sit down and talk. Well, "You have to go to somebody else's house," the cat said. He wrote something on a piece of paper and said, "Go to this address." Now what kind of shit is this? We thought. These cats are crazy. These cats lack understanding, placing their egos before the struggle. But we decided to go to the other address. When we got there, those cats were a little bit more hospitable. About 2 hours later, we went back to talk to Stokely. We talked a little while about different things, about going around the world, asking about Cuba and things like that. We went on for a while. We tried to relax, had some coffee, and then somebody brought in half a gallon of wine, and we righteously relaxed. After that we got into the car we had rented, to talk to Stokely about what we really wanted, his coming out to Oakland for the big rally. We let Stokely drive. He drives like he's crazy. We looked back and noticed that some cops were trailing us. They looked like FBI agents. "Man, look at those cops trailing us," I said. "Don't worry about it," Stokely said. "They trail me like that all the time. But they're not even hiding themselves. Well, they know that I know that they're following me, and they don't care if I know or don't know that they're going to follow me." "You mean they're right there on your bumper all the time? And if you speed up, they speed up? And if you slow down, they slow down? And if you turn a corner, they turn the same damn corner? That's the way they do it," Stokely said. Meanwhile, he's driving real crazy. I told Stokely that we didn't allow any cops to be following us around like that. "Ah, just leave them alone," he said. Then he took off and just started driving wildly, speeding down the streets and everything. He actually lost the cats and left them out of sight. He'd drive all the way up a street and stop. About 4 minutes later, the same cops would come after us in the same car. Then Stokely would turn around and drive back down the street. As he drove back down the street, the cops would see him coming that way. They would turn into a driveway and back out and have their car sitting in the same direction that Stokely was going. We would pass them and they would get right back on our tail again. They were never more than 30 feet away from him. They followed Stokely around wherever he went, 24 hours a day. Another time, Stokely cut out and completely lost them. We waited 10 minutes, then they drove right up behind us. "They've got a beeper on the car," Stokely said. "What do you mean, a beeper?" I asked. "They put a beeper on this car already." "That's what I was trying to find out," he said. "You all just got this car and they checked you out when you came to see me. While you were upstairs, they put a beeper on the car, some kind of radar type beeper that can find this car, wherever it is. They've already put it on and can find you guys wherever you are. That's how they keep up with my car." We cut out again and lost them. We lost them for a number of blocks, but they almost caught up with us. Then Stokely went into a park and wound his way up a road. It's not a big hill, but it's got a good slope to it. You go up the road, and it makes a complete circle and comes back into itself. Stokely sped up this road and made a complete circle. Then the road came right back into itself. So here was Stokely barreling down this very narrow road, coming right back down on the cops. They saw him coming so fast, and they just swerved off of the road and let Stokely go by. Stokely cut out while they were hustling to turn around and get their car off the dirt and back onto the road so they could continue following him. Stokely drove to another part of the park, almost a mile away. We just sat there in the parking lot, and watched them from a distance wind their way toward us. We turned the radio on to try to drown out any bugging of the car that might have taken place. We talked about the fact that we wanted Stokely to come out to Oakland and speak, and that we probably would have 5,000 to 6,000 people there. Stokely agreed to speak, and we wound up our meeting with him. Eldridge and I went down to the SNCC office later that night. We talked to a lot of different organizations. They had heard about our coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party. "Why do you trust white people?" Some SNCC members and cats from black nationalist organizations wanted to know. We don't trust white people in the sense that you're talking about, we said. We judge everybody by what they do. They asked us why didn't we get a black lawyer for Huey. We told them it wasn't necessarily true that if Huey had a black lawyer he would automatically be well defended and not become a political football to kick around. We told them that we readily went forth to secure legal defense for Huey and that the coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party was not something based on just trusting white people, just because they were white. They should at least respect the fact that at one time there was a John Brown and that the John Browns had done a lot more than some black college intellectuals had ever done. We respected John Brown for that, we said, but we live in the spirit of Nat Turner, Patrice Lumumba, and Malcolm X. And Malcolm denounced every kind of racism in his last days. They were unable to understand this. They had a basic psychological block, because, as Fanon put it, their intellectual possessions were still in pawn to the man's system. A lot of cats down there were college students. They couldn't see it when we told them that a lot of their ideas were black racist and that we couldn't operate in a black racist thing. They couldn't see it because they were trying to say that there was no such thing as black racism and we were trying to show them that there could very easily be such a thing as black racism. Black racism is not overt in most people in the black community, but it's the way a lot of those cats in the colleges think. They think about their own selves being free, and they think with the same racism that a lot of white people project onto them. And you're not going to end racism by perpetuating more racism. We also told them that ours was a working coalition to get white people to work in the white community against racism, to destroy it, and ultimately get rid of it there. Our aim, we said, was to educate the masses of people to understand that they have to get rid of the system that exploits us, get rid of the oppression, and create some real government. Well, all in all, the cats there, the SNCC people and the others, didn't accept what we were saying. There was also a rally planned in Los Angeles, on the day following ours. Ron Karenga of the U.S. organization had sent 2 of his bald-headed black racists to Washington because he had found out in some kind of way that we were going to see Stokely. He flew them in that evening. Those cats were trying to get Stokely to see to it that Ron Karenga would get to speak at our rally. Stokely was going to be on a forum with them in Los Angeles, the next day. We didn't object to it. We didn't even want to argue about it. We said we would check it out when we got back to Oakland. The next day we talked to Stokely again and secured everything. We agreed up on when he would be out, when he would receive traveling expenses, and who was coming with him. We were aware that Stokely and James Foreman weren't getting along at all at that time. There had been a dispute of some kind, because Stokely traveled out of the country without the approval of the Central Committee of SNCC. But even with Stokely at our rally, we still wanted a working alliance with SNCC so as to better unite black organizations around the country. We felt that they should come forth in this working alliance to further the defense of Huey and lay a broad foundation of unified organizations across the country. We proposed this, against their arguments that they didn't want to work with white people. We reminded Stokely that he himself set in motion the idea of white people working in the white community when he spoke at Berkeley about a year before this. The Black Panther Party had adopted the idea, and saw it as something that was in opposition to all forms of racism. Huey and I respected it and used it. Now Stokely was saying down with white people. He told us that many people around Washington, D.C. didn't want him to speak in Oakland because there were going to be white people on the platform. We told Stokely that there was going to be a Peace and Freedom Party member speaking from the platform and we thought it was very necessary that he speak. The person from Peace and Freedom was going to set forth their understanding of what white people have to do to end racism in the white community, which is something black people have to understand. Stokely definitely agreed to come. We drove around for the rest of that day and talked in the car. The next day we left Stokely off at the SNCC office, cut out to the airport and flew back to Oakland. We told the Peace and Freedom Party that everything was set up and that we were going to have a major rally. We knew that Stokely would definitely speak, so we could put things into motion. We publicized the event in the black community and they did the same thing in the white community. We brought Stokely out a little early to visit Huey. There was a lot of press coverage, and a lot of people realized that it was time to come out for Huey P. Newton. It was one of the biggest rallies that ever took place in Oakland. Besides Stokely, Rap Brown and James Foreman of SNCC showed up. It had become clear to Stokely, to James Foreman, to Rap Brown, and to a lot of other people that Brother Huey P. Newton, the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, had become the central leader of the revolutionary movement that was coming out of the black community on a new and a higher level than it had ever been before. The place was packed. Stokely, Eldridge, and I could hardly get into the Oakland auditorium ourselves. When we first announced the rally, we said that we didn't want any cops in or around the auditorium. We said that we would take care of all the traffic direction ourselves, and that we had enough Panther Party members to do this. We said the community would support us in this. A few days before the rally, Chief Gain of the Oakland Police Department called up the party. Eldridge and Emory Douglas went up to talk to some of his lieutenants and captains. Eldridge told them flat that we didn't want any cops on the premises and that we would take care of the whole thing. The cops tried to shake hands with Eldridge, but Eldridge told them, "I don't want to shake hands with you. I'm just letting you know that we don't need any cops around the auditorium." And there were none. Not a pig in sight. And naturally, there was no rioting. It was Stokely's first speaking engagement since he returned from his world tour. It was very important because it linked up SNCC with the Black Panther Party, although many people in SNCC were in disagreement with Stokely at that time. We had met with James Foreman in Los Angeles about a week after we came back from Washington. We had talked about his working with the party and we told him that we wanted that kind of alliance. But Foreman was definitely against us making Stokely Carmichael the honorary Prime Minister of the Black Panther Party. He thought we should make Rap Brown the honorary Prime Minister. We saw then that there were fractional differences inside of SNCC. There was Rap Brown running on one end with James Foreman directing things, and Stokely on the other end, directing his own thing. So we decided that if they all accepted the 10-point platform and program, we'd make Stokely Carmichael the honorary Prime Minister, James Foreman the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Brother Rap Brown the Minister of Justice of the Black Panther Party. We thought that would give us a good group of black revolutionary leaders to unify the black liberation struggle across the country. So we had an SNCC Panther Alliance. The alliance was supposed to be practical and functional. They wholly accepted being special kind of officers in the Black Panther Party, which indicated that they saw the Panther Party as a revolutionary organization which a lot of black people were sitting up and taking notice of, with regard to both our political line and our stand on the right to self-defense. We felt that these brothers should work with the party. We were attracting thousands of young brothers off the streets, cats who in the past had been in riots and what have you. We were also getting people from other organizations who were dropping their old groups and coming to check out the Panther Party, except for the bootlickers who were deathly afraid of cops and weren't about to mess with them whatsoever. James Foreman was going to be the head of a most profound and necessary political education program. He had spent a lot of time with me and Eldridge while we were down in Los Angeles. We asked Foreman to come to Oakland too, and he said he'd definitely be there. Foreman was playing politics, though, and his strategy was to try and keep the Panthers weak. Stokely at this time was only a field marshal in the Black Panther Party. We had drafted him as a field marshal 7 or 8 months before, and he accepted the draft. Foreman told us again that he thought we should make Rap Brown Prime Minister, instead of Stokely. So what we wound up doing was to try to bring them all into the party. This was going to be the basis of the alliance, a working alliance, where united we would work together for the liberation struggle. They accepted this idea. At the rally, Eldridge announced that we were making Stokely Carmichael Prime Minister, James Foreman Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Rap Brown, Minister of Justice of the Black Panther Party. Foreman and brother Rap Brown were also the heads of SNCC at the time, and we respected them as that. Everyone turned out. There was a huge crowd at the rally. Rap Brown showed up by surprise. Nobody actually knew he was coming until the last minute. James Foreman set that up to strengthen SNCC. The rally came off. It came off real good. As Eldridge put it, it was the biggest lineup of revolutionary leaders that had ever come together under one roof in the history of America. That was just about the truth, because Eldridge and myself, Al Prentice, Bunchy Carter, David Milliard, Stokely, Foreman, and Rap Brown were all there. We set Huey's chair in the center, the wicker chair that many people have seen in the picture, where he's holding the spear, the shotgun, and the shield, exemplifying the right to self-defense. This in itself made a big impact, a very big impact. We raised some $10,000 at that rally, for Huey's defense fund. It was the biggest fundraising operation in Huey's behalf that had ever gone down. At that time, it was the largest we'd ever had. We really needed the money, because Gary's whole firm was working on Huey's case almost on an around-the-clock basis. They must have been in the hole for $30,000 on us by then. After Stokely spoke at our big rally, we had numerous speaking engagements throughout the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Area, down in Los Angeles, and all over California. The last speaking engagement we had was on a Saturday night down in Palo Alto. That night, the Berkeley police raided my house and arrested me, breaking down our doors. Early in the morning, a number of brothers and I had talked in my house about the fact that we had raised $10,000 for Huey's defense fund, and about organizing bigger rallies to raise the thousands of dollars we needed to keep our legal machinery together to keep Huey out of jail. I left the house at about 12:30 p.m. and I know I left a back window open. That night the cops busted into my house and found a sawed-off shotgun. In court it came out that my fingerprints weren't on it and my wife's fingerprints weren't on it. The shotgun was planted. They charged me with having an illegal weapon and, to poison the atmosphere, they originally charged me with conspiracy to commit murder. Some cop said he heard someone in my house saying, "We want Rap." He said that later that night he heard the clacking of guns in my house. I didn't know anything about it because I was asleep. I was very tired from the preceding week of running around, and going to different speaking engagements with Stokely. When I got home that evening, I went to bed. My wife woke me up around 2 a.m. and told me the cops were outside. The cops tried to pull a slick operation, calling me Mr. Seale and trying to sound polite. "We would like to speak to you about a disturbance in the area." "Well, I don't know anything about a disturbance," I said. "I don't want you in my house. If you want to find out about a disturbance in here, go see the landlord who's upstairs." "No, we want to talk to you in your apartment," they said. "There was a disturbance around here." "There was no disturbance in my house and I don't want you in my house. If you want to see somebody about a disturbance, then go see the landlord." I had been talking to them through my apartment window. I was about to open the door all the way up, step out and show them where the landlord was, but no sooner did I get the door 2 or 3 inches open when they knocked me up against the wall, put a shotgun to my belly, and started pointing a gun at my wife. I got mad and started hollering at the top of my voice, "Don't shoot my wife." They handcuffed me, sat me on the bed, and went all through my house. I didn't see any shotgun the night I was arrested, but I heard them say, "We got it." They expected to find it. We were made to sit on the couch handcuffed, while 2 cops stood over us with guns trained on us. Sitting there, I couldn't see who he was talking to, but a cop said, "Look what we found." The cop near me answered, "Yeah, we expected to find that." Then they took me out. The lady next door, who was later a witness, came to us after the bust and said a man had rented a room in her building 2 weeks prior to the bust. He was a white guy, a racist, this woman said, and all he did was watch our house. She had never paid too much attention, but had seen him out there fooling around watching us. After the bust, she realized what was happening because she knew this guy had called the cops. The next day she asked him why he did it. He was packing his bags and leaving at the time, and he told her it wasn't any of her damn business, and then he split. That was the last we saw of him. The cops say he's the one who called them. I was charged with possession of illegal weapons. I had an Army .45 and I know there was a serial number on that weapon, that it was not illegal. In court, they delivered a gun with the serial number ground off, which is against the law. At the station, I thought about the arrest and I asked the cops what they were doing searching my house without a search warrant. We didn't need a search warrant, they said. We've been listening to you all day. If they were listening to me, the main thing they heard was that we had made over $10,000 for Huey's defense fund. In jail I thought that over again. They had our bail high, $6,000 on me. They're planning to drain our funds, I said to myself. That must be what they're attempting. It was only a week after the rally for the defense of Brother Huey, and that is the only reason I could see for arresting me and my wife on such trumped-up charges. The charges against me were dropped by Judge Lionel Wilson. He quashed them on the basis that the policeman was lying, that he was contradictory in his statements, and because they had no reasonable cause to bust into my house at 2 o'clock in the morning. They said they had reasonable cause, but the judge ruled that if everything was peaceful and quiet, as they testified it was, they had no reasonable cause to break into my house. It was illegal search and seizure. A month before my arrest, the San Francisco Tactical Squad has busted into Eldridge Cleaver's house, trying to intimidate and harass him. They were trying to find a gun. When Eldridge first came into the party, Huey let it be understood that Eldridge couldn't have weapons because he was an ex-felon. The party had set that policy because we understood that we just couldn't get into a lot of illegal activity. Huey always said our activities should be legal. Eldridge followed orders and didn't himself have guns. One night after the search, Kathleen said, "What if we actually got attacked and didn't have anything to defend ourselves with?" Eldridge said that she would just have to get herself a gun, because the Minister of Defense had told him he couldn't have one because he was an ex-felon. So Kathleen went down to the store and purchased some guns. Eldridge told his parole officer that his wife was definitely buying some guns, and as they lived in the same house, there was nothing he could do. Eldridge stayed completely legal about this and stayed within the policy that Huey set. ******. Huey made a lot of policies like that one, so we would have a legal organization. At the very beginning of the party, Huey had done a lot of research in law books and he had also been in law school for a year. Huey would go to the law library downtown and he also studied the case histories that were in the North Oakland OEO Poverty Center, where we were able to obtain a lot of information. It was a multipurpose poverty center and one service was legal aid. They had 2 full walls of law books so we could check into all possible ways the cops might charge us with breaking. We were very aware of the laws related to illegal possession of weapons, so that we wouldn't get caught in the snares and traps of the system. At the time of my arrest, thousands of members were coming into the party. Seattle started a chapter and the Los Angeles Southern California branch was already operating. My arrest was not only an effort to drain the party's resources but also an attack on the leadership of the party. Chief of Staff David Hilliard, Deputy Minister of Defense Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, who has since been murdered, Bunchy Carter's brother, who's now dead also, and a girl who since dropped away from the party were also busted the same night as I was. I first realized that other people had been busted when I came into the jail. I saw this girl in an interrogation cell. I was completely confused because I couldn't understand what she was doing there. She had been working with the party almost a year. Because I had been asleep at my house, I didn't realize what was going on. I heard one of the officers say, "We've got the other 4 and we're booking them." When I was in the booking cell, they brought Bunchy out. They were going to book him, too. He said 20 cops surrounded them with shotguns pointed at the car, and busted them for nothing. I finished getting booked and made my phone call. When Bunchy was booked, we were put in a cell together. I really began to worry about Bunchy because he had been in prison with Eldridge, and he was on parole. One of the things Huey and I dreaded was brothers in the party who were on parole getting busted, because the California fascist operation just sends them back to prison for practically no reason at all. I told Bunchy I had just made a phone call and that I would probably be out soon. "You'll be the first one I come back and get out," I said, "because you're on parole." My brother, John Seale, came to bail me out. My wife was in jail too, but I knew we could always get her out. The thing was to get Bunchy Carter out. 3 hours later we bailed him and his brother out. They told me everything that had happened. There had been a pistol in the glove compartment of the car and there was another pistol in the car, but it wasn't concealed. They told me how the bust had happened and what they were charged with. We got our lawyer and about $100. I told Bunchy to go back to LA and continue organizing, and to lay low. He said he would try to deal with his parole officer down there. In March, the cops busted into Eldridge's house for the second time. For that reason Huey P. Newton wrote Executive Mandate No. 3, concerning Gestapo cops busting down our doors. It stated that we had a right to defend our threshold, and that everyone must defend his threshold. If the police come up to our door acting in an unorderly manner, it said we could only consider them as a danger to our lives. Huey was aware that members of the John Birch Society, Ku Klux Klanners, and many other sick, patriotic racists join the police force, and also work with racist vigilante groups. Information had also been sent to him that a number of these people disguise themselves. Huey set forth Mandate No. 3, for all party members, that said that when someone came to our door acting in a manner other than as a police officer should, kicking in our door and attacking, we were to defend ourselves. By this time we had chapters in Seattle, Southern California, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and our national headquarters in Oakland. Every time they attacked us, the party grew. At that time, early in 1968, they were mainly interested in the leaders, like Huey, Eldridge, David Hilliard, Bunchy Carter, and myself. When arresting us failed to stop the growth of the party, the power structure escalated its attack and began shooting us down in the streets, in our offices, and our homes. Shoot out, the pigs kill Bobby Hutton. One day in the middle of March 1968, Eldridge called me up and said, "Hey, man, come over here. I've got something to hip you to about the pigs plotting to attack us." I went over to Ramparts, and they took me into a room. There was a white girl standing there. Eldridge said, "Tell Bobby what you told me." She ran down to me that she had been sitting in a bar and heard two cops talking about the Black Panther Party. One was saying that on April 2nd they would have something for us. They said they were going to get rid of all the Panthers. I asked her if that was what she heard. She ran down some other things about the Panther Party. She said they went over April 2nd again, and talked about doing the Panther Party in. I looked at Eldridge and we walked out of the office. "What do you think, man?" he asked me. "Man, they're going to try and attack us," I said. I asked him if this chick was reliable. Eldridge thought she was pretty reliable, so we knew we'd have to check it out. 3 days later, an ex-policeman, a black cat, came over to the office and told me that he had heard some cops saying that sometime in April they were going to get rid of us. He had heard rumors going around and he thought he'd come down and tell us. I talked to Eldridge and I told everybody that we were going to have to get some guns, keep the guns in our houses, and keep them clean and ready, because there's no telling what they might do. We had had some guns before, but I told everybody to be prepared, and to make sure that if somebody didn't have a gun, to see that they got one because there was no telling what was going to happen. We might get attacked at any time. At the birthday rally for Huey, we had announced that we were running him for Congress from the 7th Congressional District. The primaries to get Huey's name and my name on the ballot as Black Panther Party candidates running on the Peace and Freedom Party tickets were coming up in June. I was running for the State Assembly for the 17th Assembly District. We had scheduled a rally in the black community at Defremery Park for April 7th, a Sunday. It was to be a barbecue picnic rally for the Huey P. Newton Defense Fund, and the campaign funds to run Huey and myself. We were already getting a lot of good response from the people. Many people had already said that they were going to be there for the $1 a plate barbecue. We had sound trucks and all sorts of publicity out in the community. We even got a radio station to announce it. We'd been getting donations from stores of barbecue ribs, things we needed to make potato salad, barbecue meat, and stuff like that. We got chickens and boxes of wieners and lots of other food that people had donated to us for this barbecue picnic. At the same time, this rumor had gotten around inside the party that the pigs were going to attack us. Threatening notes had come to me from members of the sheriff's department. I assumed it was the Alameda County Sheriff's. The notes just said, "I'm the sheriff and when you come into court, you're going to get it." This kind of stuff had been going on for a while. I had to appear in court on April 1st, and we were trying to speculate on which one of the deputy sheriffs had written the notes. We were used to getting threatening notes, but the cats would never say who they were. If you get a threatening note from the American Nazi Party, you don't pay any attention to it, but when you get threatening notes from fools who say they're in the sheriff's department, you begin to speculate a little bit because you know the cops want to deal with you. So I holed up in an apartment while we were doing some quick investigation on whether one of the deputies who act as bailiffs in the Alameda County Courthouse in downtown Oakland, has actually written the notes. We wanted to check out who was wearing guns, and try to case the courthouse, and look around all the buildings before I showed up in court, to see if anybody was going to shoot me on the courthouse steps. It was all related to the rumors that they would try to get us April 2nd. I didn't show up in court and the judge issued a warrant for me. We were going to try to expose this possible plot, and we figured the judge would eventually have to see why I didn't appear. But it didn't work out that way. Thursday evening I was at the house where I was staying. I did some reading, got a phone call from Eldridge, and went to sleep. Then I woke up and decided to turn on the TV to catch the news. Someone said, "Martin Luther King was shot today," but I was in the back room of this apartment and it didn't really dawn on me that Martin Luther King had been assassinated, because here I was, hiding out in this room until we finished our investigation. Well, I came back into the room and some other kind of news was on, but all of a sudden it was announced again. "Martin Luther King has been assassinated." I said, "What?" and turned up the TV. Martin Luther King assassinated. It really got off of me. I went to the window and saw a lot of cops. The cops weren't supposed to know where I was, but I saw cop cars coming down the street, 4 cops in a car. I didn't know what was happening. Then I saw 2 more cop cars coming down and going back up the street, 4 in a car, and I went back in the room and thought, God dog it, maybe they're trying to surround this place. So I went around and looked in back. I was in the upstairs room window. I was able to see an empty lot to the side with a lot of trees around the driveway of the house, and I could see a stairway going down. If I crawled across the bathtub and out the window I could reach the platform. I went back and shaved and then called my brother up and told him to bring his clippers over. When he got there, I said, "Cut my hair." "Why?" "Just cut my hair." I checked out the closet of this apartment where I was staying. There were some clothes in there other than the ones I had been wearing. My brother left, and later that evening I got a call from Eldridge who told me everything was all right. But the next day it was bad, man. I began to think the monkeys had surrounded the place. I saw police cars every 5 or 10 minutes, and it looked to me like they were circling the block. Then I saw 2 cars drive up, and this is the thing that got me off. When I was looking out the front window, one car drove up 4 doors to the right, and when the guy got out of the car, he unbuttoned his suit coat. He walked across the street and across from where I was staying. "That's a cop," I said to myself. "I know that's a cop. Damn it, these bastards are trying to surround me up here." So I changed clothes right quick, put on some shades, crawled out the back window, and came down among the trees. Then I cut across the lot to the right and onto the street, and I just walked down the streets of Berkeley. I saw cops everywhere. I hadn't heard any more news and I didn't know about the riots that were taking place. I speculated that there was going to be some trouble though. I ran into a cat I knew who didn't recognize me because I had completely shaven and had cut my natural way down. I walked up to him and said, "Hey, man, what's happening?" He just looked at me. I said, "This is Bobby Seale." It had been in all the press that I hadn't shown up in court, so he looked at me and said, "Man, what's going on?" "Look, man," I said, "I want you to drive me somewhere. At least out of this vicinity, because I think the pigs are surrounding the place I just left. I snuck out the back way and if they bust in there now, they might come looking for me, and I need somebody to drive me away from here." So I got into his Volkswagen and we drove down to San Pablo Avenue and Dwight Way. That corner was flooded with cops, man. It was flooded with cops, 25 or 30. There was a police telephone on the corner that a cop was talking into. They seemed to be watching cars, but I just looked at them. I had my shades on and acted normal, and the cops didn't recognize me. We drove down and got on the freeway, went across the Bay Bridge, and drove out onto the peninsula. We drove in the hills for an hour and I talked to the brother a long time about the party and Martin Luther King and what was going on. I began to hear more about the riots and everything that was happening. I finally told him to take me 10 Palo Alto where I knew somebody. When we got down to the sister's house there, I told him to take a message back to Eldridge Cleaver and David Milliard. I gave him the phone number of the place where I was and told Eldridge to call me about the investigation of the possible plot. Eldridge called me late that night and told me that Judge Stats had pulled the warrant off and just didn't want me to start anything, as he put it. Early the next morning, April 6th, the brothers and sisters were cooking the food and preparing salads and stuff for the rally and barbecue at Defremery Park. There were sisters down at Father Neil's church, and over at David Hilliard's house cooking potato salad, and also in back of the office, barbecuing ribs. We had a real operation going with sound trucks throughout the community, 4 or 5 of them. We had leaflets everywhere, and a big bus, the Peace and Freedom Party's big sound truck, telling people to be at Defremery Park for a $1 a plate barbecue to raise money for the Huey P. Newton Defense Fund, and for campaign funds for Huey and myself. We had a beautiful thing going and we knew it was going to get thousands of black people out there. Since the judge had withdrawn the warrant on me, I came down to the office. A lot of cops were floating around the office. There were cops everywhere, many more cops than usual. That whole day the brothers were saying that if they attacked us we would defend ourselves. One of the captains said he was going to transfer some weapons over to San Francisco. I told him to make sure they weren't loaded, to keep them all in the trunk, and to keep everything legal. But I said, if it looks like you're going to get attacked or something like that, you might have to use the weapons, because you've got a right to defend yourself. That afternoon I met Eldridge at the Peace and Freedom Party office and he said he was going to David's house that evening. I told Eldridge to take me down to the church because I wanted to talk with Father Neil about going to Martin Luther King's funeral. Eldridge had the white car that the Peace and Freedom Party had picked up cheap and given to us. That was in the late afternoon. I asked Eldridge where he was going, and he said he was going over to David's house. I told him I was going over to Father Neil's house and I left with Father Neil in his car. After I was introduced to Father Neil's family, we sat down and ate. We were talking about the party and the party's philosophy. Father Neil was in a clergyman's organization that was set up so that whenever there was a disturbance in the community, this little group, a minister, a lawyer, and a doctor, would be taken to the trouble. Each group had a section of the city that it was assigned to. The organization had been set up for quite a while. Father Neil got a phone call and all of a sudden he jumped up and said that we had to go, that they were shooting at somebody. His wife asked where he was going, and he said, "There's a shootout going on somewhere. The police attacked somebody and shot 2 or 3 people." Then I began to think about this April 2nd thing and those threatening notes from the so-called sheriff. I naturally thought about the party. We jumped in the car and drove all the way up to Berkeley where the switchboard office was. They said the shootout was between Panthers and police on 28th Street in Oakland. At that point I was wondering who the supposed party members were. I knew a lot of people just didn't have any guns. I got as much information as I could and then I told Father Neil I wanted to go down there. The other ministers started saying that they didn't think we should. Then, information came over the radio that the shootout was over, and that they had all been arrested. The radio report said that Eldridge Cleaver had been arrested and that Bobby Hutton was shot. It also said that David Milliard had been arrested and 2 or 3 other Panthers had been shot. It was late at night by the time we got the final report. David and Eldridge were arrested and little Bobby was supposedly shot. I felt the best thing to do was to sit down and start trying to figure out some way to get them out of jail. I gave Kathleen Cleaver and a number of other Panthers a phone call and told them to stay in their houses, and if they got attacked, they ought to defend themselves. I went to my father-in-law's house. I began to think about everything I could, about what had happened, and how to go about getting the brothers some political defense. Father Neil called me up about 2 hours later, about 2:30 or 3:30 in the morning, and told me that Bobby Hutton had been killed. He told me that Eldridge Cleaver and Bobby Hutton had somehow been forced into a house. As they were coming out of the house, Bobby had his hands up, but they shot him in the head. Eldridge and I had been spotted twice by cops in the white car that day. We saw them looking at us and carrying on. I really felt they shot Bobby Hutton thinking they were shooting me. I was mad. I knew Huey had said that we didn't believe in spontaneous riots, but I was so mad at that point that I felt that I was going to tell all those people at the rally the next day to turn Oakland upside down. I was going to tell every black person who came to the rally to tear up the town. I was going to tell them to hit the big man, the big-time businessman's businesses. That's what I was going to tell them. I kept thinking about the fact that Huey had said, "No spontaneous riots." But I felt differently with Bobby Hutton dead, and feeling that they thought they were killing me, and instead they murdered little Bobby Hutton. Maybe I shouldn't have felt that way, but that's what I was thinking. The next morning I went over to Gary's office so that he could take me up to the police station where we had called a press conference. Before we went there, Gary went to visit Huey at the county jail in Oakland, and Huey sent a tape back, and told me to remember to tell the people not to spontaneously riot, but to tell them to organize themselves, that the cops occupy our community like a foreign troop, and that we have a right by the Constitution of the United States to have guns and weapons in our homes. He urged me to tell them not to spontaneously riot because that's not the correct method, and because all it would do, would get 50 or 100 black people killed, maybe 200 wounded, and thousands arrested as in riots in the past. He said we had to think of the safety of our people, even when brothers were murdered like brother Bobby Hutton was murdered. He said I knew that, and shouldn't act on emotions, but should act on the correct methods of the struggle. Huey told me to tell the people to arm themselves and put arms in their homes, and to say that if they see racist cops brutalizing and murdering our people, that we have but one alternative, to go forth as an organized force in our community to defend ourselves against unjust, fascist, brutal attacks. I went over to June Hilliard's house, 2 blocks from Defremery Park where the rally was being held. A large crowd was moving toward the park. Gary came to June's house and took me up to Oakland Police Headquarters where he had arranged for the press conference. I wasn't too happy about having it there, but I thought, well, if I'm with Gary and they arrest me, they'll just have to do it right. So we held the press conference and told the press what Huey had said. I know Huey was right, and I made it a point not to function off of emotions because emotions won't guide a correct revolutionary struggle. Then I went back to the park and spoke to the people and told them exactly that. I told them we were not going to spontaneously riot, but riot because we were with the power structure. We're against the racist power structure of the pigs and the murderers. I told them that if we rioted, the only thing that was going to happen was that maybe 50 would get killed, 200 would get shot up and wounded, and 3,000 or 4,000 arrested. And that's too many warriors gone. I told them that in those past riots and rebellions, people were exposing their disgust with the social evils that exist in society, but that now, we had to organize ourselves, and learn to defend ourselves with guns when we were unjustly attacked. I told them that we should go to our homes and make sure each home had a shotgun, a .375 Magnum pistol, and a .3.8 pistol. Be safe with weapons, I said. The Black Panther Party isn't going to get hundreds of our people shot up, killed, and wounded. Even though they murdered Bobby Hutton and we don't like it, Bobby Hutton was a freedom fighter. And I ran it all down to them about Bobby Hutton. And you know what? Those people really applauded at what I had told them. It showed me that the people had learned from the past riots, that they had really learned that when they go out in big riot form, the only thing that happens is they are surrounded by Gestapo policemen, and that they're herded around and shot up like cattle. People related to the idea of being spread out in the community. I told them that if the pigs come down in our community in vicious force, then we should move around in small groups of 3s and 4s in defense of ourselves. I explained to them that if the pigs bring tanks down to our community, the young brothers are going to have to use guerrilla tactics and learn how to take those tanks, because those tanks are brought there only to slaughter and kill our people. The people clapped, man. The people really dug it. They really dug this understanding, and that got off with me and made me feel like I was doing right. It showed me that the people had learned, and what the people had learned is what the party had learned. That's the reason the organization came to exist in the first place. Getting on the ballot. After the April 6th shootout, we buried Bobby Hutton as Fanon had said we would, and tried to get Eldridge out of jail. He was being held in Vacaville State Prison about 50 miles east of Oakland. We began to mobilize people for the primaries that Huey and I were running in. That June, Huey's trial had already been postponed several times, but the Peace and Freedom Party had been officially placed on the ballot. In May, while Eldridge was still in jail, Kathleen and I went to New York to help raise funds for Eldridge. I made a speech then that a lot of people wondered about. I said in my speech, "We hate you white people." And I didn't put it in the proper context of what I wanted to say. We didn't hate anybody for the color of their skin, but at the same time we were reserved towards a lot of white radicals who wouldn't move or do anything. A lot of people got upset over that part of the speech. I laugh about it sometimes because I'm truly not a diehard cultural nationalist. That night I wanted to knock a play we had seen in New York in which Leroy Jones and some others got on stage, silhouetted in shadows, and hollered, "Black, black, 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 black." That went on for about 9 or 10 minutes and it just got absurd. It kept going over, black, 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 black. Every once in a while a voice would change pitch, but it went on and on. It didn't make any sense. It didn't convey anything. We called Jones and Ron Karenga the high priests of cultural nationalism because they didn't really produce anything except fanatics. They would have been better off, if they were going to express anything, to talk about revolutionary culture in a way that would change something. 4 of 5 Panther brothers and I sat in the audience and ridiculed it among ourselves. When I made that speech, a lot of people asked questions. Take everything else in that speech, and when you come to the statement, "We hate you white people," weigh it with everything else I said. I was ridiculing the cultural nationalism of Jones and his black, black, black. They were embedding a form of black racism in the minds of the people rather than giving them proper perspective on the revolutionary struggle. In New York, people were interested in Brother Eldridge, Brother Huey's trial, and in the fact that the cops had murdered Bobby Hutton. Cops attempting to attack and wipe out the party had caused the party to grow, and when we left New York, on May 22, 1968, their first chapter was forming. The primaries were coming and we did a lot of campaign work. We had acquired a new office before the April 6 shootout. The Bay Area Committee to Defend Political Freedom raised some money and printed up 50,000 broadsides about what the government was doing to Huey. Half of the reason we ran Huey was to let people see that Huey wasn't what the power structure was trying to picture him as, a small-time hoodlum. Throughout the primary campaign, there was a lot of conflict. We had trouble with other black groups who were trying to run in the 7th Congressional District, with some peace and freedom people over $1,300 we thought we were supposed to have, and with some of the brothers and sisters who still didn't understand the significance of running Huey P. Newton for Congress. The night of the primary, our workers went out to get tallies of the vote, and the power structure gave them the runaround. They were told that votes weren't counted at the polls, but were counted downtown at the county clerk's office. They went down to the county clerk's office and were told votes were counted at the polls. The brothers and sisters got very discouraged when they came in that night, and could only give estimates of the vote. When they tallied them up, they came up with only 70 or 80 votes. They thought Huey was not going to get on the ballot, and everybody was disturbed, thinking that not enough people would even take time to vote Huey's name onto the ballot. But I said, "What are you talking about? We're going to be on the ballot by 3 or 4 times the votes we need." They didn't believe it. I went down to the Peace and Freedom Party office and I took the votes they had tallied up from the black community and put them together with the ones that had come in for the Peace and Freedom Party in the white community. We stood there and watched, and a lot of people started coming in with votes from everywhere. The next titling we knew, we were way over what we needed, so I called up the brothers and sisters and told them, "Hey, we're on the ballot." They felt a little better then. We still believe a lot of the votes went uncounted. In the actual election, Huey got 25,000 votes, but I think the votes were tampered with because they definitely wouldn't let us anywhere near the counting. The primaries were important to the Free Huey campaign. We talked about the trial and educated the masses of people about who Huey was, so the people could come out to support him. A vote for him was a vote of support. One thing we found out for sure, was how many thousands of voters really support the party. A person would have to support the Black Panther Party and know something about our basic ideas to vote for a member of our party who was on the ballot. Although presently we aren't running any candidates, we will work for candidates who support the 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party. Huey is tried for murder. We knew before Huey's trial began in mid-July, that the whole power structure wanted to hang Huey. We understood that William Noland, the mayor, the other politicians, the DA, and the cops were all so treacherous that they would do anything to get a conviction and send Huey to the gas chamber. We asked Charles Gary a number of times what he thought would happen. He would run it down, how Huey was really innocent, and how the 2 cops had shot each other in an attempt to kill Huey. He knew that defending Huey was the most necessary thing that a lawyer could do to save human integrity, because the power structure was attempting to crucify a black man who was the heir of Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, the man who put in motion a revolutionary movement to bring the struggle to a higher level. Brother Malcolm had educated black people to the need for a political party like the Black Panther Party, and Charles Gary understood this. Charles told us that Lowell Jensen, the DA prosecuting Huey, knew that Huey wasn't guilty. He said that even though these cats were going to do everything possible to get a guilty verdict, and that even though he shared our understanding of how corrupt we felt the legal system was, he knew that we should get a not guilty verdict. We should definitely get a not guilty. The trial started and Charles defended Huey. The way that trial went down, the so-called kidnap charge had to be dropped right away. The person who was supposed to have been kidnapped came forth on the witness stand and refused to testify. Later, he said that he had been intimidated by the police to make false statements. They tried to set Huey up as the only person who could have done the shooting. Gene McKinney, who was with brother Huey on the evening when the cops tried to kill him, came to the witness stand, and Jensen and the judge tried to force him to testify. He refused. He took the Fifth Amendment. The judge is supposed to be impartial, if nothing else, but he was working with the DA through the whole trial. The main prosecution witness Jensen put up against Huey was a bus driver named Greer, who said that he had gotten a clear look at the shooting. Gary found a passenger who was on the bus who completely contradicted Greer's story and said that Greer couldn't have seen anything. Apparently, months before, when the police first asked Greer questions, he had initially stated, "I didn't get a clear look as to who it was." He said he didn't get a clear look. However, on the police report that Jensen had entered in as evidence for the jury to have and read over, this particular statement had been changed to, "I did get a clear look." It had been changed by the DA and the cops. Greer was lying on the stand and Jensen knew it. It came out during the trial that Greer's first interview had been taped by the police department. Gary got hold of the tape, duplicated it, and brought it to court while the jury was trying to decide on our Minister of Defense. Gary argued in court that the tape recording showed that somebody had tampered with the written transcript and that the DA had knowingly submitted that crap as evidence. Gary didn't take any crap from the judge. He played the tape recording, argued with the judge, and finally got the judge to recognize the tape recording as the real evidence, and order that a new transcript be made, in which Greer said, "I didn't see who did the shooting." Even though they brought the new transcript into the jury room, no one on the jury was told that this was new evidence, so they didn't bother to read it. Gary's a hard-working revolutionary lawyer who really goes after the facts. All during the trial, he worked in the evenings investigating and digging up evidence to prove brother Huey's innocence. We waited in those days when the jury was out on brother Huey and we knew that they had to come up with a not guilty verdict, especially if they read the last piece of evidence Gary had submitted. We didn't really know it at that time, but we speculated that Judge Monroe Freedom was really working in conjunction with the power structure which was trying to get Huey railroaded, and that, because of him, the jury didn't know about the new evidence. We didn't put it past the power structure to try to buy out a member of the jury or anything like that. But we felt that someone on that jury would know the real facts, after having read them, and would realize that brother Huey wasn't guilty, not even of voluntary manslaughter. That night, we heard that the jury had reached a verdict. We had said, if they kill Huey P. Newton, the sky is the limit. We meant every word of that. If they kill Huey P. Newton, the sky is the limit. We were going to go down with brother Huey because Huey was the leader of our party. But the sky is the limit also meant that we would go to the highest court if necessary. They had thousands of cops around in those days when the jury was deliberating, so that you couldn't go 2 blocks anywhere throughout the black community without seeing a regular city police car or highway patrol car. I had also heard that they had secretly placed National Guardsmen in different places around Oakland and San Francisco. You couldn't go 2 blocks in that city day or night, especially in the afternoon, without seeing a cop car with 2, 3, or 4 policemen in it, with shotguns and helmets and all that riot equipment. That's how tight the cities of Oakland, San Francisco, Berkeley, and Richmond were. I was at home, at my mother's house, and my mother came in and said, Bobby, did you hear that on TV? They said that the jury has reached a verdict on Huey P. Newton." I jumped up and got into a car and drove over to David Hilliard's house. When I got there, it was on the radio that they had found Huey guilty of third-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter. I just couldn't see that. That pissed me off. It really made me mad. And some brothers started saying, "Let's burn the town down. Let's burn the town down." At that point I remembered that there had been a press interview on TV a few days before the jury came out. Huey was asked, "What do you mean by the sky is the limit?" Huey had said that he was sure that he would not be convicted at all, but that if he was, the party would fight it all the way to the Supreme Court. Huey also had sent a message to us that we should defend ourselves if unjustly attacked, but that we just didn't believe in spontaneous rioting. I was sitting in the house and this brother was talking about, man, let's go burn it down. Let's go burn it down. I told them no, that they couldn't do it. A lot of party members were calling up from all over town, asking, what should we do? What should we do? We told them, cool it and don't do anything. We're not supposed to be doing anything. They haven't killed the brother, I said. We said that if they kill Huey P. Newton, the sky is the limit. But right now the sky is the limit in terms of the legal fight, because they got Huey in for 2 to 15 years and we're going to have a 1.5 or 2 year fight on our hands trying to get Huey free. We're going to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court. That's what Huey P. Newton said and that's what we're gonna do. Don't be running out in the streets there, I said, because there's so many cops out there now that if you turn your head wrong, man, you might get shot down, you'll just be brutalized and murdered. From there, we started getting petitions signed demanding that Huey P. Newton be given appeal bond, because a third-degree conviction allowed a man to have bail. But Judge Friedman, racist and punkish as he was, wouldn't give Huey the bond. Huey is now in some jail in San Luis Obispo. They had denied him bail while the case goes to the higher courts. He is nothing but a political prisoner. The whole 10-point platform and program and the party's true ideology and philosophy came out during Huey's trial, although much of the press didn't want to print it. It would have been in our favor if people had learned the truth. People would have known the real objectives of the Black Panther Party. Charles Gary is the man who really brought all that out, and was able to set forth the philosophy and ideology of the Black Panther Party. A lot of judges in the future are going to try and cut it off, but they can't separate our ideology and our philosophy from ourselves, when they trump charges up on us and try to railroad us to prisons and jails. Pigs, Puritanism, and racism. One Tuesday night around midnight, right after the verdict on Huey had come down, 2 Oakland pigs just drove up in front of the Panther National Headquarters office, and emptied 12 rounds into it. One shell shot the window all up, and another went into the cafe next door. Luckily, no one was in the office at the time. They talk about law and order. It's a felony to shoot inside of any building where people are living. There are apartments in the back of the building, and apartments upstairs. You dig where it's at? These dudes are breaking the law, but they keep saying we are the lawbreakers. Huey always made us follow the law to the letter, because within the confines of following the law to the letter, Huey had a principle. The principle was that laws are made by mankind to serve mankind, but once those laws stop serving mankind in any society, anywhere in the world, the people are supposed to move forth to change those laws so those laws will serve them. That's how intensely the whole party has related to the system. That's what people never know. It's very dangerous to try to bring about this change, especially when you are messing with a tyrannical, despotic system. Most people, most middle-class people, don't understand that the system is very despotic and very tyrannical. Now those pigs were there, waiting for something to happen in Oakland because of the guilty verdict. You dig? They were on the lookout for a panther, for any cat in a black leather jacket, to shoot him, to blow him away. They had murder and malice in their hearts. When you read the law book on the charge of murder, it says malice and intent. That's what it says. The same bulls were waiting there, but they couldn't find any panthers, so they decided to shoot up the office. Even Police Chief Gaines saw that the incident could be politically destructive to the whole police department. We'd been down on the police department for 2 years, talking about the acts of brutality and murder they'd committed in the black community. 2 hours later, Gam suspended them from the force. Boom. Then he charged them with a felony, and fired them from the police force. Gain was running around trying to defend himself by doing these 2 pigs in. Later the court let them off with 2 or 3 years probation. He didn't use the excuse that they were drunk. He said stuff like, well, they're human and they didn't like the way the verdict came down, and blah blah de blue. And I want all you other police officers not to feel this way. But at the same time we must remember that these were only 2 police officers, etc. He also had to appeal to all the police officers. He's got over 1,000 cops. He appealed to them through the newspapers and the mass media. Don't do anything else. Let us keep our heads, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff exposed those pigs. The racism was placed out front, where it belongs. You dig? The people saw it for what it was. There's a lot of good cops on the police force, but you don't go around depending on 20% of the force, on the good cops, when 80% of the force is fucking you up. Every time we turned around those pigs would be blasting people away, arresting dudes, railroading them, and attacking cats. So you can't depend on them. We attacked that racist aspect of the police department. Then we had a big scene about Gain hiring cops from the South. We found out that one of the Oakland pigs came from Florida. Down south it's a bitch. The average white person down south really envelopes himself in this superiority bullshit. That's very important to understand. Really, I'm a liberal. All that's a bunch of bullshit. Black people know it. They don't want to hear it. Don't be calling colored, and these Negroes, and speak articulately with a lot of verbal sincerity around it. Fuck that, because black people don't want to hear it. That shit's 100 years old as the Emancipation Proclamation. Later for that. Down south, the cops get an orientation that is really laid on by the local power structure, and they project all these ideas and misconceptions about black people. It's just a perpetuation and institutionalization of racism. We don't practice racism. We practice dualism, 2 ways of thinking. Most people don't understand what the Panther Party means by this. What we did was research a lot of history. This is what Huey did. This is what Eldridge did. We researched it all the way back to Europe. Not only are we down on white racism, but we are down on black racism. You know, the cultural nationalists say, I'm black, I'm beautiful. Most of those cats will project a puritanical concept of blackness. They relate only to the purity of blackness, of being a black person. When we say blackness we mean relating to black culture. These cats, they hang themselves up. White people have always projected, in their educational institutions, etc., a very puritanical, very absolute, superiority thing. This is projected in what they teach us in the school systems. So what do we get? I'll give you a few examples to show you what I mean. You're looking at a soap opera. Mary, you cannot marry John. Mother, why? John has an illegitimate child. Oh, mother. Wow, they go through all these goddamn fucked up changes. But this is directly related to something. Sometimes during a speech, Eldridge would say, power comes out of the lips of a pussy. Just like that. Then 20 minutes later he'll turn right back around, and say, power comes out of the barrel of a dick. People don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But I tell him, Eldridge, I understand exactly what you're saying because I know what's happening. In Soul on Ice, Eldridge says it's very necessary to relate the mind to the body. They both must function together to survive. That's key. So take the analogy of a human being, these very practical things of the mind and the body functioning together, and relate them to a whole society having a government with people in it who are supposed to serve the people. The government becomes the mind, that leads the people, that represents the people, and gives them proper representation. When you start talking about relating the mind to the body of each individual, practicing this dualism, this two-way thing, you're talking about man. Then you have a thing where the power structure, the government, masses, forces, and guns, goes to Vietnam, kills poor people, masses forces in the black community, police forces are doubled, tripled, and quadrupled, and murdering and brutalizing goes on around the world. The people, who the government is supposed to represent, want to bring themselves into a part of the government, but the government is cutting them off. In an individual, if his head were cut off, it would be a very direct tragedy, a mind being separated from a body. Neither would survive. Neither would function without the other. So when you're talking that way, you're relating to the essence of the body. The dick on a man, we say it just like that, and the pussy on a woman, are related to reproducing human beings. This is what this all relates to. This is how human beings come about. But we have to check out history now, see how in the fuck we were taught that sex, pussy, and dicks were bad and nasty things. In California now there's a controversy about whether or not sex should be taught to kids. Why do we have to go through this controversy? 3 billion people on the face of this motherfucking earth got here through good old down-home human screwing. You got here that way. I got here that way. Everybody got here through good old down-home screwing. How in hell can sex be nasty and bad? Who in the fuck would project such an image? So you ask the question, why the fuck did this happen? All you have to do is relate back to history, and see how different societies develop, and see how different concepts took over those societies and became dominant, and pervaded the society, the minds of its people, and how they were perpetuated up to now. So, as Huey said, let's go back, back, back. Let's go to Europe. Let's take Europe and let's take Africa. Let's take two different peoples, even before they met each other. Let's take Europe. Europe had the one-headed God concept, the all-pure God, right? The pure blood, and my son of pure blood will become king, and my daughter of pure blood will become queen. This is the thing that went down through history. This is directly related to this purity of God bullshit, the single-headed God, the one-headed God. It's not just the idea of the one-headed God, but what people projected and put into it. People said, I'm made in the image of God. Boom. They're made in the image of this pure head who's absolute, who's all superior, who's all pure, so goddamn pure that people began to read things into the bullshit, and they began to reject their basic animal drives. But even the masses of people in Europe screwed. They had a tendency to accept the so-called bad things about themselves. It was that monarchy, that government, that king, queen, and hierarchy that laid the rules out, and they themselves projected themselves in this puritanical image of God. They were created in the image of God and they had the power and the guns and force to see that everybody stayed pure. And if you didn't stay pure, then you were a witch, and you were burned at the stake. This happened even before they met black Africans. Europeans were lynching people then. I'm not saying all societies in Africa didn't have this puritanical concept, but many societies they call primitive, even some outside of Africa, had what many people define as pagan gods, a two-headed god system or a three-headed god system, but they also said they were made in the image of God. You look at the society, and the way people develop, and you look back in history, and you can find these things out. This head was a three-headed god, with a neutral head, a bad head, and a good head. They said they were made in the image of God, so they were able to accept the bad things and the good things about themselves, but the European monarchies perpetuated this purity bullshit, tabooing things, like sluts or those who were downgraded and under their feet. You're a vassal. This projection by the monarchy of I am the greatest and all that shit was very bad for human society, because it was a process of chopping the head from the body, of the government heads being cut away from the masses of the people. The Africans mostly had the two-headed God system, bad and good, and said they were made in the image of God. Maybe it developed out of the fact that they had so much fucking food and fucking land down there, they didn't have to worry about a bunch of bullshit. It may be related to industrial development and poor peoples, I don't know. So when the European met the African, When the whole economic development of using slaves came about, these taboos were ingrained in the minds of the people in European society, especially with the monarchy projecting that purity for the people. Ah, he's different than I am. He's black. In the kind of system that has a two-headed God, that's impossible. But if God is one-headed, pure-headed, he's absolute. They put taboos on the Africans the same way they put them on their own people, in their own society, with the witch concept. They were burning white people at the stake in their own society even before they met Africans. That even got transported over to America, this thing about witches. They even have a tendency to carry it on now. They superficialize the witch, like the one on TV. Samantha. A good little puritanical witch. It's a thing with them. You have to understand society and have a concept of how human beings function, to be able to see them, and to be able to define how things will go, especially if you try to relate directly to it. When the Panther Party first came on the scene, the man said, "They're all anti-white. They're a bunch of black racists. We never considered ourselves a bunch of black racists. They're going to come up in our communities and they're going to shoot us all up." This wasn't the thing at all. We're saying, we aren't going into the white community shooting up white people. We're going to defend ourselves against those racists who already occupy our community, those pigs, and others who come down and shoot us up. We're going to defend our community because we want the power to determine our own destiny in our own black community. We have a right to this, brother, the way we've been treated for 400 years. This is what we want. At the same time, we say, we hope to civilize all of those who are racists in their own communities, or who relate to it, who don't understand what the fuck's going on. Boom. Oh no, they can't do that. They have guns. They've got to be racists. They accuse us of being what they are. What we're saying is, you don't fight fire with fire. You fight fire with water. The thing is to define what the fuck is the water. We're saying it's the mass of the people. We say that the water represents a very defensive thing. We say that the people have a right to pick up guns. They're the water. All the people, the hippies, the yippies, the whites, the blacks, the Vietnamese, they have a right to pick up guns to defend themselves against the fire of aggression. That's why we go through a long process of trying to educate the people. All of them. The hippies, whites, blacks, everybody. We try to organize them. We're talking about revolution. In the mother country, we have a tendency to parallel the mother country with relating only to the mind, and the black colony being related to the body. Eldridge says that the closest this country has ever come to relating the mind to the body symbolically was when we heard rumors of Jacqueline and John F. Kennedy doing the twist inside the White House, because to wiggle your butt is very low down in white society. Elvis Presley is a white boy who wiggles his legs and wiggles his ass. What is he doing? We felt something was happening, a change was occurring. A lot of hippies appeared. The hippies denounced their mamas and daddies. You're a bunch of capitalist exploiting bastards and you relate to racism. I don't even want to hear you. I don't even want to talk to you. They tried to escape. We respect them because they were trying to redeem themselves in their own way from the racism that they'd been caught up in. But you can't look at them as individuals. You have to look at them as a collective group, and a development. If you don't look at it that way, you won't see it. I can always talk about myself as an individual. Huey can talk about himself as an individual. At the same time, we're still a collective group, because we always tell black people, we don't give a fuck whether you're wearing a pimp suit, whether you're wearing an African gown, whether you've got a natural on, whether you're wearing a Black Panther uniform, whether you live in Africa, whether you're over in Vietnam, because wherever you are, the racists and the imperialists will brutalize, murder, and oppress you, because they've been doing it for 400 years and they're still practicing it. Many leftists, hippies, and yippies, will go out to redress their grievances against something they see that's dead wrong, appear to me that war is wrong, but what happens? The same, goddamn things that have been perpetuated against all the colored peoples of the world. The pigs whipped their heads, and cracked their skulls. They stopped and they said, wait a minute. You guys are really right. Police brutality's a motherfucker. It's something else. It's bad. All we're doing is saying we want some land, some bread, some housing, some education, some clothing, some justice, some peace. When we say that, they go through a bunch of sincerity bullshit that you hear on the radio. So and so from the NAACP in conjunction with Governor Reagan and representatives from so and so, are now investigating the school integration problem. They are also concerning themselves with how welfare recipients receive their checks, blah, blah, blah. That's all we hear. Bob Dylan sings about one of these cats. You don't know what is happening, do you, Mr. Jones? Okay, so he eats his motherfucking salami sandwich on sour French bread with cheese and mayonnaise and lettuce and all this motherfucking bullshit in the middle of a TV program. Meanwhile, while he's doing that, either there's a pimp on the block thinking about robbing some joint, or he's pimping some chick, or he's beating somebody's ass, or there's a mother over here, wondering how she's gonna feed her kids tomorrow morning. Or the mother's tired, black, and broke. She had to work 20 years, like my mother worked. She used to scrub kitchens, like that woman you see over there. You've seen her over there, that black woman, right next door there. She sweeps and I don't know what kind of pay she gets. She may even get paid good. I don't know. But my mother used to work for $1 an hour. I even remember when my mother worked for 75 cents an hour, scrubbing those floors. She'd come home with shopping bags. She's tired. So you have a woman like that, another cat going to jail, hundreds of them getting busted by the pigs. Some cop walks up to them and says, "Nigger, where you going?" And this black man stands there and says, "I'm not a nigger." What you mean? Don't call me that. Or if he doesn't want to defend himself, he says, "I'm going down the street, sir." It doesn't make any difference whether he rises up and defends himself or whether he tires to use the technique of meekness and acquiescence, he's still being brutalized or murdered. We read in the papers that so and so was allegedly committing a burglary. I'm not saying that some of the brothers aren't committing burglaries. I'm not even condoning them committing a burglary, because I know why he's doing it in the first place. He'll walk off into a bank and say, "Stick 'em up, motherfucker, this is a hold up." When a brother gets mad, after living in this confinement, in these ghettos, 20 or 30 years, and walks up and says, "Stick 'em up, motherfucker," up against the wall. This is a hold up. He isn't asking anybody in there what the color of their skin is, because there's some black tellers in there too. All he wants is that money to relieve himself of that oppression he's been subjected to for so many years. Talk about dualism. Talk about the mind and the body. I think this is the key thing. And sometimes when the teachers say, "You talking about the mind and the body," you're really talking about the pussy, the dick, the mind, the body. The pussy, the dick, the mind. We're talking about the babies that come out of the pussies of women. We're talking about the dudes that put their dicks in the pussies of women. We're talking about the minds being related to the correct social order. Stop all this existing bullshit. We're talking about human being beginning and surviving. That's what we're talking about. Eldridge is free. Eldridge finally got out of prison after the April shootout on June 6, 1968. The day Eldridge got out of Vacaville was a beautiful day. It was a great feeling to see Eldridge free once again. Stokely Carmichael, while he was out to California for Huey's birthday rally, said some stupid things to me and Eldridge like, "You guys might as well forget it, because Huey will never get out of jail. They're going to send Huey to the gas chamber and that's it." Man, "Are you crazy?" I said. I got mad at the cat. "Man, you're out of your damn mind. I'm going to keep working for Huey, and Eldridge is, and all of us are." Eldridge was pissed off at Stokely too. He wouldn't say a word to him. Eldridge just looked at him like he was a goddamned fool. Before Eldridge got out of jail in June, Stokely came out to California again. He brought a friend of his, George Sams, with him then. Later on, Stokely cut George Sams loose, because he suspected him of being an agent of some kind. Stokely told me again that I might as well forget about Huey, that they were going to put Huey in the gas chamber. He told me this crap a second time. He also said they were going to keep Eldridge in jail for the rest of his life. I got mad again. I didn't hit him or anything, but I was pissed off at him. And man, when Eldridge's feet hit the ground, you talk about a dude being happy, I was really glad. Before Eldridge was released, we went to work, and started calling people up, telling them that Eldridge was coming out and that we needed some bail money and some securities to get him out right away. The bail was hanging at $50,000, but we got him out. I wonder what the hell that stupid Stokely Carmichael is talking about now, I said to myself. A lot of people were talking about how we couldn't get along, and how we really needed unity. Yeah, we need unity. I'm not denying that, but Stokely Carmichael said some weird things to us. If you can't stand up for the leaders and if one leader can't support another leader, then you'll never have an organization because the leaders will always be jiving. That's very important. That's why the Black Panther Party, first and foremost wants to free our leader, Huey P. Newton. The Minister of Defense is the man we want to free along with all the other political prisoners. This is what Stokely wasn't able to see. My analysis of it is that Stokely is an opportunist. Chief of Staff David Hilliard, Kathleen, and a couple of other Panthers went up to get Eldridge. I stayed down at Charles Gary's office in San Francisco, waiting for them to bring Brother Eldridge in. They drove in, and we had a big press conference. The pigs had shaved Eldridge's face, and had cut off all his hair, but the brother was in righteous good spirits, like most revolutionaries are who are involved in the struggle. Even before he knew he would be released, Eldridge was in good spirits. I had gone up to Vacaville to visit him along with Stokely and some other brothers a few weeks before he got out, and Eldridge was feeling real good. This was shortly before Judge Raymond Sherwin of Solano County released him on the grounds that he was being held solely for political reasons, that he was, in fact, a political prisoner. That day, after we had visited Eldridge in jail, I noticed Stokely running around talking a whole lot of crazy stuff, about how he was going to organize the party and discipline the party and things like that. About half of the stuff he was talking about was cultural nationalism. It didn't relate. We needed brothers to help organize and educate more members, but Stokely still relied on that cultural nationalism, and cultural nationalism will not educate people. It makes racists out of them. Cultural nationalism is trying to popularize dashikis, the natural, the wearing of sandals, and African dress. There's nothing wrong with having a natural. I have a natural and I like it, but power for the people doesn't grow out of the sleeve of a dashiki. That is something the cultural nationalists just don't understand. Stokely's game was that every Negro was a potential black man. But what we were trying to show him was that every black man must be a revolutionary if he intends to change this decadent society. A lot of Africans know that, but Stokely didn't seem to be aware of it at all. Well, they brought Eldridge down to San Francisco the day he was released. Kathleen, David, and the other Panthers brought him down to Gary's office where I was waiting. We had a big press conference there, and then went over to Eldridge and Kathleen's house on Pine Street. After a while, Eldridge got Kathleen and told me, "Look, Chairman, I've got to go." "Right on, brother," I said. "I sure can understand it. It's just like when I got out of jail a few months ago. I'm going to hide out for a day or two," he said. Right on. I'll see you, man. So Eldridge and Kathleen cut out. They went to stay with some friends, and that was beautiful. Our Minister of Information. When the higher court overturned Judge Sherwin's decision to release Eldridge from the Vacaville State Prison facility, and Eldridge was informed that he had to go back to prison, I guess he must have made up his mind right then that he just wasn't going back. He stated in speeches that he wasn't going back. He knew that they were planning to kill him there. I also think that he felt that we didn't want him to go to prison. And I didn't. I was always opposed to it. Eldridge never would say anything about what he was doing. All of us were hoping we could work out something legally to keep Eldridge from going to prison. We were really hoping for the state Supreme Court decision to come down in favor of Eldridge. But in those days before he left, Eldridge was in another big dispute with the state and with Ronald Reagan concerning the lectures he had been hired to give on racism in America at the University of California. Between early September and November 27, 1968, Eldridge spoke on college campuses up and down the state of California, to 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000 people at various homes. There are 18 state colleges and 9 university campuses in California alone, and he was speaking not only in California but also on other campuses all over the country. He had students cussing out Ronald Reagan by the thousands. The students were opposed to Reagan because of the rotten, underhand politics of the rich men who were directing him. Eldridge was telling it to the students and they were beginning to understand the truth about politics. Eldridge said, "I've cussed my way all across this country and back again. These pigs are really scared of what I'm saying. They're scared because the people are listening. They've got to shut me up, and they know the only way they can do that is to put me in prison again, and kill me there. They think I'm going to go back to that goddamn prison," he said, "but I'm not going." "Eldridge," I said, "if you decide you're going to split, don't tell me. Just split. You've done what was needed. You've got us all cussing out these dogs, and they've been needing cussing out for a long time. But it's been an issue, you know. Brother Huey P. Newton has said that we shouldn't cuss." "I know, man," Eldridge said. "I guess I should try to obey what the Minister of Defense says. But they got Huey isolated, he's been down almost a year. Somebody's gotta cuss these pigs out for doing that to Huey." I said, "Yeah, man, you're right. I feel like cussing them out too. Huey always said that the older people in the community wouldn't understand the cursing. He felt that that kind of language would cause the older people, especially the mothers, to misunderstand the real program of the Black Panther Party. So one day I asked my own mother about that. 'Mother,' I said, 'what do you think about Eldridge?' She said, 'Oh, I think Eldridge is beautiful. He's one of the best persons around.' She told me she voted for Eldridge for president. After voting for all those Democrats and Republicans for all these years, she voted for Eldridge Cleaver. I said, 'Mama, I love you. You're really seeing the revolution in your late days.' Mama's about 60. 'Well, I like everything that Eldridge is saying,' she said. 'And he's right. He's telling them the truth. But I wish he wouldn't cuss so much.' I said, 'I hope that don't turn you off.' 'Oh, no, it sure doesn't,' she said. 'I just always wanted y'all to do right, and I know you're doing right. I understand you're getting mad sometimes at the way these,' she hesitated for a moment, and then went on and said it, 'these racist pigs, the way they treat us and all our people.' Mama was always a Christian woman. She never talked hate or cursed the oppressors. But she said, 'I hate the way they do. I just hate the way they murdered Bobby Hutton. I just hate them for being old low-down nasty dogs. They've been treating us like this for so many years, just mauling over our people, killing and stomping on our people. Eldridge Cleaver is a very beautiful person and he's got a very beautiful and wonderful wife. I respect him. I understand why he cusses those low-down politicians out. Still, I do wish he'd stop cussin' just a little bit. I said, but are you with us, Mama, in spite of it? She said, oh, yes, Bobby, I'm with y'all, I'll always be with you, because I know you're doin' right. Way back yonder, in the days when my mama was just mauled over, and our peoples was owned like animals, I remember my mother tellin' me that we shouldn't have to be over here in this country treated like we was, and that somehow or other we should be back over in Africa. Mama, I said, you know we ain't ever going back to Africa. We can't. Sure. I know that, she said. I'm just telling you what my mother felt. But also I know that you and Huey used to talk about Africa and going back, and visiting over there and so on, a long time ago. I guess all our people sort of dream like that, even you young generation. But I know y'all all are trying to do what you can, and I just hope nobody hurts y'all. But if y'all can just do something for the people, she sighed. I'm old now, she said. I wish I was young. I'd get right out there with you and Huey and Kathleen and Eldridge and all of you. But I'm old, and I just can't be in the Panthers, can't do your young ways. But I sure voted for Eldridge Cleaver. Of course, being my mother, she was bound to take our part and be on our side. But I hope that she was telling it the way a lot of older mothers felt. I hope they understand that when we cuss those politicians out, we're not cussing out our people. It's only against the power structure, and never shows disrespect of the people. We're honestly calling them what they are for messing over us. I hope the mothers understand what we feel against those who maintain this exploitation, this rotten capitalism and racism, the brutality, and all the political, economic, and social evils. I hope these older people know that we have to stand up for ourselves. Some of them have said, well, you wouldn't be getting attacked if you didn't say pigs and all. But we point out to them that our people have always been attacked, and now we have to let other people know what these racist pigs are. We have to redefine them for exactly what they are and stop letting them fool us. And mostly, I think, the older people do understand and are for us. Well, Huey wanted the people to understand the real 10-point platform and program, so Eldridge, in his position as Minister of Information, was laying it on thick, but with a creativity and a sense of humor that was only Eldridge's. I remember one evening Eldridge was due to speak on Channel 44, a television station in San Francisco, on some talk show. I had arrived at the station first, and they led me back to one of those rooms with mirrors on the wall, with stools and chairs to sit in and wait for the program to come on. In came one of the guys who direct or produce that show. He said, "Look, tell Eldridge please do not do any cussing on the program. It's live." Well, I don't know, I told him. You know how Eldridge is. He just gets so fed up with these politicians. When Eldridge arrived, I said, Huey said he'd be watching this, so I don't think you ought to be cussing on the program. Besides, and I couldn't help laughing, this old jive producer came by here, and he was really worried about you cussin' on the program. After all, it's live. Then Eldridge jumped up and said, What? What? They can't tell me what not to say. I'm gonna cuss all of them, every avaricious businessman, every pig, every last one of them who has ever committed brutality on black people. That's what I ought to do, Bobby. He went on, saying, I gotta do it, but actually he was kidding, of course, putting them all uptight. He didn't say one cuss word on the program. But one time Eldridge and David had just come back from a series of speaking engagements, across the country, and David told me, man, that Eldridge. You just wouldn't believe that cat. He was at a Catholic girls' college, a place where they train girls to be nuns, and, Bobby, he had 5,000 girls singing. Fuck Ronald Reagan. I just don't believe that, David, I said. He must have been blowing some heavy politics to get them to see it. David said, he was exposing the politicians for what they are, man. He was exposing them 90 miles an hour. He was talking about the pigs, something terrible. The next thing I knew, right in the middle of the speech, Eldridge had 5,000 chicks out there singing, "Fuck Ronald Reagan. Fuck Ronald Reagan. 1, 2, 3, 4, fuck Ronald Reagan. Fuck Ronald Reagan. 1, 2, 3, 4, fuck Ronald Reagan." I've got a tape recording of it. "David," I said, "let me hear it. I'll believe that tape when I hear it." Eldridge was doing everything he could to expose the power structure. You could see signs all over that he wasn't going back. You could see by the way he was moving, and by the way he was talking. He was exposing Ronald Reagan. He'd go to other cities and expose other demagogic politicians, and he was doing it in a hurry. It was good that he did it. Eldridge knew that he had to do everything he had time to do, to expose this fascist power structure for what it really was. Before Eldridge left, I think everybody contemplated it, trying to figure out what effect it would have on the party if they sent Eldridge back to prison. Then when it was announced in the papers that Eldridge was gone, it made all of us more energetic, trying to move to get things organized. One of the principles that we really began to place forth was the one that Brother Huey had run down about the oppressor. The oppressor has no rights that the oppressed people are bound to respect. Eldridge's action was a clear example of this. By not appearing, he was refusing to respect the oppressor's right to lock him up unjustly after he had already been bailed out and released from jail. He was being held as a political prisoner by the government of California, led by Mickey Mouse, fascist Ronald Reagan. I think most of us had read Soul on Ice already. But I made it a thing that brothers should reread Soul on Ice, reread what Eldridge was running down. That book is very key and very clear when one looks at the massive brainwashing of America as a whole. We know about the brainwashing of black people, but this is not really separate from the brainwashing of the proletarian masses of America. I think that many times the cultural nationalists miss this point. We want to unbrainwash our people by telling them the true history. One must tell the true history in terms of the class struggle, the small, minority ruling class dominating and oppressing the massive, proletarian working class. When I say working class, I mean those who are employed and unemployed, living below subsistence and at subsistence level. This book, Soul on Ice, really shakes loose the misconceptions that exist. When you read that book, you'll see that, in the beginning, it was a brainwashed black man who was in jail. He had only the white ideals, the Western ideals, and the white woman. When he put the Playboy picture on the wall, he was saying that, psychologically and personally, he fell in love with that woman. Then this racist cop guard inside the prison rips the picture down. Eldridge tells the guard that he doesn't have any right to rip it down because everybody's got pin UPS. The guard tells Eldridge, "If you had put up a pin-up picture of a black girl, I wouldn't have said anything." And because of that, Eldridge's consciousness changed, and he began to become what he is. The first essay in the book is called, On Becoming. This is very significantly related to the other things that the book sets forth. When one gets to the chapter, Primeval Mitosis, we see how all this is interlocked with the political sphere and the psychological makeup of the omnipotent administrator, the psychological makeup of the Nixons and Johnsons and Aliotos and Ronald Reagans, those who aspire to this peak of mind, and the black man, who is relegated to a low level. I think Eldridge unbrainwashed everybody in society with his book, black, white, blue, green, yellow, red, polka dot, regardless of ethnic differences, etc. Eldridge unbrainwashes anybody who really reads with an open mind. In the revolutionary struggle today, I say Eldridge brought history to the threshold, to the front of a liberation movement here in the midst of the most fascist operation on the face of the earth, right here in the belly of the whale, in the belly of the monster. While Eldridge and I were in Carmel, something occurred that showed how Eldridge, digging on Huey, could make all the brainwashed past history relevant to the present-day situation. Way back before they announced that Eldridge had to go back to prison, Eldridge had talked to me about writing a biography of Huey and the party. Eldridge said, "Bobby, you know Huey longer than anyone in the party. You and he founded the party together, so you've got to give us all the information, everything about Brother Huey and about the party, how things developed." Eldridge said that Huey P. Newton followed Malcolm X like Jesus Christ followed John the Baptist. That made a heck of a lot of sense to me. So Eldridge got some tapes and a recorder and a typewriter, and took me down to Carmel to a little cabin to work on the book. Now in front of the cabin there was a big swimming pool with a lot of lawn around it, with fruit trees and stuff like that. We came out of the cabin about 10 o'clock one morning. There was a green hose coming around the front of the swimming pool. It went down to the front end of the pool and wound up right under a tree, an apple tree. On the other side of the swimming pool were some lawn chairs. Bob Seale and a young white girl were sitting in those chairs. Now Eldridge and I had just been talking about how brainwashed the society was and how history has messed up the minds of the people. Just as we stepped outside, Seale said to the girl, "Hey, baby, go over to that apple tree and get me one of those apples." So she went over and picked this apple, and Eldridge and I watched. She came back and gave the apple to Seale. Just as Seale got ready to put it in his mouth, Eldridge spoke. "Hey, man, you better watch it. You just sent her over to the apple tree for apples." Seale bit into the apple. "What are you talking about?" he said, holding it away from him and looking at it. "There's nothing wrong with this apple." Eldridge said, "No, it was a goof up." I said, "Eldridge, what are you talking about?" Eldridge said, "History has got society messed up. Our Minister of Defense is in prison, and history has messed up society's mind with these puritanical notions." So Seale got up and walked around the pool toward us, bringing the girl with him. He said, "I don't know what you mean." Then I looked at the green hose lying there like a big snake, and I said, "I get it. He's talking about Seale in the Garden of Eden, and this girl going to the apple tree." "You're in the Garden of Eden," I said to Seale. Eldridge said, "And you didn't defend it. You didn't defend the land of paradise." Seale's a white cat, and he's supposed to be a liberal. He still didn't know what Eldridge was talking about. Eldridge said, "What you did is, you let the omnipotent administrator send down a pig angel. His name was Chief Gain or any chief of police in the country. You let him come down with a naming sword. With a weapon, you let him drive you out of the Garden of Eden. And you didn't defend it, you and your woman." This developed into a very creative moment, and being there with Eldridge, I said, "Yeah, that's right. You jived around, and the omnipotent administrator was wrong. He told you to replenish the earth, and just about the time you got ready to replenish the earth, he turns around and drives you from the garden into the wilderness. He sent down an angel with a naming sword. Symbolically, it isn't really an angel, you see, it's really a pig. And you didn't defend it?" Eldridge said, "You let the pig drive you out into the wilderness." I said, "Command the pigeon to fly, and then clip his wings. That's the policy of the omnipotent administrator." "But if it had been Huey Newton in the middle of the Garden of Eden," said Eldridge, "and the pig angel came down after the omnipotent administrator had told Huey to go forth and exercise his constitutional rights and replenish the earth, if it had been Huey P. Newton and this pig had been swinging the flaming sword at him, Huey would have jumped back and said, 'No, I'm defending myself. If you swing that sword at me, I'm shooting back.'" Symbolically, Robert Seale was the liberal white who wouldn't defend the Garden of Eden, the land of paradise. We see that mankind was driven out of the land of paradise, to sweat by his brow from sunup to sundown. Whereas if Huey P. Newton had been in the Garden of Eden, he would have defended himself. He would have defended the land. He wouldn't have been driven out after he had been commanded to go replenish the earth. It was no reflection on Seale, nothing that Seale had done, as we weren't speaking of Seale himself. We used cheer in that situation as symbolic of the liberal who won't do anything and really wants to sit around and jive and talk, when the next thing you know, the vicious fascist system which calls itself God, and the omnipotent administrators at the top, will have done in the people, and taken away the land of paradise, and the right to live in happiness and peace on the face of the earth. You have to defend the needed new system that's coming forth. Talking isn't enough. You have to fight for it, you have to work for it, if you intend to have it. If you do anything other than that, you'll just be oppressed. That incident helped me to see the significance of Soul on Ice, and how people are brainwashed. Many people have heard me talk about the Superman notions. I try to make this relevant to an everyday situation by talking about the concepts of the comic books, the Donald Duck comic books, Mickey Mouse, Archie, and Jughead, etc. These put forth puritanical notions and symbols that are directly related to racism. I began to see Superman was a punk, that Superman didn't relate to replenishing the earth, like Huey Newton and other real people do. Superman is really a superficial fantasy that relates to a steel man. Steel men can't relate to any reality because steel doesn't produce real human life and real human flesh. I talked about how Superman never related to Lois Lane, and that Tricky Dick Nixon and Lyndon Baines Johnson and those types were the ones that were trying to play Superman, the almighty gods with their anti-tank weapons, and anti-tank missiles, and hydrogen bombs and missiles that really destroy life. In essence, Superman is a phony and a fake. He never saves any black people in this country in any comic book stories. And this 30-year-old figure and the other figures of Donald Duck, all should have beards on. They are older than the hills. They are phony and absurd. The fact is that a man and a woman relate to each other, that through sexual relations they produce another real human being. Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck never tried to have sexual relations in the comic books with Daisy and Minnie Mouse. Archie and Jughead never tried to relate sexually to Betty and Veronica in the comic books. These things are very important in terms of how people are brainwashed in society. 2.5 billion people on the face of this earth came here through the process of a man and a woman having sexual relations. The omnipotent administrators taboo these things. It's this kind of brainwashing that produced the kind of people who believe that sex is nasty, and talk about illegitimate children. A child, a human being, cannot be illegitimate. These things come to be understood clearly when you read Eldridge Cleaver's book. Eldridge shows how homosexuality becomes rampant and is really part of the psychological makeup of the omnipotent administrators, to such an extent that they're cut off from the body. They use the concept of the mind being all superior and forget about the body. After reading Soul on Ice, I used to say often in speeches that you have to use both the mind and the body, both together. Eldridge points out how the mind has got to work with the body and how the black man was stripped of his mind and left with his body only, and the omnipotent administrator stripped himself of his body and recognizes the mind only. Eldridge shows how homosexuality is an offset and how this identifies the existence of a class system. The class system is highly related to a woman and a man trying to relate to each other more fully and more totally, and oppressive social obstacles, political and economic, affect this totally. It is very necessary for the masses to understand Soul on Ice, so they can recognize and pinpoint the oppressive administrations of the government here, and realize that the system has to be changed to a more progressive system that serves all the people. The party, as a whole, is involved in this, and many millions of people are becoming more aware. The book has sold way over 1 million copies and is still selling at a fantastic rate. We are very close to Brother Eldridge. We know that he and Kathleen were forcibly separated from us. It's not a thing of him leaving us. We understand that oppression has put Eldridge where he is now. We know that the power structure wants to kill him. They don't want him back here. Eldridge was and is one of the key brothers in the Black Panther Party. Of all the brothers on the Central Committee, Eldridge was the key brother. Before Eldridge left, he did a magnificent revolutionary job as Minister of Information, educating the masses of America, hipping black people to the need to work together in some unity, and showing the white people that the omnipotent power structure and administrators are the enemies of all the people. I think that after he left, it made even more people become Black Panther Party members. Thousands of black people really began to check him out, much more closely than they had checked him out before. Some of the party members had been very superficially relating to Eldridge, not really understanding him. But Eldridge's objective was to try and get people to be more concrete. He wanted those black brothers and sisters who ran off to one side and really don't work closely with the people in the community, to become part and parcel with the people in the community, and he wanted to move the liberal whites, too, to be revolutionaries. Bunchy Carter and Bobby Hutton. Bobby Hutton was the first member of our party murdered by the police, and Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were among the latest. Between those murders there was a long line of black brothers gunned down by racist cops and black racist, cultural nationalists working with the power structure against the revolutionary program of the Black Panther Party. Bobby Hutton loved Bunchy Carter. Bobby Hutton used to develop alter ego relationships with different party leaders, Huey, Eldridge, myself, and Bunchy. His latest, at the time he was killed, was imitating Al Prentice Bunchy Carter. He tried to become more politically educated like Bunchy was, and he really dug brother Bunchy, because Bunchy had been in prison. It wasn't a boasting, kind of absurd, I did this much time, and I did that much time, thing that Bobby related to. Bobby related to Bunchy because Bunchy was the brother who had come from prison and was back in the community, working to serve the people. Bunchy also had an air about him that was stylish in the manner and the environment of the black community that little Bobby readily communicated with. This manner is in the poetry that Bunchy would write and recite, and also in the sharp way that Bunchy dressed, the clothes of the people. We all have some sharp clothes, but Bunchy was always sharp, clean, with a sharp suit, pimp socks and shined knobs. One little Bobby would see Bunchy with a big natural, that was kept very neat, a big mustache, a sharp suit and some clean clothes on, and he really dug the way Bunchy looked. At the same time, Bunchy wasn't a selfish person. Deep down inside he really loved his people, and he loved them so much that when he saw them doing something wrong, he would cuss the brothers out to try to get them to understand the need to survive, to unify, to defend ourselves, and to be revolutionaries and work in the community to serve the people. This is the thing that surprised Bobby. Little Bobby was only 16 years old, and he wanted to be sharp. Living in poverty and seeing brother Bunchy somehow stay sharp, and at the same time be a service to his community, kind of showed Bobby that he didn't have to get out of the party. He didn't have to say, well, I'm gonna give up the party just to get me some sharp clothes, as some brothers would, out of selfishness. Bunchy had arranged it so that on his parole he was receiving a fair sum of money working at a poverty program as some kind of assistant director. That's how he kept himself sharp. When one would first see Bunchy, one might think that Bunchy was a pimp or some kind of hustler off the block, but he wasn't. Not that he didn't know the pimps and hustlers, Bunchy was very well respected and well known throughout Watts and the black community in Los Angeles by many, many people. When he was murdered, the party had to go down and try to talk to some of the brothers, because there were some 500 or 600 brothers throughout Watts that put shotguns in their cars and were looking for anything that looked like a member of Ron Karenga's U.S. organization that had murdered him. We tried to tell the brothers that we didn't want a jive war in the black community among black people, but at the same time we wanted to see to it that those cats who did the killing were prosecuted. We felt that if the power structure didn't prosecute them, or if they used some kind of trick to let them go after prosecution, in the long run this would prove to the people that the U.S. organization, black racism, and cultural nationalism were ultimately the tools of the power structure, and that they stagnate the people's revolutionary struggle for needed change in the community. One of the cleanest things about Bunchy was his deep seriousness and honesty about the need for revolutionary change. When Eldridge, or someone from central headquarters would give him an order to stop doing something, he would stop. If he thought he was right, he would come and sit down and argue with us, not in an antagonistic manner but in a manner that showed that he wanted us to show him where he was wrong, because he still felt that it should be done. But he would stop if ordered to. Bunchy also respected organization, which is another thing that little Bobby picked up from him. Al Prentice Bunchy Carter was killed because a group of blacks, black racists and cultural nationalists from Ron Karenga's U.S. organization, became the enemies of the people and, in essence, sided with the capitalist power structure. These black racists really work with the power structure against their own people, and do it out of psychological need to hate white people just because of the color of their skin. Bunchy had been working in Los Angeles organizing the Black Panther Party throughout the city. In January of 1968, Bunchy had some arguments and small conflicts with the U.S. organization. Bunchy was concerned about the fact that the U.S. organization had been running around intimidating, threatening, and beating up a number of the people in the community, in the BSU, and other small factionalized black organizations. Bunchy and the Black Panther Party were not about to be intimidated by anybody. These other small groups asked Bunchy to stop Ron Karenga, and take over the Black Congress of organizations that had been formed there and that Ron Karenga was in control of. Bunchy called up and told us that he was going to go and corner Karenga and his boys and tell them they better stop their intimidation of those people. We told Bunchy to forget Ron Karenga because most organizations like his are bootlicking organizations, not representative of the community, and that, the people will choose the organization that serves them most. I told him on the phone, what you should do is get out in the community, and forget Ron Karenga and the Black Congress too, and go and set up those community offices. You should have 5, 6, or 7 offices set up down there, in all the different black community areas throughout Los Angeles. Work from there at serving the people and move to implement the party's 10-point platform and program, and politically educate the masses of the people. That's what has to be done. Forget Ron Karenga. Bunchy followed orders. He flew up on a plane a week later and wanted to argue his point, but Eldridge and I told him to forget Karenga and U.S. Bunchy felt that Karenga was going to cause some grave danger to the black community. Our argument was that if he attacked the black community would attack him and remove him. Some months after that, John Huggins was made Deputy Minister of Information of the Southern California chapter of the party, to replace this jackanape Earl Anthony who wasn't relating to the duties of that area of work. John and Bunchy worked very closely to pull the party together in Los Angeles. The incident that led to their murder was part of this work. The Black Student Union of UCLA had been having problems with US for a long time. A $20,000 a year job opened up, director of some kind of community and student program, and the US niggers wanted the job and wanted their puppet placed in control. The BSU did not want them to control the program, and since the Black Panther Party had grown to be an integral part of the black community in Los Angeles, the Black Student Union asked Bunchy and John to come up to a meeting about it on the UCLA campus. The BSU asked them what they thought about Karenga's attempts to control their group, and Bunchy and John just spoke for about 5 minutes. All they said at that meeting was that the students had a right to control their own destiny, and power to the students. Then they left. 2 days later, on Friday, another meeting was called. John and Bunchy repeated the same 5-minute power to the students rap. That was the day they were killed, murdered right there in the meeting room by those racist, murderous pigs from US. Of course Ron Karenga had no political power base with his cultural nationalism and black racism in Los Angeles. He runs around, and has a little jive office stuck up somewhere, but everybody is aware of his game and his capitalistic set of little jive businesses, mainly service stations. Those businesses are not cooperatives, they're not there to serve the people. From his past record and his meeting behind the scenes with the Rockefellers, too, we know that he got those little jive businesses as a handout, to trick the community on the concept of blackness and black is beautiful. Ron Karenga had no intention before and has no intention now of working in opposition to the power structure to change the system for the needs of Black America. All the murders of party members, Bunchy, Little Bobby, John Huggins, Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, Tommy Lewis, and the brothers who were gunned down prior to Bunchy, plus a host of other brothers who were shot up and killed by cops and racist cultural nationalists across the country, have not destroyed the party. The arrests of our members have not destroyed the party. We pay a tribute to these dead brothers of ours, and every Black Panther Party member and the people in the community honor them. We will fight against the racist pigs and the black racists who work together to try to destroy the party. Charles R. Gary, the Lenin of the courtroom. If the power structure tried to stop Charles Gary from going into the courtroom and defending people's basic human and legal rights, and stop defendants from seeing their lawyers and having their constitutional rights, Charles Gary couldn't be stopped at all. He's the type of man who would go down to the pawn shop and buy himself a gun to defend his home and himself, because he's got enough insight to know that the system is corrupt. I even heard him say that he doesn't ever want to be a judge, not with the way the system is going. He never would want to be a commissioner or a politician. The way he explains it, the institutions are being used by big money, and rich businessmen who control them, and he doesn't want to be a puppet for any of them. He said that he made up his mind a long time ago about whether he was going to do his fighting in the streets, or go ahead and work for the people and try to do it in the courtroom. We always respect the fact that he made that decision, and we're glad he did, because the people need somebody like Charles R. Gary, who is able to come forth and stand up for the people when he sees things going wrong, and to defend the underdog. That is something that we know that Charles Gary has dedicated his life to. I have never seen a person like that, even in the Black Panther Party. Charles doesn't interfere in our politics. Sometimes he can almost see us making a mistake on some specific thing or situation, but if we disagree with him, he doesn't interfere in our politics. He doesn't try to run them or anything like that. Sometimes we found that our political relationships with some organization or group were slightly off-key and didn't work out. Often it would be something that Charles had run down and told us we were making a mistake about. It's good to have a person around like that who will tell you you are making a mistake, and if you don't agree with him, he's willing to let you learn, and still be a beautiful friend and comrade who's dedicated to defending you and who knows you're right. Just to go to Charles Gary's house. His wife is a very loving and very beautiful person. You're very welcome there. You're a human being. A lot of times we would go over to their house, and if we wanted a beer, we got a beer. If we wanted something to eat, it seemed like it was a real pleasure for Mrs. Gary to be able to fix us some food. A lot of times we would be run down. We wouldn't have eaten. Charles knew it, and I suppose he told his wife quite often that we were running ourselves to death. Sometimes when we got over to their house, we'd be so run down and hungry that she could see it, and she'd start preparing food, putting things on the table, and telling us to help ourselves. This is the relationship we developed with Charles Gary and Mrs. Gary. It is a very human relationship and one we cherish very much. Charles is a cat who doesn't back up from things. Back in the days when he was defending the unions who were striking or moving forth for better wages and better conditions, a lot of police pressure and big-time political pressure was put on many of the unions and the cats who were moving for a higher standard of living. Charles defended them to the end. We heard stories about Charles getting caught out at night by himself 2 or 3 times, and cops jumping out of their cars, and snatching Gary out of his car, and brutally beating him. A man who took the time to be a lawyer to defend the people, realizes and understands the pressures that come from the corrupt government when you try to stand on the side of the people. By finding these things out, I began to understand why Charles never wanted to be a part of the corrupt governmental system. Charles comes from poor, oppressed people. He's of Armenian descent, from people who were destroyed by being scattered throughout Europe and around the world, when Hitler went forth to massacre and slaughter them during his regime. We don't know every detail of Charles's life, but we can see that he is a man who is dedicated to the survival and the existence of the right to self-determination of human beings. We need a lot more history on Charles R. Gary so we can understand what motivates a man to be such a defender of the people's human rights. One time when we were in Judge Lionel Wilson's court in Alameda County, Charles was defending my wife and me on charges that came when cops illegally entered our house. When Charles cross-examined this Berkeley cop who was trying to show that he had reasonable cause to come in and search our house and arrest us, Charles caught him in a whole lot of lies. Charles knows so much law, it comes off the top of his head. He showed that the pig didn't have any reasonable cause because he got him to admit that our house was quiet, that there were no disturbances at our house that night, and it was way over an hour before they came back to arrest me. Artie and I sat there all day in court and didn't say a word. We watched Charles handle it and listened to all the proceedings. Artie felt from the way Charles handled that, the way that he would get up at certain points, and from his style of cross-examining, she felt that Charles was better than Perry Mason. She felt this even before the judge decided that the police had no reasonable cause to be searching our house. The evidence was squashed and the judge said we should be cut loose and acquitted on the charge. Artie really had a lot of confidence in Gary because Charles sometimes helped us out with family problems. Often I would be very busy, jumping on planes, going to New York, flying back to LA the next day, or going away for 3 or 4 days around the country speaking at colleges and rallies. A lot of times my wife would get very disgusted, and I tried to get her to work more with the party. She had a tendency to want to look at TV and take care of the house. I was trying to show her she has to be a revolutionary politician, too, even though we have a little boy. She would become very disturbed and didn't like it. She would go and talk to Charles, and Charles would try to get her to understand why I had to be away so much. At the same time Charles would sit down and tell me that I was going to have to take some time off and be at home as much as I could, because my wife was frequently upset because I was so busy with the party. Charles is not the kind of lawyer who isn't one-on-one with his clients. During Huey's trial, he'd get out and investigate the situation himself. He would talk to people and do a lot of personal investigation. When Bobby Hutton was murdered, during the April 6 shootout in which the cops tried to ambush the Panther brothers, Charles was down there on the spot. When our house was raided, he was there investigating the house, how they surrounded it, the size of the apartment, etc. He's always getting into things and digging down in the guts of a case. That's the kind of cat he is. If he couldn't get there, he'd have somebody else do it. Sometimes he'd even get together with Chief of Staff David Hilliard and have David do some investigation work in and around different charges leveled against us, or he'd get some of the brothers to look for evidence. When he leaves the courtroom, Charles is always ready to sit down and talk to us at his office, if he has time. He doesn't have much time these days, but when he has time he is always ready to be one-on-one with us. Charles is the chief counsel of the Black Panther Party. When I say he is one-on-one with us, it's based on some kind of practice, it's not just on words or trying to sell somebody something. When there's a brother in jail, he makes it a point to get up to see him and talk to him and interview him. He doesn't let brothers and sisters sit in jail without having some contact with them. He's gotten the other lawyers on Panther cases to see that they have to be one-on-one with their clients in the Black Panther Party. He lets the other lawyers who function with and work with the party know that this is the way you have to function with a political organization like ours. He lets the other lawyers know that they have to be one-on-one with us and work right along with their clients, visit their clients, see their clients, interview their clients, and know their clients. When we hired Charles to defend Huey, Charles went into Black history. He took time to study and read up on Black history and know it. He met Huey P. Newton and he expressed to me a number of times how beautiful Huey was, and how he was glad to know that Huey had the political perspective and the insight and human understanding that he had. He said meeting Huey inspired him to really want to know Black America better. From time to time I would drop over to his office, books and other material on WEB. Du Bois, Nat Turner, The History of Black America, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and other things. Charles really studied and learned. He didn't only study books, he studied and learned in relating to us. The man is so dedicated to defending us. He sees that we're being persecuted. He knows that it's repression. He knows that the underdog is being denied his human rights to live and survive. When he walks into the courtroom, he doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have a firearm or anything like that, but he's got something that is just as effective. Huey used to say that a newspaper could be sharpened like a double-edged sword. I think that the legal defense that is being placed forth by Charles R. Gary for us is just as effective as a gun to defend ourselves from unjust attack. You see that man work in a courtroom, and all of a sudden the procedure of things is clear in your mind. When you see a DA move and use racist tactics, or when you see a judge literally turn his head and deny your right and let racist operations and maneuvers go on in the courtroom, Charles Gary is setting forth law that seems clear to you, so clear that you could recite it yourself. You're not saying anything, but you feel you want to call that judge or DA who's doing you wrong, a racist. And all of a sudden Charles R. Gary has got the human gall to let the judge know that he's a racist right to his face. It makes you feel good to know that that man is standing up and defending you. In the context of law and legality, he can place forth a man's feelings and a man's desires, a man's innocence, a man's right to survive and live as a human being. He places forth the people's rights. This is what's beautiful about Charles. In studying Lenin's works, his writing, and materials, one learns a lot about Lenin's ability to use language to set forth a correct philosophy of life as a human being on the face of this earth, and also about the tactics for achieving a correspondent world through revolutionary socialism. We turn it right back around and we look at Charles Gary and say that this man is the Lenin of the courtroom. At first Charles was Huey's lawyer, and then he became my lawyer. As more attacks and more arrests came down, we got Charles on all the cases. Pretty soon he was the lawyer for the entire Panther Party. We've seen Gary's whole firm, Bernard Dreyfus, Al Brodsky, Frank McTernan, Fay Slender, Jim Herndon, and the other lawyers who are associated with them working on Panther cases. They're all very good lawyers. I went over there one day and they were all working on my case, Huey's case, the April 6th shootout, all those brothers' cases, and Eldridge's case. We were filing suit against the city of Oakland and they had a lot of court appearances to make. The whole office was involved in our cases. They began to handle other legal matters for us, helping us to get our income tax out, and other things like that. That office was humming. We used to go over there off and on. The cats were working 10 hours a day, and we hadn't had the chance to raise their fees for 3 or 4 months at times. But they stuck with us. That's the thing we respect about Charles Gary, about that firm. Those people, the secretaries, and everybody, took time to know us. Fay Stender did a lot of beautiful, heavy legal work for us on Huey P. Newton's appeal brief to the higher courts. The next thing we knew, Charles couldn't handle all the cases. Now, McTernan handles cases, other lawyers across the country, like William Kunstler, Francis Andrew, Gerald Lefcourt, Sanford Katz, Bill Grain, Arthur Kenoe, and a number of others are also handling our cases. I hope those lawyers see Charles setting an example to defense lawyers, using the legal and proper tactics of the courtroom to bring out the true philosophy and ideology of the party, and of any other progressive, revolutionary, and liberal people fighting for human rights and survival in a country that's growing more fascist every day. Charles is always ready to defend us. We've got communication with him on a human level. He's even lost a couple of cases, when we actually saw overt racist tactics employed in the courtroom. But we didn't jump up and say, "Oh, he loses cases." The human relationships you have with a person are the best thing, and we know that Brother Charles Gary will sit up and fight. He is where it's at. When the black lawyers tried to attack Charles just because he was white, we defended him. Charles kept Huey out of the gas chamber. We rightfully give him the credit. Charles turns around and gives it to us for organizing community and political support. But we give it right back to him. The only time that Charles was with me in Chicago was when I was arraigned and charged in federal court in April of 1969 in the Chicago conspiracy case. When we got there, the hallways and corridors of the federal building were packed with about 1,000 people, predominantly black people. We finally made our way through the crowd to the courtroom, but there were a lot of federal pigs at the door who said everybody had to be searched. I don't have to be searched, Charles Gary said. I'm one of the lawyers here. It doesn't make any difference, the pig said. You get searched. Judge Hoffman said. Everybody gets searched. You're not searching me, Charles said. You're not going to destroy my integrity in court. I don't have any guns on me. You're the one who has guns on you. You're not searching me. Well, you can't come in the courtroom, the pig said. We're coming in, Charles told him. If I don't come in, there's not going to be an arraignment. You're not searching me. I was on the other side of the marshal, inside the courtroom. A couple of them were searching me, and I said, right on, Charles. Charles got all the other lawyers together outside and he said, we're not coming in. I was sitting in there and Jerry Rubin came in and they pat searched him. One of the other defendants came in behind Jerry. I think it was John Frowens. While they were pat searching Frowens, Jerry Rubin started pat searching him too. The marshal was patting down one leg and Jerry Rubin started pat searching the other one. Oh, he's all right, let him go, Jerry said. What are you guys doing? I asked. Here, let me search you, he said and walked toward the marshal. Pat searched him a little bit, then walked away. I cracked up. It looks like we're not going to have an arraignment today, I told Jerry, because if I know Charles, he isn't going to let them be running through his briefcase and searching him. He's already told them he won't let them destroy his integrity as a lawyer and an officer of the court. All 8 defendants were sitting there. We looked up, and guess who was coming into the courtroom from the rear door where the judge comes through? Charles R. Gary and all the lawyers. Hey, Charles, did they search you? I asked him. Heck, no, they're not going to search me or anybody. None of these lawyers were searched. Then he walked around and said, the judge didn't like it because we weren't going to come in, so he decided to let us come through the back way. That was one of those things with him. Lawyers are officers of the court, and you're not supposed to treat them like they're not. That's what he's stuck on, those ethics. Because they have the human integrity to argue for justice, Judge Hoffman treated the defense lawyers like criminals, throughout the trial. You have to imagine Charles Gary in a courtroom. He's a tough lawyer, but he's not tough in the sense that you see the D.A.S. trying to act tough. The D.A.S. also try to act smooth and sneak and slide and pull little legal tricks. But Gary's a tough lawyer and he doesn't let those little sneaky tricks on the part of the DA slide by. I think Schultz and Foran would have folded up in Chicago under Gary. And Judge Hoffman wouldn't have insulted Gary consistently, as he did Kunstler and Weinglass. Hoffman later sentenced them to years in jail for their real human integrity. Gary's got so much law on the top of his head that in the courtroom he comes out fighting. There's no bell rung, but there's a gavel struck. Somebody hollers, order in the courtroom, or all rise, this court is now in session pursuant to adjournment. Well, Charles is there, he's agile all day long. He's always moving. From the way he acts you'd never know that Charles is 60 years old. When he's sitting there and he jumps up to expose a sneaky trick that a DA might pull, they have to watch out, because Charles is coming off with so much law, and it's going to be so explicit, short, to the point, and clear. He's telling the judge that such low-life courtroom tactics shouldn't even be allowed, or words to this effect. This is where Charles is, and if you know Charles, you know he believes in what he's defending. He knows that he's defending something that's right, and he's defending someone who's right. He's really there to defend the trumped-up cases, at least those that we've been in, where you know that railroad operations are going on. He's ready to bring the facts out in matters where you just don't expect it. If you sit up in the courtroom and watch Charles work, he'll come out with certain things in defense of his defendants that you just don't expect. He doesn't take shit from anybody. He doesn't take crap from judges, D.A.S., cops, sheriffs, bailiffs. They don't mess over Charles, because Charles knows the law and he knows that he's defending it right. Some lawyers will let judges and D.A.S. get away with a lot of crap, but Charles doesn't allow this. He won't let them get away with a lot of junk. If there's a judge who respects law and real justice, I don't mean railroading and I don't mean judges who only say they respect justice, but if there's a judge who respects justice, Charles respects him. If there's a DA who believes he's right, Charles doesn't run over the man. He's able to say, "Good evening, good morning, hello, and how are you doing?" He's that type of person. He never forgets that there are many people who can be wrong, but they are still human beings, and he will treat them in that manner. But he won't let any bigots, racists, or fascists, whether they be sheriffs, cops, judges, or D.A.S., run over him, and we won't let them run over his clients. There have been cases where Charles has caught judges or D.A.S. trying to pull slick tricks and has exposed them. He has brought the stuff out in courtrooms in some of the Panther cases. I've also seen Charles take a cop's testimony apart on the stand. I've seen him make 3 cops who think they're telling the same story tell 3 completely different stories so that it sounds as if they happened in 3 different places. This is just a way of saying that Charles is something else when it comes to a lying cop on the witness stand. Especially when he catches a cop masquerading as a victim of an unprovoked attack, or when he catches a cop who has violated a defendant's constitutional rights. When Charles finds them masquerading like that, he can really eat them up. He takes cops' testimony apart. That's one of the beautiful things that Charles is good at, catching one of those pigs on the stand, lying.